You know, if you went back in time to 1949 and you talked to the Israeli settlers who were fighting to create the state of Israel, and you know, the Palestinians and later fighting in the first Intifada, and you told them that the front lines of the third Intifada would be the H3H3 podcast. Between guy who lives in LA Millionaire 1 versus LA Millionaire 2. I think maybe those two grizzled veterans would embrace and create world peace rather than see their cause be fought over by guys like this. But here we are. So I'm just going to listen to this debate, and I'll probably play Oblivion over most of it because I really thought this was going to be like an hour. Well, first I thought it might not even happen. I thought that Hasan would just ditch, essentially, or come up with some cope excuse for not showing up. And then if he did show up, they'd yell at each other for 20 minutes. Hasan would talk over him and then basically like say he's bad faith or whatever. Just the toolbox, right? And then leave. But I think this is still live. Like they're still going as of right now. I figured it'd be over by now and I would just go over it, but it's still live. So I think we're gonna be here for a while. Let me find when he actually joins here.
I know. I know it was. The thing is, I remembered it was lyrics. I didn't remember pop, right? And I mean, did that go how you expected?
Okay, here we go.
A commitment of two people working together to love this one from like 4 months old, I think you said he is.
Yeah.
It's pretty serious business. And it takes like a commitment of two people working together to love this one beautiful creature that you all love more than anything in this world.
Yeah.
You're about to spend a lot of money on dog chews because you love him so much.
And carpet cleaner.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Those freaking pizzle sticks. You looked into those yet, AB? Oh, they love those. It's like $60 for a pack of that shit.
Yesterday I took him to the pet store and I just
Ethan
like buying
sound
stuff off the
crazy
shelf.
because
I
of
don't
his
know what the
Tourette's,
goal was.
but
I'm holding him with one hand and just buying like basic stuff.
Dog.
Yeah. And I surprised Lena when she came home yesterday.
Well, we're all very happy for you.
She insisted on a Yorkie. Yeah.
Well, good choice. I love New York.
Yeah, he's bear.
Huh? Is Hasan in the room?
Oh, I thought you were talking about the dog.
is Hasan in the room with us right now?
He is in the waiting room. Would we like to begin?
Yes, sir.
Actually, the dog's gonna argue
All
with
right,
Kaya.
stand by. Stand by.
He's afraid to introduce Ducky because he's so
He really thinks he's like going into the final battle. Into
like we're gonna have to have.
It's like Aragorn running towards the black gates here.
All right, folks, that's enough of the dog chat. It's time. Welcome to the show, everybody. Hasan Piker.
Hello, Hasan Piker.
What's going on?
Well, I'm doing a debate. What about you?
Well, I'm doing as well. All right. Wait, hold on. Oh, are you going to show me all the time as well on the Zoom call?
Here, I can fix that. 1 second. Let me just set it to Ethan's output here.
If you want,
there you go.
If you want, just show like not just Ethan, but yourself as well. You're going to talk. Like that's fine.
Hey,
I don't know if it's
Hasan,
too difficult.
leave the production notes to my team. You can
Well, I
switch
mean-
your show how you like.
Well, you know, they were my coworkers as well, Ethan.
Well, it's been a
for 2
while, my
years.
friends, and guess
Yeah, I
what?
know.
They are not now.
No, I
So
know.
let's start. I mean, so you did this content cop, right? And I mean, did that go how you expected? It didn't seem to hit
Wait,
very
but
hard.
Before we get started, can I lay some like ground rules?
Oh,
so
yeah,
have,
here we
like, a
go.
productive-
Yeah. Let's lay some ground rules. Now, let's pay attention to what rules he sets here, because I guarantee he's going to break all these.
conversation?
Sure.
Yeah. Okay. So, I wanted to come on to make this as issue specific as possible. But yes, you have grievances with me, and
Okay.
of course, I think they're valid to address.
Okay, good.
Of course, we'll talk about that. Hopefully, I'll be able to address some counterpoints as well, if
Sure.
you will allow me
Of
in
course.
that
Look at
this
process.
dog.
Absolutely.
But before we get started on anything, I would like to potentially talk about definitions, so we can have like an established definition on a lot of the things that we're going to be
This is
talking
some
about.
Trotsky
Is that
type
okay with you?
shit.
I mean, it
Setting
depends how many definitions you got. What do you want to define? I don't want to get bogged down in this. So
Well,
let's
I'm also experiencing audio
You are-
decline, so
sure.
hold on
Go
one
ahead.
second.
You are
No
going to
worries.
get bogged
No worries.
down. I mean, that's the whole point.
okay.
That's why this
All right,
is
so
happening.
you're fine with that.
I mean, up to a point, yeah.
Well, I mean, like
I don't want to get bogged down in a conversation.
It's not like a
Go ahead,
gotcha.
start.
Now they're getting bogged
No,
down in
no,
a
no, I just wanna go
conversation
on.
about whether they're going to get bogged down in
So
a
first and
conversation
foremost,
about
I think we should define what
definitions.
Zionism is and what you mean by Zionism and what I mean by Zionism.
Zionism
and where I'm
is
coming from.
the belief that Jews should have their own homeland in the historic Palestine area. That's it.
It's interesting that he defines it specifically in the Palestine area, because most of the original Zionists actually were not planning on Palestine. There was plans for Madagascar. There was plans for Tanzania. What am I thinking of? Tanzania, East Africa, the East African country where like Kenya is. There was even plans for in Siberia. So I would say it's not necessarily always Palestine.
Okay. All right. So I believe that Zionism is a religious ethno-supremacist ideology that revolves around the exterminationist policies of removing the indigenous population that lived in, as you said, historic Palestine.
Okay, yeah, he's going to use the word indigenous here. Again, there were Talos worshippers in this area long before there were wood elves, Hasan. So we can split hairs over the word indigenous. The problem is that this idea of indigenousness is like key to his entire argument, and it's not as clear as he makes it.
Palestine, as long as they are not Jews, because it's a religious, ethno-religious supremacist ideology. I think that this is a disagreement that you and I have.
No, I agree with
on this
you.
front.
I agree with you. If you want to add that, like the genesis of Zionism included, the
hand
displacement
thing. He was doing spells, man. This is like a high elf
of the culture that
spells
existed there, then
with his
I would
hand
agree
there.
with you. I mean, I
You
don't
see
think
that?
that the
He
establishment
just
of
cast a
Israel was
spell.
like a good thing. I mean, it was tragic and a lot of bad things happened. But let me ask you, sir.
Okay.
How was filming that content? I just have to know what you felt, what you were thinking as they were doing the Fortnite L behind you.
We'll get to that. We'll get to that.
No. We're here. I don't want to talk about definitions. You got your Zionism. Let's do the...
Okay. Okay. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, it was fine.
Did you not?
I participated in other YouTube videos as well in the past.
But that Fortnite L dancing.
Some of them feature sketches.
I noticed you weren't in the other shots. Why was that?
I think I was being interviewed
really?
by a journalist while that was happening.
Really?
I don't remember.
Really? Oh, that's convenient. I think you were embarrassed, frankly. You were absent from every other shot. I think you saw him doing that. I think you saw him doing that Fortnite dance, and you said, "I gotta get out of this." And by the way, I'm giving you credit for that.
I mean, Ethan, you're a comedian. You know, you participated in some sketches. You know, it happens.
I mean, shit. You know.
Really, you're one of your most famous sketches. You in a fucking diaper. Like, what are you talking about? Yeah, we've done funny things.
Okay, you know what? Let's not debate the merit of our comedy. You're right. I'm very hacky, and so are you. By the way, you think that the likes were botted on that?
Yeah, I'm glad he's focusing on the content. You had said you thought the likes were botted
on the content cop. Do you still believe that?
What? The likes were botted on the content cop?
The dislikes were botted. The dislikes, sorry. Yeah, you said it was brigaded and was botted. And it was unnatural. The dislikes.
Hasan relies on talking about serious stuff.
I don't know. I mean, I don't recall saying this, but I don't know why this is a major point of contention. All right, so
no. Let me finish, and then you can do your definition.
Okay.
Did you think it was?
It's not my definition. I want to hear your definition.
That's fine. I'll answer how you like.
I hope you know that, like, you know, I don't know if you know this, but I didn't publish the content cop. iDubbbz did.
Yes, I know that, and I judged him thoroughly. Do you know that?
You were the one that they all got together to be around. You can't.
What? You don't know what I'm talking about?
Wait. I'm a little confused. You are asking me what my opinion is on
the video.
iDubbbz' content cop.
Correct.
Yes.
That's correct.
About the CPS. I don't know.
I'm surprised you think doing way better.
I mean, I think it was more so about. I think it was more so about like your year-long conquest of deplatforming and also
right. Well, 90% of the clips were from the episode entitled "CPS Came to My House."
Probably had no evidence of deplatforming in that video. There's nothing in there that talks about him like filing claims. And it's funny too because H3 has a history of deplatforming people.
No. That's awesome.
They could have brought that up. They could have talked about Gokunaru. I showed that in my video on Wednesday. The Gokunaru made a video shitting on Ethan Bass like 5 years ago or something, and the theory about that is that H3 called up Susan Wojcicki and got it shut down. So if the argument here is that, we don't like Ethan because he's deplatforming people, and then you never provide any proof of deplatforming, and you don't even refer to in the past when he's done it before, it just seems like an excuse.
Obvious. I'm saying your friend Hasan you made a video with did a total fucking hit job. All right, go ahead. Ask me a question.
I don't have any, like...
Go ahead.
Listen to me. Listen. We're both content creators online. We both have received an endless wave of harassment. You and I have talked privately about this.
Hasan, I don't care. Let's just go on.
What do you mean? You brought this up. You brought it up. Hold on.
I know what you're saying. We've all been harassed. The internet is tough. Whatever. Yada yada. Ask me a question.
No. Please, Ethan. Please.
Because you're so boring, bro. I just want to have an interesting conversation.
You know who else also told me that? Andrew Tate. Please, just hold on.
Wow.
You compare him to Andrew Tate just because he called Hasan boring. Apparently, everyone who thinks Hasan's boring is Andrew Tate.
Wow. God forbid.
Explain my position to you. You and I are both content creators. We get an endless wave of harassment, doxing, swatting, all of this stuff, okay? Sometimes by the same people, ironically enough, by the same communities. You and I know we've had these conversations in private before we stop doing our podcast. And you know my position on this. I think it's completely
unacceptable. I know you're against CPS.
The same exact thing that happened to you in this regard. I would never in a million years
ask me a question.
And don't think it's appropriate.
Very good.
And I don't know why you think that I have anything to do with this.
Because you're misrepresenting what I asked you. I didn't ask you, do you think it's okay that people called CPS? I asked that the video that you participated in, which was a total fucking hit job, used 90% of its clip from an episode of the podcast.
Ethan didn't bring up CPS first here. It was Hasan who brought it up first.
CPS got called on me and didn't even include the title of the podcast. Now, do you think that's fair?
I think you should take this up with iDubbbz instead of me.
Okay, sure. Ask me a question.
Yeah.
Okay, but so here's the problem. He's going to say, well, it's not my video, it's iDubbbz's video. Then why are you here on this stream right now? Because he's clearly here on this stream right now because of the backlash to the content cop. So either this is all related to the content cop and that's why he's here, or it has nothing to do with him, despite the fact that he's literally the first person in the video, and is the one that they all gathered in his cave here to make retard Avengers.
I didn't make any of the editorial decisions in iDubbbz's content cop.
I'm asking what you thought about it, okay? Not if you made it. It's pretty fucking...
Sure,
go ahead, ask me a question.
I'm sure it would have been... I'm sure that it would have been all right if he mentioned it.
It would have been all right?
I don't know why this is a major point of contention for you. I thought we were going to talk about Israel-Palestine.
We're talking about whatever we want to talk about. You had said that I have problems with your character. That's what I'm talking about. Go ahead, ask me a question.
But you having problems with my character
ask me a question. I'm going to move on to the next topic.
You asking me about iDubbbz's editorial decisions in his content cop.
I'm asking about your opinion on it. Go ahead, ask me a question.
Okay. So, do you believe that Israel is committing a genocide in
Now
Gaza?
we're
Yes.
back to the third
Okay,
Intifada.
great. Awesome.
Yeah.
So you
okay.
agree
So,
with
so
the-
did you hear that? He just agrees with him that there is like a genocide in Valenwood. So like this is what I was saying before. Like these guys are almost exactly on the same page about all of this. They both are like. I think the only thing is Hasan needs to be on top. That's like he has to be the puppet master. Like that's what he wants to be. And so when Ethan didn't go as far as like complete removal of the state of Israel, that's like when this break happens. But I don't even know why Hasan, like strategically, like just thinking purely practically, why he would even take that position.
With numerous human rights organizations, the UN.
I already said yes.
Yeah, he already said
great.
yes.
No, that's important. Thank you for saying that. I also agree on this. If
Yeah,
you believe
exactly.
that Israel
You agree.
is
That's why
committing
this is
genocide
stupid.
in Gaza, okay, do you feel like you have used your limited amount of time that you have as a content creator speaking out against Israel doing a genocide on the Palestinian population in the
Okay,
Gaza
so
Strip?
now we're getting to the like what I keep saying is like these guys think that they're the ones fighting the war. And that's why he's like, have you done your duty to destroy Israel? It's like, buddy, this like look at this. Look at his background. Like these are not serious people. This is not like a serious thing.
Or do you feel like most of your commentary on that issue has overwhelmingly been to rail against people that are doing that?
Sure.
Pro-Palestinian
Well,
advocates that
I
you
don't know
feel
if-
like you've been wronged by, myself included.
Yeah, I don't know if you know this, but if you're pro-Palestine, it doesn't absolve you of criticism. That's something that
Yeah,
you guys keep talking
exactly.
about.
Never,
do I
never
think
said
my
that, and
coverage?
I don't think that's the case. I don't think that is the case.
Okay. Do you think my coverage has been like totally balanced? I would say no. I've obviously given less time to the Palestinian perspective, and I think the reason for that is simply that.
No, not just the Palestinian perspective, Ethan. I think that rather than talking about that issue in and of itself, rather than talking about the genocide,
This is a conversation about a conversation. Like this, they're not even talking about Israel-Palestine now. They're talking about how much you need to talk about Israel-Palestine. And this is like the classic like silences violence sort of rhetoric, like platforming. And Hasan is famous for this, like why he won't work with certain people or like interact with certain people because he believes that like if you platform them, then you are like avowing everything they say and doing harm. It's sort of like the iDubbbz thing where I was playing ISIS music over him saying like, I'm sorry for the harm I've caused by dancing around with a gnome and a shotgun. It's like, I really don't like Destiny, but I actually kind of, one of the few things I do think that is good about him was that he would kind of just talk to anybody. It's probably the only good thing about him. Everything else is so bad, but he would at least talk to everybody, and I think you can see just from that alone, of course before this whole like sex pest stuff with him, how that like sent them on different trajectories, because Destiny actually has been in like serious debates and stuff. Now he's gotten destroyed because he's like stupid, and he's basically just like an Act Blue employee. Who just gets paid to say specific things. But at least as far as like all these guys trying to like desperately trying to be respected and seen as serious, Destiny did get closer, and I think it's because he was willing to talk to people. Whereas Hasan's like in his like hyperbaric chamber and just sends his minions out to do shit.
itself, every time you have
Hasan, I'm answering your question.
Every time you've talked about Israel-Palestine, it almost always revolved around
I was going to tell you why. Do you want to let me
personal
answer?
vendettas that you have experienced.
Yeah, because
from
they're a drama
content
tuber.
creators.
Because you're just a drama too. I know they hate when people
the
call
reason
them
for
that,
that
but
being
that's what they are.
is that
So they talk shit.
I
That's
feel
what they
like I'm
do.
responding to a lot of bullshit that's been passed my way ever since leftovers ended, starting from you and your community. Now, that's my answer to that. Now, let me ask you about this. This sword has a Nazi swastika hilt.
The Nazi sword. I didn't even talk about this on Wednesday.
You disagree? What's funny about that?
I don't know. I just think it's stupid. Basically, this is a sword from Bleach. The sword from Bleach has a swastika on it. It's not a Nazi thing. But, in the show, it's not like a Nazi thing. But for him to be holding it and showing in a video that's specifically like attacking this guy for being a high elf, I kind of get why. I kind of get why they say it's sus. I mean, I'm not saying like people should not be allowed to do this or whatever. Obviously, that'd be hypocritical of me, but it's just if you're Ian and this is your first step into the world of politics. It's like you've already picked the most toxic nuclear issue, which is high elves, wood elves. And now you are associating yourself with a sword with like a swastika on it, just stepping on rakes over and over again.
I think it's funny because you've made this a major point of contention. That's why I think it's funny.
It's a swastika, is it not?
Yeah, it's a sword that is a bleach sword, as you know already, that has a hilt that has a Japanese manji sign on it. But yes, it does look like a swastika, as I've also noticed and have talked about on numerous occasions that you brought forward. On
Yeah,
your
yeah, of course
podcast,
you're
okay?
conceding that because we
when
fished this up,
when I
but
made
yeah.
fun of,
Yeah,
when I made fun of, I believe,
exactly.
Alexa, that
He's only
grabbed it and I
conceding this
said,
because he got caught.
Oh, you
by
immediately
it.
go over the swastika one. Yeah, exactly.
So
Do you think?
Yeah, anyway, my point is, Hasan, if I can
continue.
continue my point, is that you knew it was a swastika sword. So why did you guys choose to pose with this sword?
It is funny.
Ethan,
Answer that.
To be
Why
fair,
was the choice made for this sword?
that could be reason
I'm
enough.
gonna gently
That's what he should
explain this
just
to you
say,
again.
honestly.
One,
He should
it's not
say
a
it's
swastika, but
funny.
regardless.
Do you think it
regardless,
looks-
Which is it? You can't hold these two positions. It's either not a swastika and it doesn't mean anything, or it is. It looks like a swastika and we held it up because it's funny because this is a video about Palestine. Like I would just admit that honestly if I was him.
It's like a swastika?
I did not make this editorial decision. I wasn't even.
Do you
was I
think
in
do you
the
think it's
editorial
reasonable to
to-
perceive
my
that
team.
as a swastika?
My team of
Ethan,
people
answer the question.
get
It's
the
not-
props
it's not-
department
I
for
don't think it was a deliberate
Hasan.
decision that
Okay, well,
I just made, but I don't know. I don't
Okay,
know
well,
who's mine.
Hasan, they're your
Implication
swords,
is
and according to the
funny.
New York Times article, there was 10 options. So what's the chances that they chose the swastika one? That seems pretty slim.
Well,
You got 10
considering
swords,
that I
don't
had- The week prior to that, I believe. I don't know the exact time. I don't really remember when they shot this, but I had the sword out because I was doing an Assassin's Creed promo. Do you feel like if I thought it was like genuinely a swastika sword, I would use it in an Assassin's Creed promo shot?
Yes.
Yeah. Why
That's what
not?
we call dog whistle, Hasan. And what you're doing is gaslighting somebody. You made a video.
You think I'm
Let me make a
dog
point here,
whistling with
Hasan,
the-
because you're the king of
I don't think it's
microaggressions and understanding the
gaslighting. I think
perspective of
it's just-
minority
This is
groups.
true.
Give a fuck.
Right?
And
So
it's
you
true.
made a video. You participated in a video accusing a
okay,
Jewish.
wait,
Let me
hold on,
finish my
wait,
point,
I'm gonna
Hasan.
finish that.
No,
I'm gonna
no.
let you ask a question.
Stop.
Can I
You are
just
making
say-
a video
can I
accusing a
just ask you
Jewish
again?
man
You
of
think-
exaggerating
you think I
anti-Semitism
used
while
a-
exhibiting the most hateful symbol against Jewish people. Do you not see this as a problem? Or at
Wait,
least,
Ethan,
am I
I didn't-
insane
I
for
didn't
thinking
hear
this is
anything
odd?
Now I'm being genocided. No, I'm being
Hey, answer the question.
genocided.
I don't need you to console me.
I didn't even hear your question. I need you to.
Well, you
I
should
need
try
you to
listening
answer
instead of
something.
speaking.
I'm just looking for clarification here. Do you think that I deliberately
Yes.
was using a dog whistle in an
Yes.
Assassin's Creed promo, or that it was a
I don't-
cool sword
again, I
that
don't
was
think it's a
laying
dog
around
whistle. I
because it's
think
the
it's
only
just
long
funny.
sword that I have?
You have 10
Stupid.
swords.
I know they're heavy. That's not a real sword.
So yes, I'm aware that it's not a real sword, but you had 10 to choose from. What does it matter how much they weigh?
Yeah, the
You
other
did-
ones are heavy.
This
Let
is
me
an
paint a
L
scenario
for
for you.
this
Let me paint a scenario for you,
topic
okay?
is just an L for you.
Listen, okay, this is important.
He was doing better
Participated in a
before
video
when he was
accusing a
focusing
Jewish
on
man of
content.
exaggerating anti-Semitism.
But talking about
You
the
exhibited
fucking
in that video the
swastika
most
sword
hateful
for
symbol
more than
against
5
Jewish
minutes
people.
is stupid.
1 out of 10 of your swords that you have previously already stated you know is the quote.
Did you know that? Did you guys know that 1 out of 10 swords, or 10% of swords, commit 50% of sword-related crimes? It's wild. You should look up the stats.
Swastika sword. So am I insane for even? You're treating me like I'm insane for bringing this up, but it sounds pretty reasonable.
Oh, he's casting a spell.
I mean, it's a little insane.
So yeah,
yes.
microaggressions
Because-
just don't
because you're
exist for
asking me-
Jewish people.
You're asking me
Microaggressions.
why iDubbbz.
I thought it would take longer for them to get to this point because obviously both these guys are like on the left, so it was always going to just turn into like a no, I'm gayer, no, I'm gayer, no, I'm more fragile. I'm surprised it took this long.
It's your
made
sword,
this
bro. I don't
decision,
believe that you
and
weren't
I'm
there.
not
I'm
iDubbbz.
surprised
You're
it
there,
took
bro.
I
long.
You're
don't know how
fucking
to
house.
do. I don't know why you're asking me.
Because
why
it's
I
your
chose
house
that.
and your sword.
But I also gave you what my speculation is, and that is that
It was just
it's
a
most
cosmic
likely because
chance.
I
Okay.
previously had it laying around because I had just done an Assassin's Creed promo.
Okay, if you say so. So if it's a cosmic fluke, which you claim, then why leave the photo up?
I'm not even in the photo. I don't.
I
think,
know
right?
it's in your
Am I
room
even
though, and with your sword. Why leave the photo up if it's a cosmic fluke?
Wait, why are you asking me this question? I don't know. I'm not. Ethan.
I'm sorry,
I am
Hasan.
not
Are you
iDubbbz.
unable to make value judgments on situations like isn't that what
Value
you do for-
judgments on
Do you
swords?
think that
I don't
iDubbbz should
think.
have
Yeah, I don't
removed?
think it's.
It is funny he talks about the Assassin's Creed promos because, like, you know, Hasan's like some big bad communist, right? Who wants a bloody revolution, where of course he won't also get lined up against the wall and shot, despite being an LA millionaire. But then does like promos for giant company, you know, Assassin's Creed promo, like you working for this, doing work for some big company.
It's relevant or that big of a deal at all. If that's what you're trying to get out of me, like, yeah, I think it's not.
Okay, so you're
it's
telling a
what you
Jewish
are
man who's
perceiving.
complaining about a very odd
As a
question
Jewish
that
man,
that I'm
you're
crazy
telling
and I'm
a
exaggerating.
Jewish
Come on,
man.
Ethan, can we? Okay, you got me. All right. I don't know what to tell you.
Oh, you got me.
Listen
I
to
put a swastika in the video calling you out for exaggerating
No, that's not what I'm
anti-Semitism.
saying.
You
I
got
didn't
me.
do that.
Yes, you did.
No,
You
that's
literally
what
did.
you should have
I didn't do
started.
that.
You should have just
Okay,
saying.
laugh
But
about it.
Again,
Go on.
it's not a swastika. And
Why
again,
you leave it out?
you can't have it both ways. You can't be like, I didn't do it. I don't know what it
I'm a
is.
Jewish
Also, it's
man,
just a
you
joke.
fucking moron.
Oh,
Whoa! Did he just say that he's a high elf? Ethan is kind of showing the high elf tendency to think that you can just scream that you're a high elf and that means you win automatically because you're like the chosen people or whatever. I am still kind of want Ethan to win this though.
really?
Is anyone in that room Jewish? Was anyone in that room?
room?
Did I draw swastika one time on?
Do you think that Jews have an exclusivity agreement with like being offended or not
Yeah.
offended by Nazi imagery?
Yeah,
You've
that's a
done
good point.
a Sig Heil approximately what 50
Why
times?
did I do a
Elon
Sig
Musk did
Heil?
it?
Why did I do a Sig Heil?
I don't know.
Because you only watch clips on Twitter. I was making fun of Elon Musk and trying to see if it was valid or not.
Oh, thank you.
And by the way, as a
Thank you for
Jewish man, are you going to tell
clarifying.
black people not
As
to
a
use the
Jewish
N-word?
man.
Wait, what?
Are you going to tell black people not to use the N-word? Because
What's the timestamp here that we've got to the N-word? It's backwards. I think it's like 30 minutes. Let's look. It's like 5 hours, and we're at... Yeah. So it took him about 30 minutes to make this about the N-word.
Is it offensive?
Do you think this is an apt comparison?
Yes.
Okay. So you think that being able to draw this... Your anti-Semitism radar is completely out of whack.
And who are you to say...
Well, yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's what they'll say is like, you know, milk is anti-Semitic. You say, like, what the fuck are you talking about? And they're like, well, you don't get to define it because you're not a high elf. And it's like, oh, well, that's convenient. You have this word that just means bad. That's all it really means. It means bad and should be, like, destroyed with all of our abilities. And we get to define it.
Say that to me. You pose with a swastika.
You're saying that it's not a swastika, and you know it's not a swastika.
I mean, it
I know
literally
it sounds like I'm like on his own side. I'm
But
really
you see the
not.
swords in your background.
It's
Why didn't you
just
choose one of those
this
ones?
specific aspect of
I
it, the
didn't
whole
choose the sword.
anti-Semitism
I don't believe you.
Do you
between
think this is
two
a productive
guys
use of our time?
who are from...
Absolutely. So anyway, you
well,
say
I
it's a
guess
weird
Los
cosmic flute.
Hasan 'cause he's
Personally,
Turkish,
I think
but
it was a weird cosmic flute.
like
You say
Semitic
basically it's not a
people,
swastika. The difference between the
they're
Hindu
both
symbol and
Semites.
No, it's not.
Okay,
If he
right.
was
The
Arab,
difference
he
between the
would
Hindu
be...
symbol and
he
the
was
non-Hindu
Arab
swastika.
on behalf of
I'll finish what I said.
Palestinians.
Yeah, I'm a Jewish man. I depicted a
All right,
swastika,
cool.
a tasteless
No,
joke
I'm just
on
making sure.
I
I think he said, I'm a Jewish man, to answer this question like 8 times consecutively now. He just keeps saying, I'm a Jewish man.
I'm sure 10 years ago. You said this is the swastika sword, and you keep it in your house, and you use it and pose it in photos, attacking a Jewish man. The fact that you
No,
can't
I joke.
even
I
conceive that
jokingly
looks
refer
bad.
to it as
What's the
looking
joke
like
of
Wonder
the
Woman
Jew?
picked it up.
It's
So
If I genuinely thought it was a swastika memorabilia, do you think I would keep
Ethan's
it in my
being
house?
more high elf than
I
this.
know it's
than,
not a
like,
swastika,
frickin' Larry
right?
David.
And I know you know it's not a swastika,
At this
but it is
point,
literally a swastika also. Because the difference between a swastika and that Hindu symbol is this. You see what I'm doing? This is the difference.
Yep, he's doing
If
spelling.
you ask a Hindu person, would they walk around with a swastika sign?
Wait, so you know
Fuck
so you
no,
know it's
they
not
know that looks like a
but you keep calling it
swastika.
sword. So I'm a little confused.
Ask your Hindu friends if they would walk around with like a swastika brandished. They know.
Okay.
Are you Hindu?
I am not Hindu.
Okay, interesting.
No.
So anyway, it was a cosmic
Wait,
flute.
do you
You
think
brandished
that
what
only,
I...
do you think that only Hindu people
I
have
can't believe
the
they're
blue
still
swords? Like, what's
talking
going on?
about this. The fucking sword.
We're discussing the symbol, not the sword. Okay, go ahead. So you think it was a cosmic fluke. There was 10 swords. He magically picked that one.
So Ethan's first thing he wanted to talk about was content cop, which was smart of him. That was a very good choice strategically, and not talk about Israel-Palestine, because it's like you're essentially trivializing the song when you talk, and that's what like he would hate the most. But then he fucks up the advantage he had by talking now for 20 minutes about the swastika sword.
I can't. I'm
And
speculating
he
on
left
the
it up.
decision making
If
of
it
a
was a
person
mistake, he could have
who
deleted it.
I'm not him.
Go ahead,
I don't
ask
know.
me.
Again, I'm going to repeat myself here. I think I'm doing
You
this
don't
a
need
lot.
to. Go ahead.
No,
I am
we're
not
back to
Idubbbz.
it, right?
I don't know what was going
I'm
on
not
in his
accusing you of being
mind.
Idubbbz, Hasan, but you're acting like you're incapable of making value judgments on things because you're not
No, because
Idubbbz.
I already made the value judgment. I think you're being crazy.
Okay, well, Mr. Microaggressions thinks I'm being crazy. Very good. You have no problem telling Jewish people they're being crazy on what...
Yes.
It's like a
Wow. You have no problems to calling Jewish people crazy. It's like, what? So because you're a high elf, like it's impossible for you to be crazy? Isn't there some like correlation with neuroticism or like schizophrenia there or something? I don't know. I'm not going to say there like definitively is, but again, like for Ethan to like come out of this looking better, he needs to not focus on this aspect where he's like, because I'm a high elf, you can't call me these things. Because I'm a high elf, I'm at a different standard. Like you were playing into the trope right now, buddy.
blatant fuck... Go ahead, ask me the next question.
Yes, I don't.
Do you
I
think
don't
the-
have a
if you
problem
could go
telling
back-
you're being crazy
If-
right now.
if-
You being Jewish has nothing to do with this.
Yes.
Sure.
Good answer.
I'm sure it doesn't. Do you think going back that it was a mistake to use that sword?
I don't really care about this at all.
Okay, fantastic. Well, that really shows where
Good,
you're
great
at. Go ahead,
answer.
ask me a
Okay.
question.
Again, it sounds like I'm like
So-
pro Hasan. I'm not. It's just he's at least this aspect
Since
of
you
it is doing
believe
better.
that Israel is committing a genocide, what are the appropriate steps
See,
that
now
people
he's
can
gonna try
take
to bring this
both in the
back
Western world and
to-
also
And now Ethan's probably going to start doing better again, because this is where he's weak, where he starts talking about how these two LA millionaires have a responsibility to fight the war in LA, because that's what he's saying here. He's like, what steps do you think you have to take? And there's always this vague line about what he actually expects anyone to do, because it's like sometimes they'll get real extreme about it. They'll be like, you shouldn't even buy from certain companies because indirectly it's going to go like back to Israel or whatever. And it's like, are you paying, like, other people have said this, not my idea, but are you paying taxes, Hasan? Because that's going to Israel, at least part of it, right? Because we send them $600 trillion. And I wish we sent them more, actually. I think we should probably send them everything. But like you're paying taxes, so you're contributing to it. Like this is the whole like classic like leftist argument about whether you are like supporting capitalism or not. Like if you are living in this world and you're not living Amish, like if you really are like serious about not like contributing to the system, you basically have to go be Amish. The problem is being Amish is like really hard. It's like a lot of hard work every day. It takes a lot of skill. Like you have to have a very wide skill set, and the community that you have to build to do that is probably not going to be like a leftist commune, because it requires some kind of like metaphysical tie between all the people, so that when they get bored, they don't just drive back into the city. This is why like communes that are not like religiously based almost always fail. So like he's clearly not doing that, and what he would say is, well, I do more good by streaming. Like I have to live in this world because I have this platform and I can do more good that way. And it's like, well, if you're getting into this like harm theory stuff, is the good you're doing by streaming, by like red pilling people, like what he thinks is like red pilling, is that more good than the damage you do by living in it as a millionaire? And these are the people who think that just having over a certain dollar amount means you're evil. So like they have no leg to stand on, bringing this whole concept up of you have a responsibility to do this to stop some war 5,000 miles away.
Regional actors can take against this entity doing a genocide.
Regional actor, you're not a regional actor.
That you would consider to be appropriate, because it feels like throughout this entire process you have set boundaries on what you think
just
is
killing
inappropriate.
Civilians. That's the boundary.
As you have set boundaries on what you think is
Killing
inappropriate.
civilians.
And time and time again has said is outright anti-Semitic.
My boundary is killing civilians.
Okay, that's great. So
is that unreasonable?
That's a perfectly reasonable boundary to set.
Okay, good. So
I
then we don't
totally agree
disagree
with you on that. Great.
Okay. So let me ask you the next one. Let me ask you about the Stavros tier
Hold on.
list.
I have a. Let me finish.
Well, you asked and I answered. Go ahead. You could go on a little bit more.
Okay, so hold on. Everyone's complaining about my volume on my side because we're using Zoom instead of Discord. So my fucking
go ahead.
Audio.
It's fine. Take your time to get
my audio keeps going up and down. Okay.
The Zoom Discord war.
So
he just cast another spell.
One of the first conversations that we had, you and I had, that led to the Leftovers podcast ending, was that you considered "From the River to the Sea, Palestine will be free" to be an anti-Semitic slogan. You said that Jews.
I don't know about anti-Semitic, because again, I already talked about why that term kind of just doesn't mean anything. But, or at least it's not that it doesn't mean anything. It does mean something. It's just that it's a tool. Like, it's a very specific tool to achieve a strategic end. So using it in any kind of like fact-finding mission, like this is supposedly what this is not very useful. What I would say is that like the idea that from the river to the sea does not mean that just like that there will not be a state of Israel is ridiculous. Like Hasan is wrong about this, and Ethan is right. Ethan is right, is that phrase does mean that Israel like is destroyed, and any coping about that is just ridiculous. And I'm not saying like you can still like I wish he would just say, yeah, that is what it means, and that's my position, because then it would at least differentiate these two guys about what they believe. Like if Hasan just came out and said, yes, that's what it means, because it's obviously what it means, and that's because I don't want there to be a state of Israel. Be like, okay, now I can see why these like where the line is between them. But what he tries to do is, it's like with the sword thing. He wants it both ways. He wants it to be, you're not anti-Israel enough. Oh, but you're not anti-Israel enough, even though, Ethan's like two-state solution thinks it's to genocide, whatever. You're not anti-Israel enough. But no, it's not as if I want Israel to die or anything. It's like, well, what's the battle? Like, what horizon is even beyond this? Like, there's no horizon. You're already like in the most pro-Palestinian position here, which would be like the destruction of Israel, right? So why deny it? Like there's no room for you to disagree with him and not have that position. I don't know what the distinction would be.
Jews feel like
distinction
this is
without
an
a difference.
exterminationist slogan, and Jews fear this slogan in the United States of America.
Correct.
If you think that Israel's doing a genocide, do you feel like it is appropriate for Westerners in the United States of America and Palestinians and people of Palestinian descent to be able to use emancipatory slogans, or should they go to jail under the Trump administration?
Well, it's really interesting he brings it up. Should they be able to use slogans? If only we just had this general policy where people could kind of say whatever they want. And maybe we draw like a really hard line around threats, right? And if only we had like a 200-year constitutional framework that made that distinction really clear, going all the way back to the Supreme Court case about yelling fire in a crowded theater, but then everything else is okay. But no, these are the same guys who 5 years ago were trying to cancel everybody for saying the N-word, who, Hasan especially, like ran a freaking crusade to get people kicked off Twitch because calling them not neo-Nazis or whatever. And now you're mad, and now you're going to make this plea that like, well, people should be able to use emancipatory slogans. So it's no, what it really means is when it's furthering my strategy, when it's furthering my outcome, when it gets me closer to this revolution where I'm totally not also going to be one of the people who get shot, it's okay. But these other people who I've associated with the out group are not allowed to have free speech. You know what that sounds like? That sounds like a high elf argument, Son. For real, that sounds like the anti-Semitism thing. Like, it's the same thing. It's the same thing. It's, My in-group should be allowed to say and define anything however it wants, and the out-group cannot.
Pretty extreme questions. Now, I'm not making a value judgment. I'm just trying.
I don't
All I was trying to
think
do.
question is what's happening
Bro,
right
do you want
now
me to answer?
Okay.
Yeah. I'm trying to explain the Jewish perspective. I'm not trying to make a value judgment of it. But what I will tell you is that, how do you feel about Norm Finkelstein?
Whoa, really?
Love Norm.
Are they dude, I think Norm Finkelstein, he's the guy who, very controversial. He's like a high elf, but he writes a lot about how the narrative around what occurred, the Holocaust, I'm just going to say it, the Holocaust. He's not like a Holocaust denier, but he like has talked about like how it's kind of become like an industry, like talking about it. And it's like been very controversial, like within other high elves. There's a very famous interview or debate he had with Alan Dershowitz, where Alan Dershowitz basically told like called him out on stage, said he was like anti-Semitic, even though he's a fellow high elf, and got mad at him just for trying to honestly engage with some of these questions about Israel and stuff. And that's not to say like he's necessarily right about everything, but like the interview is famous because Alan's issue was not the material of the debate. Like his issue was not like, I disagree with you and here are the reasons why. His issue was this debate shouldn't be allowed to happen, which was really fascinating.
Norm, I know he has said that.
Here's what he had to say about this.
I know what he
No,
said.
no, no. I want the audience to see this, Hasan.
Hold on. Let me.
Hasan, I want the audience to see this
This is
video.
not going to be a moment for you because I know Norm's position.
Good, I'm glad you know. Let's let the audience know, Hasan.
You know what I mean?
Hey, Hasan, let the audience watch the video.
Yeah, Norm, he's pretty
I have a
interesting.
nuanced and reasonable disagreement with a person that I actually admire.
So that's what we're having.
Like Norm. But I
So
have
it's
disagreement
nuanced
with
and
him, yes.
understandable with Norm. Let the audience watch the video, Hasan.
Okay. Go ahead.
Palestine will be free.
Let me go back. Yeah. Here's the Norm Finkelstein, a prominent figurehead in the Palestinian liberation movement.
You just cast
Yeah,
a spell.
we-
I know. I have more
Pardon
positions, but I
me.
agree with him on
The video
ISIS
was
as
like,
well.
Be free. I think it's a bad slogan. I know the slogan from the 1960s, the 1970s. It was a bad slogan then, and it's a bad slogan now because it has too much ambiguity.
Did you see that? Hasan just
When you
gets
say
up.
from the river
Someone's gonna hit me with the chair react.
to the sea, Palestine.
I
will
thought
be
he was
free.
gonna walk out.
Obviously, a question arises. Okay, what happens to the Jews in that scenario?
Yeah, I mean, again,
And some people will say, well, all it's about is everybody.
like earlier, Ethan was being pretty disingenuous with the anti-Semitism thing, but the slogan very clearly is about getting rid of Israel. This is if I was Hasan, I'd be just trying to move past this as soon as possible, or I would just concede this point.
Being free, but that's not what the slogan
Well, what
says.
I would do if I was him is I would just say, I believe in free speech. People can say whatever they want. The problem is he can't say that because he doesn't believe in free speech, obviously.
So I have, in recent weeks, I have voiced my concern that it's a bad slogan. And I said, just change it, tweak it. From the river to the sea, one
go.
person, one vote, Palestinians will be free. And you can't answer that slogan because all you're talking about is equal rights for everyone. From the river to the sea, one person, one vote, Palestinians will be free. And I've
Well,
encountered reason.
I don't know
well,
if he
Israel
actually means the
can't
one vote
accept
thing because
that.
I think what he's
So-
saying is good in that.
Yeah, like one of the reasons why, like they, like you because of the demographics involved, you kind of, if you're Israel, you can't have a one man one vote system, or else you're gonna. It's not the what they would say is that the high elf nature of the country would eventually be eroded, which is really funny that we're allowed to care about like demographic change, especially like immigration or not immigration, but related around fertility in Israel's case, but not in all the entire West where there's like a concerted effort at demographic replacement.
From the river to the sea, Palestinians will be free, which I think is good. You're laughing at Norm.
Routinely talked at campus encampments, college campus, Palestinian encampments as to I'm not going to make much hay about the slogan in general. There's plenty of other slogans.
Well, you're willing to listen to him, but when I say it, it becomes a big controversy. I'm not. It's not even my opinion.
Disagreement with him on that,
Put it.
and you're forgetting one key factor.
What's that?
Okay, you're forgetting one key factor. Norm Finkelstein still ultimately will always say, while I disagree with the slogan because I think it scares people, it ultimately does not matter, and I'm not going to stand in opposition to it. He doesn't say it's anti-Semitic.
When have I opposed
He doesn't
it?
say it is extermination.
When have I opposed
he says
it?
That's what people think.
When
If
have
you
I
think
opposed
that-
it?
If you think that Norm Finkelstein would be in agreement
He
with
has,
you
but he's
in
good to
any
literally
way,
in
shape, or
agreement
form on
with me.
any issue, please have a conversation with him.
He's
I would-
literally in agreement with me, like
I would
verbatim.
okay. No,
Actually,
that's
even
great.
more.
You said it was
He-
anti-Semitic. Norm doesn't think it's anti-Semitic.
Hasan,
I want,
do you remember
I want
me
you to
advocating
ask Norm
against it?
Finkelstein-
Do you remember
I want
me
you to ask
advocating
Norm
against it?
Finkelstein if he agrees with you on anything.
Sure, I'll ask Norm Finkelstein.
there's a
Do
clip
you remember me denouncing
where
that statement and
yes,
saying
even
people
you
shouldn't
have
say it?
denounced the statement, and I don't.
I believe
blame
in
you
that
for
conversation.
No, it didn't
you
happen.
said
You're
that-
lying.
you
At
said it
least
was
to some
anti-Semitic.
extent.
I said it's
You
perceived
should
that way by
say-
Jewish people. All right, let's move on.
should be
The
able to
Sabra
say
tier
it.
list.
Norm
Now,
does not believe it's
So
an anti-Semitic.
what was the resolution of this? So Ethan is saying, like, when did I ever disavow the statement? But the entire start of this argument was you use this phrase, which means destroy Israel. So he, like, disavowed it in the beginning, and then at the end says, prove that I ever disavowed it. Again, I am not, like, Hasan Defense Force here, but you kind of got a self-felt on that one.
Very good. I'll ask him about it. Now, let me ask you about
Are you actually going to do that? Because that would be wonderful.
Yes, I'm going to talk to Norm. We'll have a great conversation about the From the River to the Sea.
Is it? Wait, can I ask you a question?
No. It's my turn.
Okay,
You spoke.
go ahead.
Now it's my turn.
You know what? You go ahead.
Thank you.
Bye.
I appreciate that. That's very gracious of you.
Well, I mean, it's just a back and forth conversation, but you seem to have a lot of grievances not pertaining to the actual issue at hand.
I don't know. The issue, my friend, the issue at hand is your behavior.
Fascinating.
No, I think the issue at hand is the genocide.
Well, we seem to be coming at this from two different angles, which is great, right? So let me ask you this. Hold on, you said it's my turn to ask, so let me do that. Is it my turn to ask a question or what?
There's a genocide. You already recognize
the argument about
I can care about two things, Hasan. It's very important to acknowledge that.
Don't you think
I can care about two things, my friend?
Incredibly narrow framework
Very
surrounding
easy.
your own personal feelings.
I'm not that smart, but I can care about.
What this is revealing is just how little they actually disagree on. Like they really cannot just crystallize exactly where they disagree. They both think there's a genocide. They both want it. They both want, like, representation for Palestinians. The only point of distinction would be if Hasan just straight up and came out and said, I want Israel as a country to be abolished. But he won't do that because he knows how bad that would sound, right?
Two things.
Okay. No,
even if one is more urgent than the other.
You think your own personal feelings, born out of your misunderstandings, is more important?
Did I say that? I said one is more urgent than the other, referring to the genocide.
Oh, okay. So you recognize
that
genocide is a more urgent issue.
Please let me ask you a question.
Almost all of your commentary surrounding this issue on talking about your own personal feelings and how you've been wronged by people.
Very good. Let me ask you.
Because there's a difference. Yeah, exactly. Of course, he talks mostly about his personal experience because, surprisingly, despite how out of touch both these guys are, I think Ethan understands more his position as just a low IQ funny man on the internet than Hasan. So of course he's going to talk about this in drama terms. And I guess that's Hasan's issue, is Hasan wants to be seen as like a legitimate political advocate or whatever.
So you claimed
Wait, can you answer that question?
No, Hasan, you asked your question. It's my turn. I talked about how gracious you were, man. What happened?
No, wait, but
I said you're so gracious. You're going to let me ask you a question. What happened?
Does that make
Don't
sense
make me
to
take
you?
it back. All right, let me ask you a question.
Sense to you?
Hold on to that. Ask me after this. You defended Frogan's use of the
Just
Sabra
did a lot of
tier list. What was
spells.
your opinion on that?
Wait.
Hold on to that. Ask me after this.
Frogan?
You defended.
Oh, I misspoke in my last video. For some reason, I said Frogan was on H3's side. She's not. She's, I mean, look at her. She's in a job. She also looks like that blue airplane. Let me find this. This kid's show. She looks just JJ. There's some really funny edits. I tried to find a picture, but I couldn't before the stream. What? Yeah, this guy. Frogan looks like this guy. Which is pretty, it's kind of tough. Like, imagine this guy, but he's got a hijab, it's a woman, and, like, they try to do 9/11, but fuck it up. Because she's got, like, 3 years running up-and-coming Twitch All-Star or whatever, but keeps missing the towers.
Frogan's use of the Sabra tier list. What was your opinion on that?
Sabra tier list.
Oh, my God.
Go ahead.
Again, so, like, obviously, yeah, the Sabra tier list was trying to make a point about how, like, Jews are considered or tiles are considered the opposite end of the spectrum from what else? Okay, I accept that premise. Again, this is not a strong issue for Ethan. See, here's the problem with these guys. While they were safe and sound on Twitch, getting half of the political spectrum banned for 5 years, that banned part of the political spectrum was having internet blood sports, debating, screaming about, you know, like I said, chimney shadows and all this crazy inane shit. But what it did do is it taught them how to debate. So if you go watch, like, right-wing debates that are, and specifically the kind of right-wing that got, like, deplatformed. I'm not talking about, like, Quarter Planet with his fucking coffee brand coffee, right? But if you go watch, like, right-wing debates, they're a lot different than this. And it's because, like, they're a lot more, I'm not saying that they're, like, smarter or anything. It's just that, like, the tricks of keeping the debates, like, on track and, like, making the other guy look stupid is a lot more sharpened. Like, if this was on that side of the spectrum, the guy in Ethan's position would not be bringing this Watzika sword up, and he would not be bringing up the Sabra stuff, because you know that even though he might have a point, like, ultimately, it would take too long to get to, and it makes you look petty. So you just don't talk about it.
I think that the Sabra hummus tier list is absolutely insane to consider anti-Semitic, and most people have already laughed about it. despite the fact that it was very damaging in terms of deplatforming a bunch of content creators that participated in this, egged on by yourself, by the way.
Yes. With pleasure.
And yeah, it's not.
It's insane.
Even remotely.
Okay.
It's not even remotely anti-Semitic.
Very
it's
good.
Like,
Let me ask you a
the
question.
cracker band that Twitch capitulated on.
So let me follow up with this. Have you seen the thumbnail?
The thumbnail?
Yes, that's what I said. This
For
is the
what?
thumbnail that's still up. Now, let me ask you this, Hasan. Here's Rogan's thumbnail for the Sabra hummus tier list. In the F tier is me and Ben Shapiro. Ben Shapiro is not in the tier list. He has never explored or used. Why do you think Ben Shapiro is on the F tier?
Because you guys are
Whoa,
leftists
answer the question.
and Muslim.
What, you're
so
dodging?
Ben
I'm not
Shapiro
either.
is like,
And
Oh,
I'm
but
not
you
Rogan.
can't get value
combination of everything
judgment
you
suddenly
hate.
on your friends who you've spent all this time defending.
No, because I don't care.
Well, I do.
I don't. Like,
I think
this
it's great
is
you
so-
don't
this
care.
is-
Why is Ben Shapiro there?
I don't know. I don't care. Probably because he's also
Because
a
he's
massive
Jewish?
fucking. What?
Because it's the most
he's
most
Jewish?
prominent Jewish creators on
Do you
YouTube.
think Ben Shapiro's Judaism is the reason as to why? he would
it's
be on
part
the-
of it.
without a doubt,
I mean,
yes.
come on, man.
Wait, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Hold
go ahead,
on.
take
But
your
like I
time.
said, it's
I know it's a
both.
lot to
It's that
process.
he's a high elf and he's
this is a
conservative.
lot to
So
Yeah,
it's
I
just
know,
a
man.
combination
It's
of like
tough.
all the
you
things that
really
these
don't know
guys
what to
are
say because
opposed
it looks pretty bad.
No, because it's so fucking stupid.
Well, tell me
Ethan.
then.
You look kind of
So
dumb
why is
right
Ben
now.
there?
You look kind of insane.
Okay, very good.
That's
Why is
why
Ben
I'm having
there?
a hard time. Like, I don't know why fucking Frogan made this thumbnail. And
Why
I
is
don't
Ben
care.
there?
I don't have any issue with this thumbnail.
Why is Ben there?
Because he's a prominent defender of Israel.
You're quick to say that Jews aren't the only Zionists, right? So why is Ben Shapiro, of all the people in the world who are conservatives, who are Zionists, Christian Zionists, why Ben Shapiro? Me and Ben Shapiro and F tier, the two most prominent Jewish creators on YouTube? That's a coincidence, just like the swastika, huh?
It's not a
These are
coincidence.
two
Why is
cosmic
this on the
coincidences.
agenda?
Those are really stacking up.
I just say
The
no. It's
tier
not a
list that
coincidence.
you're talking about.
Obviously.
First of all, the tier list
Who
that we're talking
cares?
about was literally designed by a Jewish content creator who you advocated to ban, and he got banned.
Very good,
His name
and I'm
is
glad he
Rafi.
did.
You
He
called him a
definitely deserved
token
it.
Jew.
Not a good
You called
point
him a
there.
token
And
Jew.
I
Shouldn't say that either. Come on, man. Because like this started with Hasan opening saying like the reason we don't like you is because you're deplatforming, you're deplatforming pro-Palestine people, and I said back then that what Ethan should do is say prove it. What are you talking about? What, just because I criticize you, that's not deplatforming. And then I said that what Hasan should say in response to that is bring up the Gokanaru thing. They won't do that because well, even though Gokanaru I'm pretty sure is a high elf too, but now you have Ethan just openly saying like, yeah, I got this guy banned. Like, you don't. Again, this is what I mean when I talk about how, like, being deplatformed sharpens the debate sword. It's why, like, the people who got giga banned for the last 10 years by these people, wouldn't be making these kind of mistakes. And again, I'm not saying that because I think they're, like, inherently smarter or anything. There's some really stupid people, like, on that side of the spectrum who debate. But you do learn, like, you don't admit to deplatform. Don't say like you never say that. You never say I got this guy banned. You deflect, or you say he must have broken the rules, or whatever. Or just don't say anything.
Still stand by that. The man is just
You
fucking.
think-
He's yeah.
So you get to draw swastikas on PewDiePie, but Rafi can't say that there is a tier list here where Sabra
This is
hummus
Rogan's tier list. This is her-
the lowest. The Sabra hummus, liking Sabra hummus is the lowest tier.
Ben Shapiro.
And the
Again,
highest tier
this is just
being
a
able to get a
losing issue
Habibi
for
pass.
him.
You as a Jew get to
For
determine
Ethan, I mean.
what other Jews
The
are able
Sabra
to
hummus
do.
and the-
You're the
and
Pope
swastika
of the Jews.
store
This
are
is
the two
the
I'm not
weakest
determining what they can do, but this is
Yes.
this is
That and the as a Jewish
This
man
is her
shit.
stage. This is her bit. I mean, you can say that the Jewish dude is the fall guy and did everything, but that's not true.
So you get to draw swastikas, but Rafi can't even say Sabra hummus is dog shit.
How about we all get to draw swastikas? There. Whoa, boom, problem solved. How about everybody gets to just do whatever stupid shit they want, so long as it's not falls under like the Supreme Court's definition as an imminent threat. Like, this is why I hate this like speech debate that's occurred the last like 10, 15 years on the internet, because we already went through a debate on what speech is harmful and what speech is not in the US. And a lot smarter people than these idiots online did it. They were like Supreme Court justices in like 1910 and stuff. And they came down with a pretty good standard where 99.99% of stuff you can say, and you have to fulfill very specific conditions for it to be disallowed. I think that is the answer. But no, we're enlightened now. We're on the internet. We have our fluffy dog in the background. So we got to redefine what speech is allowed. And now we're debating about whether you're allowed to, who's allowed to draw the swastika on PewDiePie and who's not. Like, how about everyone? Anyone can. You do whatever they want.
By the way,
You're gonna
you think
call
that
him
my
a fucking
criticism
Jew
is that he doesn't
Up
like
until
Sabra
that,
hummus?
like,
Are you
standard.
serious right now? By the way, is that a beef? Hold on,
Of
what
like
are
an
you drinking?
imminent threat.
It's a Dr. Pepper cream
Isn't that
soda.
who owns that?
Oh, okay.
I don't know, but it's
this
not
is a
on the
good
US
point.
national
This is what
list.
I was saying earlier.
We'll double check.
I'm 100% sure.
Okay, we'll double check that.
I mean, this is funny because I guarantee you they're about to spend 20 minutes talking about soda, about how you're drinking soda. Every sip kills a fucking wood elf or whatever. But this is the point I was making earlier, where it's like Hasan's talking about like, what are you doing for the Mujahideen or whatever, and then he supports all these companies and whatever.
It's not about
pays
Sabra
taxes.
hummus, and like let's not be obtuse.
Actually, the BDS one is actually pretty funny too, because like you've been, you consistently talk about you consistently talk about how like I drink Diet Coke or whatever. When that fan came up to me and said, "Stop drinking Diet Coke," it was not on the Palestinian National Committee's official BDS list.
Yes, it was.
And ever
You're
since it
lying.
has been on the official BDS list,
You're lying.
I have not drank Diet Coke or purchased any Diet Cokes at all.
You're lying.
Oh, well, that must be why Palestine's winning right now. Because Hasan stopped buying Diet Coke.
It was on the list.
Wait, what is?
Yeah, it was on the list. You're lying.
What was on the list?
Coke.
Yes,
Now we're going to debate about whether Coke is haram.
yes, it was put on the list, and I stopped purchasing Coke, and I stopped drinking Diet Coke.
You
even though
said,
I love
you know
Diet
what's
Coke.
funny? You told her.
Because I think it's like
you remember
not
what you told
that
her, son?
significant.
You remember what you told her? You said, "I'll just put it in a cup."
Yeah, no, I was joking with her because I thought that it was a ridiculous request at the time because it wasn't on the Palestinian National Committee's official boycott, divestment, and sanctions list, Ethan.
Hasan, have you ever considered coming to your own conclusions about what companies to support or not, instead of basically making an appeal of authority here and saying that you'll only boycott stuff once this collection of astroturfed, useful idiot tier leftovers from when the Soviets probably founded them 40 years ago determine whether something's on the list or not? How about you look into it yourself and decide? And the reason why I say that is because a lot of these companies that they don't boycott, you look at them and you're like, I wonder why these media companies, the ones that push all of this, like, how am I going to say this? Like anti-imperial Talos worshiper propaganda type stuff aren't on the list. And it's like, oh yeah, because, what we're boycotting here really is only stuff that is directly, it's not like a principal issue. It's just strategy. It's purely strategy.
Okay. It's not about Sabra hummus, just so you know. Like, let's not be silly.
Wait, what is
this.
it about?
It's about what's Sabra means a Jew born in Israel. It's an Israeli company. Everybody knows it's like considered like Israeli hummus. It's been on the BDS list. Everybody knows the connotations of Sabra hummus,
It's
right?
so- it's
Nobody.
so doo-doo.
Yeah,
It
I
is
don't like
doo-doo
Sabra
hummus.
hummus either. We're not talking
Do
about
we-
hummus. What I don't
okay,
like is
okay, great. So you-
anti-Semitism
I like
perpetuated
hummus.
by your friends and swept by you. Now, why is Ben Shapiro in the F tier? That's a cosmic coincidence. Okay, let's move on. Very good.
Ethan,
Go ahead. Next question.
The thing about Sabra is it's pretty bland, but it's like the only kind you can get in a lot of places.
Again, I'm not
I
Frogan,
know it's.
and I don't know
I know.
why.
How can I make value judgments on my friends I've been defending for 2 years?
Also,
Who can say?
there is a tier list in front of me, and it seems like a bunch of people, both
Ben
Jewish
Shapiro and me are in the
non-Jewish,
F tier.
on the Loves Sabra tier list.
You're looking at the end. I'm looking at the thumbnail, bro. I'm talking about the thumbnail.
I know,
right?
but I first of all, again, I'm making.
This is just such a bad issue for Ethan. This fucking tier list. It's like the swastikas. Dude, move on from this. Why don't you start talking about, like, I'm surprised he didn't come in hard hitting with the why are you throwing my old friend iDubbbz at me? Also then bring up like the clips where he defends 9/11 and shit like that. Just like, again, if this was a right wing type debate on D Live, right? Or whatever, I guess D Live doesn't exist anymore, but a platform like that, stream.me, that would have been the first thing that brought up. And the way you know that is because whenever you watch these right wing debates, they always go for the throat in the beginning, and what going for the throat means is like the worst thing you can possibly accuse someone of, and it's always like, you're a pedophile. That's why all the debates just become, you're a pedophile, no, you're a pedophile.
making inferences about editorial decisions that other people have made. I'm just simply speculating.
Oh, so this is like the sword thing where it's like, oh yeah, it went through my team, and there was an editorial decision. The guy's talking about like he's the CEO of Coca-Cola, and he's got 13 secretaries.
But you know, it's a.
Are you not embarrassed by this
joke.
armpit hair? It's so cringy, bro. It's like so weird. I'm glad you changed that finally. On a separate note,
What?
I find it just so weird and bizarre that this was your thumbnail for so long. Also, ironically, wearing a Rolex hat, which is like probably the symbol of capitalist excess.
Yeah, it's ironic,
Yeah,
bro.
I
It's
got
ironic,
a
bro.
free
Cool,
Rolex
dude.
hat.
I'm ironically
Wear it.
capitalist.
Yeah, and you're
man.
so. Oh wow, who knew? So anyway, Ben Shapiro was
I'm so-
accidentally in the F
What
tier.
does this have to do with anything? What's going on, man?
Yeah, I know
What's
it's
happening?
confusing. It's very confusing for you. It's like a car crash, I'm
There's
sure.
So why do you think there's a
so
Jewish
this is a
man in
cosmic
the A
mistake.
tier
Let's move on.
on the tier list? If you think that it's like
Cosmic
all about
mistake.
anti-Semitism,
I do kind of like
and-
that line that he keeps saying everything's a cosmic mistake. That is kind of funny, but these are still losing issues for him.
Do you
and,
think that this is at least a bad coincidence?
No, I don't.
Wow,
I
that's
really don't.
fantastic.
No, I don't think it's a bad coincidence at all. I think you're trying to find with a fine tooth comb like any
Of course.
incidents.
The
that
Jewish
even
man
come
is
across as
crazy.
remotely
He sees
anti-Semitic, and you're
anti-Semitism
having a really
everywhere.
hard time.
These
Well,
are
if you
just
want my answer,
cosmic
you want my perspective,
mistakes.
I'm telling you. If you want my perspective, I'm giving it to you. I think genuinely, at a time when there is unprecedented levels
Yes,
of
I know. We can't
open,
talk about
out and
anything
out
else. That's very
anti-Semitism,
convenient for you.
At a time when there's unprecedented levels of out and about anti-Semitism, with incredibly prominent, oftentimes right-wing conservative figureheads actively talking about Jews, in deeply anti-Semitic
Yeah,
fashion.
make this about
you
conservatives
have lasered in on
who
people
have no
that you
presence
can't
in this
even
debate
actually
at all.
catch, quote unquote, dead to rights
This is
because
two
they're not
people-
anti-Semitic.
Well,
You
they're
know,
not wearing a
and
shirt
on
that
the
says
exact
I hate
same
Jews,
side of
but
the
they're walking around
spectrum
swastikas
fighting.
to me
and
like
doing tier
you-
lists with Jews on the bottom. I mean, that's as
It
close as you
seems
can
to
pretty
me
much fucking
like
get without them
you-
just saying, I hate Jewish people.
Ethan, it seems to me like
And I
you
think you're
want
acting
them-
really silly.
It is kind of funny that, this is supposed to be the side where it's like distinctions don't matter. There's no in-group, out-groups. like you should care about the whole world as much as you care about your own mother. Like that's the psychological phenomenon on this side of the spectrum. And Ethan still would rather defend his fellow high elf, Ben Shapiro, despite being completely opposite ideologically. Like it's kind of why like this whole alliance was never sustainable, because you have these two groups, and it's not just the high elves. It's like both what elves are like this too, where they are defined by their in-group out-group bias, but then they choose the side that thinks it doesn't exist. So it's like it was always going to blow up.
Up to this right now, the guy who's all about microaggressions and understanding the perspective of minorities and stuff, telling a Jewish man that he's hallucinating anti-Semitism and won't even concede that this looks bad. Okay, fantastic.
No, you're hallucinating anti-Semitism in this circumstance.
Very good.
I'm not saying anti-Semitism is not a prominent fixture of American politics.
Very good.
I think philo-Semitism is a fixture of American politics more than anything.
Actually do think that anti-Semitism has exploded in popularity in American politics, especially.
The fact that this debate even like is worth having is proof that the opposite is true. The fact that like in Ethan's view, the like killing blow here would be to get Hasan labeled an anti-Semite kind of just proves the point of how powerful that side is.
Oh, that's not my point at all. I'm saying you individually, right?
It's like if anti-Semitism was the primary expression of American politics, then Hasan would want to be called an anti-Semite.
Now, wish that these people were anti-Semitic, so you're trying to find anything you can hold on to.
It's really not a stretch.
But once again, none of those people are me. So I don't know why.
Let's stop with the value judgment thing. Like you can't make a decision. It sounds stupid as hell, dude.
Wait, I sound stupid as hell?
Well, when you go, I can't draw. I'm not them. I mean, it's.
I don't know what you're asking me. What their genuine decision making is.
Why would I want my best friend Ida to be anti-Semitic? Why would I want my best friend Ida to be anti-Semitic? Why would I want that? You think I enjoy my friends and people around me being anti-Semitic?
Do you want me to tell you why?
I would love.
I don't think you're gonna like the answer.
Yeah, this is gonna be good. Go ahead.
Okay. You want everyone that has criticized you to be anti-Semitic so that it makes you feel better about your position.
So I'm getting too close to the truth here. Again, I'm generally on this whole issue not on his side, but like he's almost there. He's like almost red pilled, where it's like, wait, are you trying to say that maybe this entire terminology is invented for a strategic purpose to like cultivate and maintain cultural power? Whoa.
And it's not your own personal positions that you have explained to people that come across like you're using anti-Semitism as a shield to deflect criticisms against Israel.
This is
and if they are actually out and about anti-Semites, that'll make you feel a little bit more comfortable, like you won the argument in your mind, and that your community would also finally go, oh yeah, you're right, you're a permanent victim in this situation. But because there's an unimaginable amount of anti-Semitism everywhere online,
because there's an unimaginable. There is a lot of anti-Semitism online, not on prominent platforms, because you guys whatever you think it is, like anti-Semitism is, that gets back to the definition debate, but it's not on YouTube, it's not on like these big platforms, because these guys got anyone who they disagreed with called an anti-Semite and banned. Like again, Hasan's doing like the mistake he made before, where he's trying to hold two mutually exclusive positions at the same time. He's trying to say anti-Semitism is everywhere. It's a primary expression of American politics, but also you want to use anti-Semitism, the label of anti-Semitism, as a tool, because if you can get someone called anti-Semitic, then no one will like them. It's like, well, if it was if it's considered a universal bad, then it's clearly not a primary cultural like force. It's actually the opposite.
It comes across as shocking that you laser in on what you perceive are dog whistles when they're very clearly not even dog whistles at all. And I'll give you an example of this. Something that you did that I found very funny was you tweeted, or you don't tweet, sorry. You Instagram posted about my Theo Von podcast appearance.
Sure did.
My Theo Von podcast appearance where you were like, oh, I can't believe Theo Von didn't actually ask him about his like dangerous anti-Semitism or any number of different things in the conversation, including, I think you talked about Rick Scott. Now, we did actually talk. Theo Von and I did actually talk about Rick Scott.
Let's pull that clip up,
I'm sure you didn't see that. But hold on, let me finish. But what I found very strange about that was the fact that Theo Von, and I didn't even know this at the time, the day prior to me, had actually interviewed Candace Owens. I think you and I both agree that Candace Owens is an anti-Semite, right?
I think that he was on that 1-2.
Whoa. And Candace Owens are you guys anti-black? Because that's basically the argument that Ethan was making earlier when he's like, as a Jewish man, you can't call me crazy. It's like, well, what about her as a black woman? Is her being a black woman may absolve her of any criticism too, or is it just the high elves?
2 punch.
Okay,
bam!
Do you think
hit him with that anti-Semitism, boy?
Ethan. As your former podcast co-host,
as a Turk,
do you think that I am anti-Semitic? One, and if you think I am, do you think I'm as
You know what? I think you wish you were anti-Semitic, Hasan. I think you're too much of a bitch to be anti-Semitic, because to be anti-Semitic means you would actually have to pay a cost. And this gets back to the idea before where I said that like when they're saying like there's anti-Semitism everywhere, it's like this primary thing. No, it's not. Like, if you are actually openly anti-Semitic in a real way, not in the, like, ADL, everything's anti-Semitic when I want it to be, but I mean, like, in a serious, like, unhinged way, it's costly. You're gonna, like, lose friends. You're gonna lose your job. You're probably gonna get deplatformed off everything. And you see it happen, like all these guys from back in the IBS days. A lot of those guys were seriously anti-Semitic and got deplatformed off everything. But Hasan wants the street cred of being this edgy guy who's like pro-Palestine, but he doesn't want to actually have to pay the cost. So this is why I said that there's like a distinction without a difference between their two positions here. Because if he just came out here and said, "Yeah, I'm anti-Semitic and I want the state of Israel to be destroyed," well, then there would be an actual debate here, because they would actually have mutually exclusive positions. And people listening to it might actually be able to learn something or help inform their own position or come to whatever conclusion they want. But instead, this is just two millionaires who agree on everything. Just one of them has a different aesthetic than the other. Mad that they won't like bow down to each other and declare them the head of the local commiserate.
Anti-Semitic is Candace Owens.
So, yes, I think you're anti-Semitic at this point. I'm comfortable saying that. Are you an anti?
Point.
Well, let me finish.
Let me
finish.
move
You
on
asked
from
me two
Krogan
questions.
and let's address
No.
what
You
you
asked
think I'm
me.
doing that's
Hold the
anti-Semitic.
phone. You asked me two questions together. I'm going to answer both. You said, do you think I'm anti-Semitic? After talking to you so far today, I can say unreservedly yes. Do I think that you are more anti-Semitic than Candace Owens? No. But I think your form of anti-Semitism is way more destructive and sinister. Candace Owens...
Oh. You sure about that? Are you sure you want to say that, Ethan? Because... again, the sort of stuff that Candace Owens says is stuff that, you know, when people said it back in 2018, 2017, 2019, you called for them to basically have their lives ruined. So you're going to call for Hasan to have his life ruined if supposedly his is worse?
Owens is outright. Hold on there, Hasan. This is an important question.
You think I'm anti-Semitic now? Because 2 days
I'm
ago
going
you
to
said I
answer.
wasn't.
I'm going to answer.
Okay.
Your form of anti-Semitism
yesterday.
is way more insidious because it's silent, it's tricky. She's out there just saying what she believes, and
The word you're looking for here is subversive, but I don't think that the Hiles like that word because of the way it's usually applied.
I respect her for that. Nick Fuentes is just out there. Nobody knows that. What's his stance on Israel? Candace Owens' stance on Israel. But you're tricky. What you do is deny the heritage of
Tricky? Hiles calling him someone tricky?
Middle Eastern Jews, stuff like that. You accuse them of being always the oppressor,
What?
always. Everything.
Can you
And by the way,
point
you spent the first part of this.
This whole rant is very ironic. I don't think he's wrong about what he's saying, at least generally, but I understand the concept of, like, you know, kill the traitor before the enemy, but coming from Ethan, it's funny because this rant is exactly the argument that said and actual anti-Semites make about high elves. Like, this is literally what they say. They say that they're more dangerous than, you know, other races they don't like because they, like, infiltrate or whatever. And that's exactly what he's saying about Hasan. Again, this is what happens when you combine an ideology that doesn't believe in in-group and out-groups and then make it made up of people whose entire identity is their in-group and out-groups. You get these contradictions.
Debate, calling me insane for what I think most people would perceive as blatant, obvious anti-Semitic acts.
I don't think most people would look at what you're doing right now.
Well, let's not worry about that.
Let's sign of mental sanity.
Well, we'll have time to poll the audience afterwards. So let's continue.
Okay. All right. Well,
We'll poll the audience.
going back to the Theo Vaughn situation,
Maybe that's how we should determine anti-Semitism, rather than it just be like this centralized committee. The ADL just declares it. We have a vote. Everybody comes together and they vote whether someone's anti-Semitic or not.
So you said I'm anti-Semitic, right? Yesterday you said, or 2 days ago, in the aftermath of the Sam Cedar conversation, you said I'm not anti-Semitic. So what has changed in that process? Is it this conversation that you and I had?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Got it. All right.
Yeah, what changed is that you didn't say what he wanted you to say, basically.
Here's the clip, by the way. You accused me of not.
there won't, is it?
You accused me of not mentioning that Theo Vaughn did not ask you about Rick Scott. Let's go back and watch the clip.
Because, No, I like, said- of what I you didn't just say made.
Oh,
the
you
clip. I
literally
said
look
in
like the
your
dude from
Instagram
Beetlejuice. That's
story.
crazy. The
On your
small head guy.
Ethan, I use my words very carefully. I said in the Instagram story that you posted. I don't
Small head
watch
guy,
your stream
Beetlejuice.
that much. I don't. I only
In the
see
waiting room.
bits and pieces of
Bro,
it.
that's crazy. Do you see the resemblance?
What?
You're this guy from Beetlejuice. In this photo, you have like the same coat and shit.
Yeah. Yeah, that's you are a comedian.
I sure am, buddy. I see you laughing.
so
All right,
mad.
anyway. So you accused me of misrepresenting
so
what happened. Let's play the
mad.
clip.
Right, $800 billion of Medicare and Medicaid that they want to cut. Mike Johnson goes on stage, goes on Caitlin Collins on CNN,
is this
and
him
says, "Oh, there's
coping
a lot of
about
fraud
saying
happening."
that she
There's not
killed
fraud happening in
people?
Medicare and Medicaid on the point of the recipient.
Right.
It's happening on the point of the providers.
Right.
And that's why I got banned recently on
way.
Twitch yesterday because
You know, I love the solution to a solution to like the healthcare problem that these guys will never talk about is basically what they think. It literally just comes down to throw money at it. That's like these guys' entire position. That's why he's talking about the $800 billion getting cut. Is it's just if we could just give one more dollar, to the system that has failed to achieve its stated objectives over the last 60 years. If we just have, it's like education is like this too, and welfare, all of these things, all these like Great Society, LBJ type shit. It's if we just spend $5 more, everybody would have all this. It's like, no, this is not a money problem. This is not a money problem. This is the like way the system is structured for like healthcare has a bazillion perverse incentives that you don't have to be right or left to like recognize. And the one solution, one that Rand Paul has talked about, is to get rid of the intermediary, is to get rid of health insurance entirely and allow hospitals to actually compete for prices. You never hear these guys talk about that solution. The problem is because even though it might reduce costs, it's broadly viewed as privatization, and that's like a dirty word for them. Even though you have Singapore, which has the most efficient healthcare system in the world, that is a combination of a public and a private system. It's just structured differently than ours. And it's because it doesn't have this giant siphon where like intermediary insurance companies can inflate the cost of everything and siphon a bunch of money off of. But, the primary constituency on this side are the people siphoning the money. So, of course, they don't like that.
One day.
So you just got back.
Yeah, Libs of TikTok was like posting about how I said something.
Wait, what is this?
And they misconstrued it as though it was a call to action to assassinate a sitting
why are you
US
showing me
senator.
this?
Well, you're saying I didn't bring this up, but I'm saying
Also, he's got Celsius in the background. That's how you know that these guys aren't based, because I am drinking Bang. It's a shame, though, because Bang is actually not based anymore. They're owned by Monster, but the energy drink war has begun. They have.
that Theo didn't bring this up. He didn't. You brought it up, framed it in your own way to basically preempt a tough question.
Ethan. I said on the Instagram story that you posted about me, Dan, can you switch it back to Ethan?
Don't switch it back, Dan. I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
I'm switching it back.
Okay.
1 second.
All right, thanks, Dan.
I know, man.
This looks ridiculous on
It
my
sure
end.
does,
I'm
buddy.
sorry. Okay. So yeah, this was
And it's not
This
because of the
dog
video.
sleep
post
through
as well,
this.
but
You
the
look so
post I was
comfy.
referring to was make sure Theo knows how you feel about hosting a terrorist adjacent content creator, and I believe there was
Terrorist
another
adjacent.
post.
Am I terrorist adjacent because I played the ISIS music last stream? Like, what does a terrorist... I mean, I actually kind of agree with what Ethan's actual point here, which is that he brought on a Houthi guy. The Houthis are actually one of the few groups in the Middle East. I think the Empire has an actual security interest in fighting because they obstruct the freedom of movement in the Red Sea.
Post about it or something. But again,
I said he was irresponsible to platform you and not ask you difficult questions.
yeah. So the question I have for you once again is like he had Candace Owens on. Like, do you feel like that's a little bit more damaging in terms of spreading potentially anti-Semitic narrative?
Yeah, I love and this is like what I was talking about earlier when I said that Hasan and stuff were perfectly fine deplatforming anybody who was their competition ideologically before, but now he's talking about how Ethan's deplatforming Palestinians or whatever. And it's like, these guys are so afraid of the other side, like the quality of their ideas. Because think about this, if like Candace Owens is not a genius. Okay, I don't know if you've ever anyone has listened to her, but she's all over the place, right? But the mere prospect that she would go on a large platform and just have a conversation is so scary to this guy that's why he's saying it's dangerous. And I'm sure Ethan will agree with him and say that it's like dangerous and they both want it banned.
Or do you think
The only thing they'll disagree on is whether Hasan himself falls into this category.
that anti-Semitism is when you feel bad personally? And
Yes. Wow, that was amazing that he just said that. That is like straight out of Killstream IBS debate 2018. The idea that the fundamental definition, actual definition of anti-Semitism is just when a Ohio feels bad. That's crazy that he said that.
that could be any number of different things that I've done in any given moment.
Yes, I think you were just as bad as her in your own special way, and that's why.
You think
and
I'm
you guys
just
were
as
hitting that
bad
same
as Candace
flavor.
Owens
Yes.
on anti-Semitism
Yes.
in my own special way.
Yes.
Okay, got it.
Very
All right,
good.
cool.
Very good. So let me ask
Like
you
I
a
said,
question.
you only just
Hasan, can I ask you a
Can
question?
you now officially
It's just whether Hasan
not
follows
talk about
into
like Fogan or anyone else
get
and tell
banned
me
category.
why I'm anti-Semitic?
Well, we're
'Cause
kind of
yesterday,
getting
2
there.
days ago you said I wasn't, but
I already-
also for a year
You're repeating yourself.
Well, I am, because you haven't answered this question.
I have literally
2 days ago
answered
you
it
said I
probably
wasn't
2 times. The
anti-Semitic.
reason
For
that
a
I'm saying you're
year-
anti-Semitic is because how you
for a
responded to my question at the beginning of this interview.
year- Ethan, for an entire year, you called me a virulent anti-Semite,
No,
a rabid anti-Semite.
never did.
You did. You did.
Did
You went
not.
back and
I
forth
have
on it.
actually
you
went
did.
back and
Checked
checked.
you on it.
I had said
You
that
did.
you spread anti-Semitism and stuff, but I never called you an anti-Semitic. I went back and
Oh,
checked
so
your
I was
line.
simply spreading
Yeah,
anti-Semitism.
I mean, it's a difference.
Okay, got it. Okay.
Okay, can I ask you?
Hasan is doing a lot better in this than I expected him to, because I've listened to some debates with him and he is so bad. Usually, like, if you ever try to pin him down on like anything that requires any kind of knowledge, I mean, the infamous one is like the Ukraine thing, where like the night the invasion is happening, he's saying it couldn't happen.
Tier list is about Habibi, not Sabr. You're conceding the framing. Yeah, we're not conceding to anything. I don't want to even talk about the tier list anymore.
Part of the reason why he's doing bad is because Ethan is allowing his high elfness to focus on like really trivial, like petty stuff instead of where he could really roast Hasan.
More. Stop it. Okay.
Okay, let me ask. My turn. Do you think it's
All right, your
appropriate to accuse? Do you think it's appropriate to accuse any Jewish person you disagree with of working with the ADL?
No.
Here, for example, is someone.
Again, that's like another like right-wing kill stream thing. Is like anybody who disagrees with me is an ADL agent.
Saying it's
You're talking about
anti-Semitic.
me saying that Ethan Klein and ADL in unison.
Hasan, let me finish. You're getting ahead of yourself, buddy.
Yes, I do. I do think that that's,
You're getting ahead of
a valid
yourself,
thing
man.
that's a valid thing to not only speculate, but also I
Hold the
stand on that
phone,
for sure.
Hasan.
Yeah, I mean there are. ADL is a very shady organization and does a lot of really, really shitty stuff to their own benefit. I actually don't think it's too crazy to be kind of suspicious about them. Now, I don't think that extends to everybody I disagree with as an ADL agent. I'm surprised Hasan is he's slowly coaxing Hasan into taking the actual opposing position here. Like I said, Hasan wants both ways. He wants to both not be anti-Semitic, not want the destruction of Israel, but also be distinct from H3, so they actually have a dispute. But like you can't have both. And the more stuff he says about this, the more he's starting to move into the actually like opposed position, which I think is, he probably doesn't view it to his benefit. I think it's to his benefit in this particular debate, because otherwise there's no reason for this. He just looks silly. He looks trivial for even going in through this if they don't disagree.
I'm getting there. You're getting ahead of yourself, buddy. Here's an example of it being used in an anti-Semitic way. I'm sure you'll agree. Timeline on that doesn't make a lot of sense.
I heard you're
Who is this? What is this?
This is your fan who ran up on me on Rodeo.
Who the fuck is this guy? My fan?
Yeah.
This
You
It's
remember.
another losing issue, man. Don't blame the guy for what their fans do unless you have like a silver bullet argument where it's like you have them on tape in the Discord or whatever sending their minions out.
Wait, is this the guy?
Yeah, you remember.
Wait. No, this is the guy that you claimed was my fan, right? He was calling me the fucking
I mean, there's a clip of being like, yo, I love this dude. Anyway, who cares if he's your fan or not?
No,
The point is,
Whoa, no, that's kind of the crux of your argument here, Ethan.
No, hold
No, it
on.
doesn't-
Hold on.
No,
You brought this
it
dude
doesn't
up.
matter.
And
I'm
I
showing
believe
him
this is
as an
not the first time
example
you
of
brought
you.
this dude up. It does matter. It
Okay,
does
fine.
matter.
He's
You
not a
brought him
fan.
up.
I don't care.
You brought him up.
So then
What
why
do
is
you
he
mean you
related
don't
to
care?
Hasan?
If I brought him up, Hasan, if I brought
He's
him up,
not
let
his
me
fan.
finish my
It doesn't
point.
matter what he says.
Save it.
Why did you make it seem like that person was a fan of mine then?
Let me get to there, okay? You asked me.
No,
It's my
get
turn to
there
ask a
now.
question. Just
Why
because
do
I
you
brought
think
him
this
up
random
doesn't give you the
fucking
space
guy
to
is a fan of mine,
interject.
Ethan? Is it because he rolled up to me
Let
and
me
tried to
finish.
fucking clout farm? Is that why?
Yes.
At
Okay,
the
thank you
encampment
very
where I was
much.
very clearly disturbed by his presence?
Hasan,
Is
I
that
think
why?
you know where I'm going, and I think you're scared. Yeah,
Ethan, can you answer the question?
let me-
Why did you falsely claim that this fucking
Because it's
random
a
dude
video
who
saying
does
he
not
loves you,
like
that you're
fans
his favorite
is a
person in the
fan
world.
of
What do you
mine?
mean?
Didn't you use?
All right, Hasan, here you go,
use-
buddy.
If Hasan really wants to like show his power level here, he'll say, "Weren't you the one saying that I was tricky earlier?"
Here you go. You wanted it. I got it.
I'm so sorry.
I love you.
I'm so sorry.
I love you,
I love you, bro.
You're like my hero.
You're the GOAT.
Okay, so he hugged some guy.
Wow, how crazy. I'm fucking. Is this another?
Buddy, it's just like a fan meet and greet. What he's supposed to do a full background check before he runs into this guy at what looks like a freaking yard sale.
another hysterical delusion?
Yes, it is, and I'm going to explain to you exactly why.
This is
Wow, dude.
I can't believe how bad Ethan is doing so far. I'm really surprised. I thought Hasan was going to come in here and make a complete fool of himself, but Ethan has picked every single one of these, like almost all of them. There's like 2 good points he made, focusing on the content cop and the river to the sea thing. But other than that, like, dude, these are not winning issues that he's focusing on.
I love you. You're the GOAT, bro.
We spent a good deal of our time in the encampment. If you watch the unedited full live stream, we spent a good deal of the
seen that.
entirety of the encampment running away from him because he kept trying to ask me dumbass fucking questions.
Okay, but that's
for
got
his
nothing to do
own
with he's a fan.
Dumbass,
Listen,
for his own
Hasan,
dumbass
please.
podcast.
You're derailing this, and I need to.
I'm not derailing it.
You
It's not called
absolutely
derailing.
are.
When I'm telling you I was there and I'm telling you
Okay,
the situation,
very good.
you are nefariously making it seem as though this.
Nefariously. Okay, we're getting close to what I said. Call him tricky. Just go. Come on, man. Hasan, if you're going to be sitting in this chair with the Palestine thing and the fluffy doggy in the background and everything, just go full high elf depth, man. Come on. I'm not even saying that because like I want Hasan to be like I want to like him or anything. I just think it'd be more entertaining. There'd be a real debate here then.
This person is a massive
Do I
fan
need
of
to play
mine.
the clip
We're just
again?
trying to cloud chase.
I'll play it again. Fuck.
You can play that clip again.
Oh my God!
Bro, I
I love you,
subtitles.
Hasan. Can I give you a
Can you
hug?
play the clip where he openly admits he doesn't know who I am and asks
You're like
people
my
around?
hero.
Because that also
You're my hero, bro. I love you.
You're the coolest guy.
You're the coolest guy in the world.
Hold on, I think I look gay now.
I think I'll gain that one.
3, 2,
Ethan.
1.
Ethan.
Yes, sir.
Ethan.
You okay?
If you think he was a fan of mine, why'd you call him a Sneeko fan when you interviewed him?
Because he's both. I mean, surely there's crossover.
Oh, there's a crossover.
Do I need to play the video again?
Okay,
I'll
well,
do
my,
it again.
my,
Fuck it.
my
Yeah.
producer
I'll
and my
play it
camera,
again.
March. My producer and my camera,
The video
March,
doesn't prove what you
was
think it does.
there,
I'm so sorry.
and he's in the chat right
The,
now.
the video proves that this random guy went up and hugged Hasan. I could go run up and hug Hasan. I'm not a fucking fan.
You're my hero, bro. I love you. Bro, you're the coolest guy in the world, bro. Hold on, I think I look
Listen, he might not be a fan, but you can't accuse me of being delusional for saying that.
You are delusional.
Okay, very good.
You
I'm
are.
delusional. Let me get to my point, please.
I mean,
so I'm not.
I would admit he's a fan. I'd say, yeah, he's a fan, and I'm not responsible for every single one of the people who calls themselves my fan, like what they believe or say.
I'm not even asking you to endorse this guy. I'm just simply showing you.
I don't endorse him.
I know you
and
don't.
He's not a fan of mine. So why did you claim that he was a fan of mine? Because he
I'll
fucking
play it
clout
again.
chased.
I mean, I feel like we're running
He
in
was
circles.
clout
I'll play
chasing
it.
and
Let's again.
Yeah, if I was Hasan, I wouldn't even deny he's fan. I was like, yeah, maybe he's a fan. I don't know. I don't fucking know the guy. He's not my brother.
Palestinian encampment? That's why? That's all it takes for you?
No, it was when he said, "You're the GOAT. You're my hero. I love you."
He didn't know who I was. He was just saying that so he could fucking ask for
He
an interview
literally
for his
recognized
podcast,
you.
for his POA podcast.
Okay, who cares? I don't care. So let me
Well,
move
now
on.
you don't care.
Whoa. Yeah, again, Ethan, you can't just say whatever. I don't care. That's a concession. That means you're saying I lose. Yeah, like again, if this was in the IBS sphere, you wouldn't hear stuff like that. What instead Ethan would do is probably just start screaming the N-word, which also isn't a great strategy, but it's at least funnier.
Do you want to talk about this for 2 hours, or do you want to actually have a conversation?
Wait, well, hold on. You can't just say you don't care all of a sudden when you look like a fucking asshole for falsely claiming that some random
I'll play
person
it
who
again.
stalked you
Yeah.
is a fan of mine.
Sure.
You
I
said
heard
he
you
was
talk
a
about-
fan of mine I believe
Okay, I
in one
lied.
of your videos.
I lied
You
about
said
him
he was
being a
of
fan.
mine, and I was sending harassment
I
your way.
concede. Yes, very
Don't
good.
you think that's a big point of contention? Don't you feel like
I
it's a big
concede.
point of contention?
I concede. I want to show you an example
Do
of.
you see my side of this though?
I think-
because like
no,
a
you're being
random
dishonest.
a random Sneeko fan comes up to me.
Random
I'm
Sneeko
happy
fan
that
comes up to you.
Hasan's dog's
wants
sleep
the clout
is not
chase,
being
and
disrupted
you turn
by this. He
around
looks pretty
and you
comfy.
say that he is a fan of mine to prove a point, to make a false point to imply that I'm sending people to harass you.
That's
Do you
not what I
feel like
implied.
that's appropriate?
That's a total lie. I have never accused you of anything of the sort. That is an
So
outright
you
horrific.
did not imply that this person
bad
that was a
fake
fan
lie.
of mine
Yes,
was
I did.
actually harassing you.
Yes. Now that's a big logical leap of from he's a fan of yours to you're sending people to harass me. That's fucking insane. And by the way,
100K
I mean
dog.
you
Did he not
are
harass
a
you?
liar. You know that, right?
Did he not harass you?
Oh yeah, aren't you right about that? The dog cost $100,000. That's crazy. That fits into what I was talking about earlier, where it's like this LA millionaire guy who consults a whole BDS list about who to support, whether they're like giving money to where he wants, and then goes and pays a breeder $100,000 to get a dog. I'm surprised I mean, it's just more hypocrisy. It's like just this whole thing, right?
Bro, what are you talking about? Did you
he not
send
harass
him?
you?
Did you
He
send
better be comfy, for real.
him to harass me? No.
Did he harass you and
yes.
did you imply in your
Okay, who
video
cares,
that he was
bro?
a fan of mine?
Go ahead, when you're
leading
done,
the
go-
audience-
We're still talking about this fan thing. This could have been solved. This could have been solved in 2 seconds. Hasan says, "Sure, he's a fan. I don't know. He said he's a fan, and I'm not responsible for everything my fans do." But Ethan is like sticking on again. I think that like structurally, Ethan has the high ground in this debate, but he keeps focusing on this stupid, petty shit that are his weakest arguments.
I'll wait.
leading the audience to believe. Here, we have a clip, by the way, Dan. If you want to play this supposed fan of mine, since you guys are playing clips over there.
By the way, this was
you can
a while
probably
ago.
play
He
it.
turned on you
Timestamp.
when he saw that you support trans rights. I know. He spoke ill of you.
No. Even before he actually
cares?
It's
muted
not
me.
even matter. I don't care about this guy.
Then why'd you bring him up?
Seemingly you care
Then
enough
why'd
about
you
it.
bring
You
him
brought him
up?
up here and you used him.
You didn't
in
even
the
let me
past.
explain why I'm showing
You
it.
used him in the past to act like I
No,
was
you
sending
So
did
it
you're
your way.
terrified because you know where this is going.
Oh, is this like trust the plan? Does he? Well, maybe Ethan's got he's got a secret weapon. Trust the plan. Okay, Q Patriots. all the high elves go.
See where this is going. This has been a journey.
Well, how about you let me fucking speak, and then we can figure out. We can take the journey together.
Can you play this clip though?
So this clip is just an example. Not that you're endorsing him. Not that he's a fan.
Can you play? Dan, I send you a clip.
I pass it along. It's out of my hands.
It's the
I'll play it,
first
I'll play it.
introduction of this
Yeah,
character onto the stream where he's like, "Who's this guy?"
I'll play it. Yeah.
Pothead or Potman. Is that it?
Are you guys doing interviews? I know I look Jewish.
No, we're just streaming.
Israeli. I look Israeli.
We're just the guy. Normally the answer would be yes, but he's busy right now.
What are you guys doing?
They're not there.
We're just streaming. Live stream.
Oh, live stream?
Yeah.
Dude.
You're not even in this clip, bro. What are you talking about?
What
You're
is
not even
this?
present.
Later.
You're out.
What?
You're out playing with swastika swords or
Yeah.
something. You're not even in this clip.
Dude, why aren't chat? I think he's showing it on his side. You're not
played
seeing the
it.
clip. Yes, yeah. He's
It's
he's
really
showing the
is.
clip.
Okay,
That
can
is
I-
that is the first
What was that?
introduction of this character onto the broadcast, and he doesn't know who the fuck I am. He just sees cameras and goes, "Oh,
Okay,
I would like to do interviews
no
with this person
one
who is
cares
famous." It seems
about this
that
guy.
was the whole point. The reason why I showed you that is because
You know who's the real winner of all this? It's that guy. Because that guy has now gotten, what is this now, 10 minutes of screen time on like one of the biggest streams that's going to occur this year that had like 70K live viewers. Remember when Hasan was talking about how like, oh, you can't platform these people, you can't let them spread their ideas, we need to ban them, and then you let this guy who you both I guess agree that is bad, you just gave him 20 minutes of airtime on a 100,000 person live viewer stream.
He was never a fucking fan, and then when he saw the full extent of my viewpoints, he started calling me the F slur. He's a Sneeko fan.
Hasan, in that clip, he doesn't see you. You're not there.
Ethan, he is a clout chaser. And
Fine,
not
bro.
a fan.
Yes, he's clout chasing. You give him.
Let me ask you a
I do
question.
care because
Okay, very good.
I do care because you have made an inference.
Oh my
that is
God,
erroneous.
you are dragging your
made an
feet on this
inference that
topic,
is-
bro. It's getting ridiculous. Can we
You've made an
please move
inference
on?
that is ridiculous.
This clip you sent
and
didn't prove
also
me wrong
false.
at all. You're not there. And you were never there, Hasan. Okay, let's continue, please.
All right, yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so this is an example of someone who I think is anti-Semitic. You probably agree with me on that, but I don't want to put words in your mouth. He's not a fan of
Yeah,
yours.
I think that guy.
Yeah.
I mean, from what I've seen, any number of different things I've seen from that dude. I think he's like a right
He's like, are we still talking about this guy?
Yeah, he is dating money 101, baby. Just like and
Yeah.
sub. All right, so here he is using the ADL. He accuses me of being in the ADL, and I'll play it. Operation.
Okay.
I don't know, but I heard you survived it, and I heard you survived the Holocaust.
That timeline on that doesn't make a lot of sense.
I heard you're in the ADL, bro.
The ADL? No, I'm not. All right, so he says, I heard you're in the ODL, bro, which, like,
This is like the best advertising that guy is ever going to get, this whole thing.
obviously is, I perceive that as
I
anti-Semitic.
don't think you're in the ADL, Ethan. If that's what you're going to say.
Well, you said, and I'll quote a tweet that you made. Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead. You said, I'll quote, he worked with the ADL to make Zionists a protected class on Twitch. Now, that is an outright lie.
I don't think it's an outright lie.
I worked with the
you took credit
ADL.
over it, didn't you?
Sorry. I worked with the ADL. What does that mean?
Yeah, as in like worked alongside. I don't think you're in the ADL.
Oh, that's what you meant
Oh, do you see the dog? He's just licking.
when you said I worked with the ADL. I worked beside
Yes.
them, just incidentally together. You didn't mean that I
Yeah,
worked
yeah,
with
no,
them
I do
privately to
think
get
that,
people
yes.
banned. Of course not.
No, I do think that.
Didn't
I
you
stand
say you
by
choose
that.
your
I
words
think
very
that
carefully?
Yeah, this is another losing thing. Of course, like they're disputing about whether like Ethan's paying his dues or not. Like he has a card in his wallet that says "proud member of the AARP ADL" or whatever. You both had a convergent interest on Twitch about getting Zionists created a protected class. Again, my perspective on this is, what the solution to this debate over protected classes are? You just don't have them. You let people just talk whatever shit they want and call each other whatever, as long as it doesn't cross the line of like an imminent threat. Again, a standard that was established by the Supreme Court 100 years ago that we don't need to relitigate.
Carefully.
work alongside the ADL.
You just told
to
me
draw up
briefly ago. You
concerns.
choose your word very carefully, Hasan.
Not always. I'm
Oh,
famously.
okay, we're walking that back. Sometimes I speak out the side of my mouth when I say you work with the ADL. Here you are again repeating the lie with Steiny on video. Go ahead. You had time
Constantly
to.
come after me when his knows I'm not anti-Semitic and making these inferences that I am and like partnering with like the ADL and
Partnering with the ADL. You want to unpack that one there, buddy?
Yeah. Again, partnering with the ADL. That is precisely
I
what
have
took
never
place.
spoken to the ADL. So what does that mean?
losing
I'm not
issue
saying
for
you
you,
directed the ADL
Patty.
Do you know
to take
how
action.
silly you
Well, actually,
are?
I am
You've
not
admitted that
saying
you had
that.
a
I am implying that you
convergent
directed the ADL to take action.
Well, that's
you are
a
a prominent.
that's a
you are
defamatory
prominent
claim that has zero
content
proof.
creator.
And
You
frankly,
are
it sounds a little
prominent
Jewish
contributor.
conspiratorial.
If I thought that you worked for.
I don't know if you want to bring up that concept, Ethan, because again, through Ethan like picking on these petty ideas, he's pushing Hasan into the stronger position, which is to actually just be anti-Semitic. And when I say stronger, what I mean by that is just like actually distinct.
The ADL.
With-
I would have
I've
said
not
you worked
spoken
with
to the ADL.
I would have said you worked for the ADL. Now, what's interesting to me, of course, about
Hasan,
this is that
I
you
do
have
not
taken
work with the
credit
ADL.
for these bans.
Hasan, I do not work with the ADL.
You were a part of the mass smear campaign.
That is
with
not
your
working with the
YouTube
ADL. Would you
videos
say that
falsely
I got nothing to
claimed
do with
that
the ADL? Blame Frogan for doing a racist fucking panel at TwitchCon that became a viral
That
story
wasn't a
independent
racist
of me.
panel, Ethan. Just like cracker is not an anti-white term.
Okay,
Yes, it is. It doesn't mean people shouldn't be able to say it, but it's explicitly derogatory.
Except public pressure clearly worked.
The only reason you think it's not derogatory is because you believe in the stupid racism is power plus privilege equals the square root of 69 or whatever formulation.
On Twitch, and they make erroneous bans when they don't want people coming after them.
That'd be funny if the way Hasan tries to pivot this is they just have like they just come together on their hatred of white people because they both like obviously really really hate white people, and they just come together and agree on that, and they're like, peace in the Middle East.
It's Frogan repeating the same lie that you heard from you.
Pressure on numerous instances.
This is what you heard from you.
Everything in your power to push people to bully and harass me, including weaponizing propaganda organizations such as the ADL to get me banned off Twitch because I made a
So
joke.
she said I weaponized the ADL.
Hold on. All right.
Watch all!
Whoa. That's not what I was expecting. Let me get a good picture here. Okay. Just
harass me, including weaponizing propaganda organizations such as the ADL to get me banned off Twitch because I made a
So
joke.
she said I weaponized the
You
ADL.
can't
You
tell
said
me
I
you
partnered
don't
with the
see it.
ADL. You said I worked with the ADL,
Yes.
but you didn't mean that I spoke
Yes.
to them. You just meant that we were magically skipping along and happened to just, without even seeing each other, just working together in perfect harmony and love. And by the way, I'm pretty sure you're implying that I worked directly with them on this.
No, I don't.
Okay,
think
well,
you
you
worked
doubled
with
down
them.
on it. You said that you do believe
Would
that.
it
And I
really
just want to let
matter?
you know that that is a
No, I don't think you
that
directly
is a-
work with them. I think your goals are aligned on this. Yes, and
but then
your
for Mr.
you're
Precise
converging
words,
interests.
say that. Don't say you're partnered with the ADL. Do you understand? You said partnered with the ADL. Me, a Jewish man, you accuse without any evidence at all of being partnered with the ADL.
Ethan,
You're now
you
trying to
admitted
rewrite
you-
history and
you
say I
admitted
said
that
you
you
were
got the
working
streamers
besides
banned. You
them.
took
You are
ownership
a
over it.
liar.
What are you talking
You are a
about?
virulent fucking liar.
So what I would see the reason why this is a weak point for Ethan is because you're revealing a vulnerability here. You're basically revealing that you really don't want to be seen as being associated with the ADL. And there's two things you can draw from that. They're not necessarily both or either true, but one is that you don't want to do that because you think the ADL is like evil and wrong. And if that's the case, why don't you say that? Oh wait, you don't say that because the ADL is useful for you when you want it to be. And then the other reason why you would have this be a vulnerability is because like there's truth to the accusation, which I'm not saying is true. It just looks that like it's like the lady doth protest too much, you know.
Ethan, did you or did you not take ownership over the bans?
I think, yeah, I might have.
Why would you say that? This is like earlier when he said like I got the guy banned. Never admit that you got someone banned. And 'cause especially this guy he's had this accusation like with the Gokanaro video like 5 years ago, and he was friends with Susan, which is like, or not, I don't know if they were friends, but they like met up in real life. They collaborated, right? Yeah, that's my
Does that mean
response
that I'm working
too.
with the ADL?
Ethan?
Hey, Hasan, can I ask you a question? Are you working with the Neo-Nazi Party of America? Because they're also anti-Zionist. No, seriously, are you working?
That's not necessarily true. There are this is going to sound crazy, but there are actually pro-Zionist Nazis. I know that sounds insane, but the logic is that you give them their own state and then you like expel them all there. That way they're there and not here. It's like some back to Africa type shit, but I don't know. I just find some of these like ideologies really funny. Like the crazy ones, you know, like what is it? Fifth International Poseidus, the communists who believe in like nuclear war and intelligent dolphins. I like to find the weird niche stuff like that because they usually have they always have like their own narrative of history that is almost, it's basically like fan fiction. It's really fascinating.
Working with the Neo-Nazi Group of America, who's also anti-Zionist?
Ethan,
Do you
have
work with
I ever
them?
taken
Are you affiliated with them? Are you
Have I ever
partnered?
taken
Are you
credit
partnered
for
with
an
neo-Nazis?
anti-Semitic
Or
incident at a
do you guys?
neo-Nazi?
Okay, but here's the difference, Ethan, is that the ADL is a very powerful organization that has the power and did have the power to get people banned on Twitch. Whereas this hypothetical neo-Nazi Party of America is probably in some guy's basement where 2 out of the 3 members are federal agents. Like there's a massive power imbalance here. And this gets back to when they were talking about anti-Semitism as like a primary political expression in America. No, it's literally the opposite. If you are labeled as anti-Semitic, you take immense like personal and political harm to whatever you want to do.
Happen to have the same
Okay,
goal
wait,
and
no, I
are
have a question
completely.
for you. Here's a parallel for you.
Do you
Have
see
Semitic
that? That was a
incidents
powerful
and
one.
Happen
neo-Nazi-
to
It's
have
like a
the same
journeyman
goal and
level
are
spell.
completely.
Yeah,
Here-
that one,
here-
that one where he waves his hand. That's like a journeyman level spell.
Here's a parallel for you. Have I taken credit
Ugh,
for
Jesus,
dog's
a
back asleep.
neo-Nazi
Oh, wait,
anti-Semitic
never mind.
incident that took
Scratchy.
place? Because if the answer is yes, if
Swastika
neo-Nazis
sword,
actually
baby.
engaged in an action, neo-Nazis actually, not like your fucking hallucinations, something that we all agree, like neo-Nazis did an anti-Semitic incident, and I took credit for it, and I said, this is awesome, I'm glad that it happened, I made numerous videos so that they would do this. Yes,
I was
you
on
would
the
be
tier list,
valid
bro.
in saying that.
It was literally
comparison,
targeting me. I was
especially
on the tier list. Why
Especially
wouldn't I respond?
considering, Ethan,
I don't have to be a
Ethan,
member of ADL to respond to someone
Ethan,
harassing me. Are you
Listen
fucking
to my words,
dumb?
please.
Sure.
Listen to my words.
I'm trying, but
Okay?
it's just fucking
Listen
lies
to my
and
words.
filth and like empty air.
From your perspective,
did you see the
my
yawn? The
asso-
puppy
listen to
yawn?
my words.
Filth and like empty air.
From your perspective, my association as a 10-year fighter of anti-Semitism, my association.
I'm anti-Semitism's top guy. This guy's talking like the Divine Crusader in freaking Oblivion.
from your perspective with anti-Semitism is like something that is so laughable that I don't even know how to
Good.
describe. Like,
This is a trap that Hasan's falling into because he's not a high elf and he's trying to claim that he's like the biggest the warrior against anti-Semitism to a high elf. That's like, you don't want to say that. You're gonna get wrecked.
You're like, oh, it's a swastika sword, but then you admit that it's not a swastika sword. That's how loose the association is. But on the other hand, I can't say that you have worked alongside
That's not what you said.
In getting
you said I'm partnered with. Partnered with. You are lying. You are lying. You are not taking accountability. You said I'm partnered with the ADL.
Ethan, I can't take accountability for your hallucinations.
Do you think that the normal reason?
I want them to get so angry they're screaming at each other, and then Hasan just drops like the gay slur out of nowhere, and then the debate really starts.
A person watching that will infer that we were just coincidentally working on the same, or that I was working directly with them.
What do you think
the average person would conclude from saying I'm partnered with the ADL?
What do you think a normal, reasonable person would infer when they hear you?
Bro, you are
Ethan
literally
Klein,
gaslighting me. It's so obvious what you
demanding
meant.
the bans of Twitch streamers, and then after they are banned, you say, "I'm glad that they got banned. I take credit for it." What would a normal, reasonable person?
I was on the tier list, dude. I was responding to them. It wasn't like it wasn't like I went out of my way to get them banned. I responded to them.
Okay. Earlier you literally said I took credit for the ban. You can't walk it back now.
Was on the tier list.
That's why you don't say that. Like, this is why I keep stopping and saying never admit that. Because the minute you admit that, you can never come back and say this.
Now, there's been 3 instances, I think, of, in my opinion, very credible accusations of anti-Semitism. You've accused me of hallucinating all 3 now, which is very convenient.
No, and also, they're not credible. We are not in agreement. These are not credible allegations of anti-Semitism. These are hysterical hallucinations of a person who desperately wants all of his critics to be anti-Semites so he can feel comfortable in the unique position that he has created for himself.
I'm so glad this is on record. So you think
everything's on record? You guys live stream every day. That's why I like stuff like this.
Would you say he's partnered with the ADL and not think that I was working directly with them?
I think a reasonable person will hear your own words and think that you probably worked directly inside of the ADL.
Have I ever mentioned the ADL? Have I ever mentioned the ADL?
You took credit.
Did I ever mention the ADL, Hasan? Answer the question.
Are you sure you want to answer that question, Ethan? Because here's the thing: if the answer is no, that you don't talk about the ADL, then why are you so offended by being associated with them? Because if you think the ADL is bad, let's say that, I don't know if this is his position, but if Ethan's position is that he doesn't want to be associated with the ADL because he doesn't like the ADL, because he thinks that they are too aggressive, or they're too pro-Israel, whatever it is, well then what Hasan's going to say, he's going to say, well then why have you never called them out? Why have you never covered this? And he could say back, I don't have an obligation to, but then it's like, well, you clearly care.
Doesn't matter. You took credit for the ban that the ADL pressured.
Do I ever mention the ADL in my entire fucking career?
I meant to ask this before. Which one of these guys is the Mossad agent? Because that's always the joke, is that Mossad has agents everywhere, and they have double, triple bazillion IQ reverse proxy strategies where they'll create control opposition or whatever. And it's funny to say to speculate. So do we think that Mossad is behind Ethan just because he's pro high elf, or that Mossad is behind Hasan to discredit that position? Or it's both. Mossad is both.
Actually, I mentioned them once, but I didn't even know what they were, frankly, if you have the thing. It was even... Did I ever...
Yeah, it's a clip where you are saying, okay, I did that shit. I'll fucking take credit for it. You know who did that shit? The ADL did. You are taking credit for something that the ADL did. I'm not even making that inference.
Well,
You're
they
saying,
attacked me.
Which one do you think? What do you think the average person would think in this situation when you are saying that you did that shit? And it's the ADL's pressure that caused these people to be banned for such a ridiculous,
being silly. I don't care.
Not anti-Semitic thing at all.
I was being silly. They attacked me. I responded. Do I know
being
who?
Silly.
Yeah.
My bad. Okay. Well, all right. I guess we can move on.
Do I think I got them banned? I don't know.
To be fair, Ethan, Hasan basically made the same argument about that with the sword, and you wouldn't accept it. So it's kind of turnabout is fair play here.
Oh, who knows? I think that
you got a Jewish content creator alongside multiple Arab content creators banned off the platform for 30 days.
There's a reason they call him token, my friend.
Actually reacted.
You spend time being a token, you're gonna get spent.
But it was just silly. Fuck them.
You want to cash in on your Jewish friends anymore, or can we move on?
Am I what?
Would you like to cash in on your Jewish friends more, or can we move on?
Cash in on my Jewish friends.
That's right. Do you know any Jewish people that aren't anti-Zionist?
Yes.
Who?
I'm not going to review. I don't want to. They're normies.
I need a full list of your friends to make sure that it fits the diversity profile. Again, this whole argument here is a result of their position on the political spectrum. Nobody cares. It's like the joke where it's the most diverse friend groups are they're all Nazis, and then you go look at the far left groups, and they're either all white or all high elf or all whatever. And I think the reason that happens is because on the right, no one cares. It's not a win. It's not something you can brag about as the identity of your friends. And so you just sort of naturally more are drawn to people that you just make friends more naturally, at least as far as who you pick. I'm not saying you make more friends or it's better. I'm just saying the phenomenon, the psychological phenomenon is you make friends with people because you get along with them or whatever. You agree on politics, and their identity doesn't really come into it as much. Unless you're like a super, super Nazi and like you won't even talk to not white people or whatever. Which, yeah, I mean, there are people like that, I guess.
Okay, yeah, you're lying. You're
No, I'm
surrounded.
not.
Yes,
I'm
you
not
are.
lying.
You're absolutely lying.
Dog, I live in West Hollywood. You think I'm not around Zionist Jews? What are you talking about?
Do you friends Jews on the street? Yes. Are you friends with?
No, I'm friends. Yes.
Okay,
I
very good.
am.
I don't believe
And
you.
they've treated me with much more dignity than you have, as a matter of fact.
Well, yeah, because you're not on the
Surprisingly
receiving
enough,
end of
we can have a
insane
more normal
fucking
conversation. I
harassment
can have a more normal
campaign.
conversation
Why
with
wouldn't
them
they?
than you, seemingly.
All right, so you think that
They would most likely
just to
laugh
recap
at all of this.
Just to
if they're
recap
watching.
here. So
Well, that's what. Yeah, I mean, that's why people are watching this because it's funny.
we can move on. I mean, did the random Zionist Jews that are treated you so kindly, did they have CPS show up to their house or skulls sent to their house?
Whoa.
Ethan, I didn't do that.
See, now this is the strongest. Here we go. This is another thing he should have led with. Because the big thing that makes Ethan sympathetic in all this is the CPS stuff. And of course, Hasan's going to say, I didn't do anything. The problem is that, like, Hasan has this coterie of fucking minions who he directly promotes and he directly, like, covers and act as his waiting room. And they did do it. I mean, I showed this in the stream on Wednesday. That Bad Empanada guy has, like, been on Hasan, like, multiple times. And that guy is freaking insane. Like, that guy... That guy, he's the closest guy in the story that gets close to that standard I said that, like, what I think the way it should work is that anyone can say anything as long as it doesn't pass a very strict imminent danger standard that the Supreme Court said 100 years ago. It's like it's hard to like fulfill those conditions. And the Bad Empanada guy is like, he's gotten close. That's like how crazy he is.
I didn't say you did that.
I don't know why you're bringing that up.
I know you don't, but
that
you're
has
acting
nothing to do with me.
Part
I'm
of
not
your
in
shtick,
support of
Hasan, is
that.
acting obtuse when you're caught in the corner.
Okay, all right. You've dominated the conversation so far. I think we should get back to some stuff that...
I agree.
Whoa. Why'd you say that? That was kind of gay.
Let's just summarize.
No. Look, can we just get back to
This
this
is quick. It's very quick. I
Massive
just want to put a cap on this.
Hasan
Just a cap.
And making
You're doing the
that
thing that
I
I'm
am,
so
and,
critical of you on,
partnering
okay?
with like the ADL. And
You said so. Just to put a cap on this, and we'll move on. You said I'm quote partnered with the ADL, which you now claim was just a was. You didn't mean that I was working with them. You mean that we had the same goal. Okay, very good. We'll see how that plays. Go ahead. What's your question?
Okay.
You okay?
It's interesting because you're currently doing the thing that I'm criticizing you on, where you are looking at a situation that you recognize...
So Hasan didn't actually have a question here. He doesn't have a point. This is how he usually loses these debates, is he does no research and he doesn't know what he's talking about. So if you ever try to like really pin him on like a... So Ethan's trying to pin him on like previous comments and whether he's an anti-Semite, which is easy to wiggle your way out of, which is what he's done. But if you just like confront him on distinct facts of public record, like whether whether Russia invaded Ukraine, he starts to fall apart because he actually doesn't know anything about like the politics or history or whatever that when he talks about that stuff. And so like he's asked him to ask a question. Now he doesn't actually. Now he's just gonna talk about how Ethan's crazy. At least it sounds like he's going that way.
Genocide, and your only consideration and your only concern...
That's not my only concern. I care about multiple things, my friend.
Yes, you can, but these are really stupid things to care about, Ethan.
I mean, that's easy for you to say. You're the one being accused of it. Let's just ask the accused how serious their crime is. Fucking...
Well, yeah, that's kind of like the idea of a vigorous defense.
Brilliant. O.J. Simpson, do you think that this is a serious court case?
Do you think that
no, I don't. Well,
Sabra Hummus'
there it
shit
is. Let's
tier-
let him free.
Do you think that the Sabra Hummus' shit tier is akin to O.J. Simpson killing someone?
No, obviously not. You're being obtuse
Then why
again.
are you bringing up stupid fucking
Because you're
parallels?
you are saying that the accused, right,
gets to defend themselves. Yes, that's the basis of our entire legal system, is that the accused is innocent until proven guilty and that they deserve a vigorous defense. Now, that might not give you enough of a bias or enough of enough structural advantage so that you can condemn the people you don't like, but that is the way it works, Ethan.
Can dictate how serious the accusations are.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, they get to make their argument, and then the jury decides whether they believe it or not. And the jury here is us, is me. I am the jury. No, but like the jury is the audience, We get to he gets to say whether what his perspective on it is. You get to say, and then we get to choose.
All right, Ethan.
I'm partnered with ADL. Remember what you said.
You have in the past talked about your pro-Palestinian bona fides. You have
what do you mean
talked about
bona fides?
how you gave my fundraiser. What?
Sorry, what do you mean by bona fides?
Like you've claimed that you are a stalwart ally of the Palestinian cause.
Correct.
You tried to also say this to Sam Cedar as well. Mm-hmm. You brought forward the fact that you had given $6,500 in your context puke that you did as a further indication that you are pro-Palestinian. Even though you then turned around.
I don't think either. So I think Hasan's going to make an argument here that like just throwing some money at it isn't helping it, but neither is what Hasan does. Okay. Oh wait, I just got a great idea. This is how you solve this dispute. Okay. Ethan goes to Israel, joins the IDF. Hasan goes to Gaza, joins Hamas, and then they fight. They put the blood on the line, they fight for the cause, and we'll see if love can bloom on the battlefield.
And actually criticized additional fundraisers that had taken place, like the Creators for Palestine charity that generated $1.3 million, including the fundraiser that you initially had given $6,500 to as a reason for why you were such a staunch ally. Why did you turn around and say that pro-Palestinian fundraisers are actually completely irrelevant in the grand scheme of things and completely useless? Do you think that pro-Palestinian charities are simply there to make yourself feel like you're pro-Palestine?
Yes.
Like
yes, that is why they're there. Pro-Palestine charities exist to serve a market segment, and it's not the market segment they say. Pro-Palestinian charities in the West exist so that people like these guys can feel good. They're essentially selling a drug. They're selling like anything else that makes you feel good. They are peddling virtue, because these guys don't believe in actual like Aristotelian virtue that's based off of like very distinct categories and way of relating to the world and others, and can be literally judged in every action that you take. Like the classic Aristotelian virtues. They believe in virtue as a currency, which is why like you can buy it through a charity, and that it exists to, and that the purpose of the virtue isn't to actually inform the way you act or relate to the world, but rather it's just like XP in a level system. So like he's right. These charities exist to service you guys, not Palestine. And I'm not. If you want to help Palestine, go join Hamas. Now, that being said, Hamas is also doing a lot of damage to Palestine by getting them bombed and shit. But my point is that like, or go volunteer. Like you know who's done more for Palestine than either of these guys? The Catholic Church. And isn't that crazy? Because there's not a lot of Christians in this story or Talis worshippers. The Patriarchate of the Latin Patriarch of Jerusalem. So, like, in this area, he offered to become a hostage to Hamas if they would release the primarily high elf hostages. Like, that's what you would do if you actually wanted to go help Palestine. And I shouldn't have said join Hamas, because obviously, like, you might end up getting it hurt more, whatever. But you'd do something like that. It means that the non high elf wood elf structure in this story, the Latin Patriarch of Jerusalem, did more to free the hostages than either Hamas or Israel. Because Israel essentially gave up on the hostages and started blowing shit up. And Hamas obviously was keeping the hostages. So it's like, where were you when that happened, Ethan and Hasan? Like, why didn't you go show up and say you're going to be a hostage? And it's like, and I don't expect you to do that if you don't make this argument.
So $6,500 was enough for you to spend the rest of the year actively deplatforming pro-Palestinian creators?
I'll answer your question. Nice. So I claimed when talking about, now by the way, this is something I criticize you for, which is being obtuse, mischaracterizing arguments, and basically just being a prolific liar. So here's what the conversation was about.
Both prolific liars.
I was talking about how when you're talking about activism, raising money isn't the most important thing because it can only do so much. There's other ways to do effective activism, like protesting, et cetera, et cetera.
Et cetera. Is that it? Protesting? Can't think of anything else?
Organizations. So I'm just saying, my point was not that.
But you wanted me to be
let me finish.
Virulent anti-Semite, and I've done all of those things.
My point was that not that raising money is bad or dumb or pointless, as you erroneously claim I said. My point was that it's not the most effective thing in the world, and there's other things. It's probably like the least effective form of advocacy you can do. That was my opinion.
I don't think that's the case, and I don't think that the Palestinians
You know what the best form of advocacy is, and it doesn't cost a fucking dime? It's being an incarnate example of your principles. Okay? If these guys want, and this is why I brought up like Aristotelian virtue ethics. The reason why, like, it's like living the Christ-like life, like that kind of concept. If you want to be an advocate for Palestinians or whatever, then you should live out your principles and be a person that when they look at you and they say, like, I want to be more like that guy. And obviously being pro-Palestine or pro-Israel or whatever is part of that. That is the actual most effective form of advocacy. It's like living out your principles. It is, and it means like actually like altering your personal life, like the way that you interact with the world every day. It's not buying Coke. It's not donating money. It's, if you want people to be more Christ-like, you have to act more Christ-like, and it's hard. And that's the like perspective I come. Obviously, these two guys are antichrists by the technical definition of the Bible, so they would look at it differently. But my point is that even if we try to look at it from theirs, and we say, like in Hasan's case, he wants to advocate for Palestine. It's like, does being this live streamer who throws around money and looks like a boy toy and spends $100,000 on his dog and hangs out with weird cuck idols, is that living out the Palestinian principles of self-sufficiency, independence, like the attested principles, self-sufficiency, independence, and like the value of like their indigenous culture? No. It just makes it look, again, like virtue is a currency rather than a lifestyle.
Okay, what I said or what I claim?
No, your claim is wrong.
Okay, that's fine.
In terms of the fundraisers not being important.
That's fine.
So we've established that you claim to be pro-Palestine, and yet you've spent all of the genocide coverage.
I'm pro-Palestine.
Fundraising,
pro-Palestine.
Creating,
Again,
working with Palestinian organizations.
I never said it's not important.
Interviewing Palestinians from Gaza.
Hasan, being an advocate for Palestine does not absolve you of criticism. Stop with the
claiming
silliness.
that they are anti-Semitic. No,
but it doesn't for you either, Ethan. And I think that's like, I don't know if Hasan is like coherent enough to make the point, but you're also trying to make that claim.
It does not, because your criticisms are ridiculous.
Well, I mean, that's kind of up to other people to decide at this point.
Your criticisms are in your own mind. Like, you have hallucinated an alternative
reality. By the way, gaslighting,
reality.
anti-Semitic trope. This is
apparently calling people crazy is an anti-Semitic trope in Ethan's mind.
What dog whistles are. You whistle to other people, and you have it's subtle enough.
To who? Because that's the other thing. If you're going to make this claim about dog, who is he dog whistling to? It's not to me. It's not to the internet far right anti-Semite like.
You have plausible deniability so that when you get accused of being anti-Semitic, you can call the accuser crazy, which is exactly what you're doing. You're a fucking anti-Semite, and you've been caught out.
I mean, okay, here's the thing. It's not the strategy is not anti-Semitic. It's just disingenuous. Like, Ethan's right to call him out and say, like, oh, you want to portray me as crazy, that way you discredit my position. People do that. But to add anti-Semitic into it is like validating like the criticism of you.
3 different times calling me crazy for
I can't believe how like I sound so like pro Hasan in this stream. I'm really not. Like I said, I think that the general situation, Ethan is far more in the right than Hasan is. The problem is the way he's going about this is like really tactically unwise.
Very viable, very credible examples of anti-Semitism that you should at least be able to admit are at least not insane. Maybe a misunderstanding, but not insane. But no, according to you, they're all hallucinations. So go ahead and tell me why you're not dog whistling.
Yes, because people having an issue with your statements.
I wonder what the dog thinks
and with
about
your
all this talk
coverage
about dog whistling.
As a
like
prominent content creator with a relatively progressive audience. Your coverage has entirely focused on your own personal feelings.
Not entirely.
Yes, because he brought this argument. This is a bad argument by Hasan. He brought it up earlier. It's like, yes, of course he's talking about his personal experience because he's a drama. Like, he'll never admit it, but he's a drama streamer. He gets up here and they talk shit and they talk about things on the internet. So of course he's going to talk about his personal experience. This isn't freaking like Firing Line with William F. Buckley, like where we're talking about the issues of the day. Come on.
A lot of misplaced paranoia from people who are
criticizing
you. You literally think
can we get a whistle soundbite every time he calls me paranoid or hallucinating?
Anti-Semitism. That's not the case. I used to like you. I don't know anymore. And I don't think it's because of
I
anti-Semitism.
definitely don't like you.
Anti-Semitism.
Let me stand on business and say I think you're a terrible person and a liar.
Good. This is what I wanted to hear. I want them to really go at it with you. Just talk, like, just be like, I hate you.
I don't like you at all.
I know. I still wish you well. I do. I wish you well. And I really do.
I wish everybody well. Everybody be well. All right, let's move on. You got it. You want any more? Call me crazy or hallucinating again? Is that all you got?
I don't even need to do
it. Also doesn't help that Ethan's Tourette's make him look like a fucking insane person while he's saying this. I know that, like, people said, like, is he on drugs or something? I think that's a funnier narrative, so I don't mind people saying that, but, like, I think he really is kind of disabled.
I think you're doing that all on your own,
we'll see.
To be fair.
Yeah, we'll see. So do you want to tell me what is your evidence that I work with or talk to or have any association with at all with Destiny?
What?
What?
Dude, imagine this. Destiny is so fucked that, like, now both of these guys are going to try to run in the opposite direction of him. Destiny is so great. The thing about Destiny that just amazes me is how long people were still willing to be associated with him. Because, like, obviously now with all the stuff with him leaking the revenge porn, everyone's turned on him. But, like, regardless of politics, like, there are people who were, like, I guess you call centrist or non-political, like Nicholas Eats Oreos, who, it wasn't, like, going on stream with him all the time, but he would, like, still talk about Destiny as if he's, like, anyone, like, that you should be listening to or paying attention to. And, like, as far back as like 2020. And the minute, like, let's say I didn't have any issues with Destiny's politics, like I was in full agreement with his, I work for Act Blue, I represent I represent the ruling power structure and elite that's trying to destroy my way of life. Let's say I was in line with that. The reason I would cut him off, it's like the minute he had that, like he had like an open relationship with his wife. It's like the minute that came out, and that he's like this weird cuck fetishist, it's like, okay, I'm never going to talk positively about you again. And like what these weirdos like in the center or like center left will say is like, well, that's just because they're so like pro free love and all this stuff. They're like, well, it's his personal life, I don't care. It's like, no, I'm sorry, that informs like the contents of his soul. And it's been proven every time, like with these guys. It's like, if you are a gross, degenerate, retard, weirdo freak, and you have an open relationship with your wife because you have no respect for the sacrament of your marriage, and you have no respect for like the commitment that you've made to each other, then it's probably only a matter of time before something that is like even worse comes out, which is exactly what happened. But no, even after the open relationship stuff and him and his wife like banging a whole bunch of people despite being married, you still had, like I said, like Nicholas Eatorios and a couple other guys who, like I said, I'm not saying they were like, DGG top guy or anything, but they would still talk about him as if he's like a real guy, like someone that is a good streamer or whatever. It's like the only time I would ever have brought him up after that revelation is just to laugh at him and just be like, this guy's a degenerate retard freak. And even if he hasn't been caught doing anything like super beyond the pale, like he eventually did, it's probably going to happen eventually, and I just wouldn't want to be associated at all, like with any kind of positive opinion with him.
What? What? The guy that I talk about fucking obsessively 100 times a day? That is like basically like the Antichrist?
And that's like why people say like those guys were sweeping for him. I don't think they were. I think that you can see a timeline where they were starting to disassociate. I just think it happened way too late. Like it happened later than it would for like that you should have, or like that a normal person would have done it. A normal person, the minute they find out that has this like open relationship shit and is like a degenerate, like that's the only time you bring him up is to make fun of him, not 2 weeks before, not 2 weeks before it finds out that he did something potentially actually illegal, but 3 years after the open relationship, 3 years after the gay shit, the sucking the dick and everything. It was even so bad that when the like sucking the dick tape came out, people were like, "Oh, that's so bad for him." It's like, no, this is what you fucking get, buddy. Like that's cosmic justice. That is God smiting your ass for doing this. It's quote getting what you fucking deserve, as they say. And like anyone who was still defending him, like leading up to that, should have looked like they had egg on their face.
Lord Voldemort, my community? Yeah, you accuse me of working with him, knowing him, talking to him. What is your evidence for that?
Thank you for asking.
Oh, you're very
Not
welcome.
only is there video footage of you corresponding with someone in your Discord that literally aligns perfectly with Destiny's own Discord, offering clips for you to pull.
That sounds like a stretch.
You've also used clips that are unlisted called Hamasabi when making arguments about my virulent anti-Semitism from a Destiny fan account.
So that's your proof that I work with Destiny.
None of that is relevant. Okay. What's relevant is your constant coordination with Destiny's podcast co-host Dan Saltman, who you featured on your Context Nuke. So yeah, I don't think it's that ridiculous of a fucking assertion to make, especially when considering the fact that you have been corresponding with Dan Saltman, and he is Destiny's podcast co-host, and the what does he call himself? The general of the Hezbollah, I think that's what they call themselves, the Taliban and the Hezbollah, their mass harassment operation that they engage in. So yeah, I think that is not a ridiculous fucking claim to make at all.
It's actually insane, and it's a really convenient way of discrediting me when I've never spoken to,
worked with,
talked about Destiny in my life.
I don't need to bring
it's a really nice way of you. You know what? I think you're.
I'm glad that Destiny is so toxic now that these two guys are both. Now they're fighting over who hates him more.
Hallucinating, buddy. I think you are. You pulled a meme from his subreddit once, and there was a guy in your Discord. It's also in his Discord.
At least as crazy as what he was saying.
You sound fucking unhinged, dude. Are you crashing out, Hasan?
Ethan, I didn't.
Hasan, are you crashing out? Do you have friends who are aware of the condition and can help you get the help you need?
This is good. This is good.
You're delusional.
Good job.
You featured Destiny's podcast.
I said he discovered the IP ban. Is that not true? I said Dan Saltman discovered the IP ban. That's all I said. I didn't endorse.
These guys are all so optics cucked that like I said, after spending 10 years deplatforming everybody who is like right of fucking Mao of them, now they all have to be super hyper vigilant about exactly who not just who they have on their podcast or whatever, but who they have on their podcast, who they're like 3 levels of degree of separation. So like the argument here is not that you had Destiny on, it's you had Destiny's co-host or some guy Destiny worked with on. That's like how far you have to go to be completely vetted.
I didn't. All I said is he discovered.
Meanwhile, like on the other side of this, on the right wing side of this, that it got all deplatformed, they just take random call-ins from High Elf Killer 1488 comes on and talks about railroads and shit. It's just a massive difference there. One is definitely more entertaining than the other. It's why I tend to watch more of it.
Cover the IP ban. Is that true? Is that materially true?
I don't think
it
so.
is. It is.
I think someone in Destiny's community did, but it's fine. Yeah.
So how is that an endorsement?
Ethan, are you claiming that
is this
you
what
don't
you
have
do
direct
whenever you're trying to
correspondence
avoid?
with
Ethan, Hasan, are you hallucinating?
Yes.
Ethan,
I am
Hasan?
hallucinating.
do you not correspond with Destiny's podcast co-host Dan Saltman?
I've talked to Dan Saltman, but also I don't think that that's Destiny, is it?
Yeah, no, that's just his podcast co-host and is perfectly
You
aligned with him
say-
and uses his community to brigade. And also has literally tried to blackmail people in Destiny's
don't
own
really
community
fucking care,
for
because that's not
literally
Destiny, is it?
unearthing sex crimes that he did.
Man,
You
you are
are
Do you feel
really
like that's a good person
hallucinating.
to align with?
I'm not
you now
endorsing
openly
him.
admit.
I'm not endorsing him at all. I just said I've spoken to him.
No, yeah,
This is a
you're not
loser.
endorsing him. You're just getting into
Have you ever
from
spoken to
his
somebody
views.
you don't endorse? I mean, what kind of silly bullshit are we doing here?
Certainly.
Well, there you
I
go.
speak to
Oh my
people I
God,
don't
dude.
endorse. I'm speaking
But they
to
have to do it.
Dan
That's the
Salt-
problem. Like I said, their politics like cucked into having to make this argument because of their obsession with you platform this guy who platformed that guy.
I mean, you're fucking outed as a Destiny's best friend.
Ethan, you're the one who admitted that just now.
I said
You
I've
also
spoken with
brought
Dan
forward-
Saltman, not that I'm a Destiny collaborator, which is what you claim, which is an outright, pathetic, provably wrong lie. And this is part of your disinformation campaign to delegitimize my points
I don't
without
think I need
ever
to
having to
delegitimize
address
you by
them.
associating
And
you
isn't
with
that
Destiny.
convenient? You
It's
never
true.
have to address anything I say because you can just say, Ethan's friends with Destiny.
He's cooking
Ethan's
now.
hallucinating.
He's right.
Ethan, I don't
Hasan?
think I need to. I didn't bring up Destiny. You did.
Yeah,
and also,
because you lied about me for 2 years working with
Yeah,
him.
that's why I got
2
brought
years.
up.
That's right. Hasan, listen.
Ethan,
I've been when I'm not looking at the look, he's sleepy. Is these two firearms here? This is some person of color type stuff here.
This is kind of embarrassing
Year and a half.
to admit, but I defended you both to my community and in general because I thought that you were a lot more
He's got
open-minded.
What, an AR here too? Is Hasan like a pro-gun leftist? At least he's consistent on that. The whole anti-gun leftist thing makes no fucking sense to me because it's like if you want, what are you gonna what are you gonna do your revolution with? You're gonna butter knife their heads off? Like, come on, man.
Until
What have we
pretty much
disagreed on?
the
What have we
December of
disagreed on?
2024.
I'm sorry. What am I not open-minded about? What have we disagreed on, Hasan, other than me criticizing you and your friends?
Yeah, exactly. You don't disagree really on anything as far as the actual like politics here because Hasan refuses to be actually anti-Semitic.
What have I said against the Palestinian people?
Or anti-Israel. Like again, I don't like to use the word anti-Semitic because it's unclear what I even mean. But I use like the actual distinct position that Hasan would have to take for them to actually disagree is he would have to say Israel should not exist as a state. That is the exact position he'd have to take for them to actually have a difference here.
Well, go ahead. What do we
What we are
disagree on?
disagreeing on is what you choose to focus on.
Does that seem
and
significant?
What you think is the major.
So this is a strategy. So you disagree on strategy. Great. This is like Nick Fuentes optics cuck arc all over again. Basically, back in I guess it was probably before 2020 when Nick Fuentes did the only thing he ever did that was marginally successful, which was the Turning Point USA thing, where they went up and asked like, "How does gay sex help us win the culture war?" This is before he turned his shit into a cult, or at least revealed how gay he was the whole time. Anyway, the point is that there was a period where Nick's whole argument was that he would punch right against other right-wing people and talk about how their optics were bad, right? Saying like, "Oh, you guys are too anti-Semitic, you're too whatever, your optics are bad." And it was called like the optics war or whatever. And then after all those guys got deplatformed and destroyed, and Nick Fuentes was the last biggest guy in that sector. Now, Nick Fuentes starts talking about like freaking killing high elves and start saying he said he's Hitler 2, 3, and 4, and it's like, well, what happened to optics, buddy? Wasn't that the whole plan? No, in reality, he cared about optics while he had competition to weaken his competition by making them apply to a standard that he would later not apply himself. And then once all the competition was suppressed. And I also believe they were suppressed because Nick Fuentes is a federal agent, or at least he's working with one. Now he goes full crazy mode because, he can afford to. That's kind of like what this conversation is, where they're debating about strategy because both of them want to be the top guy in this sector. They want to be the guy calling the shots in this political environment. And they're both like really big and they're kind of peers as far as like platform size. So, of course, Hasan wants to get all fiddly about the strategy of our movement or whatever, so that Ethan submits to it, weakens himself by fulfilling some arbitrary condition, and then Hasan can win, just like what Nick Fuentes did on the other side.
Your point of contention here.
Well, that's first of all.
And look how that ended with Nick Fuentes eventually, so,
What What I choose to focus on is certainly something you can critique.
A little frivolous.
But does that justify like lying about me continually for a year and a half just because you don't like where I'm focused? That seems immaterial.
Lying about what?
About me being Destiny fan, about hallucinating, sweeping for your anti-Semitic friends, lying about context, saying that my video's out of context without watching it. Hasan, take your time.
Do you feel like your video wasn't out of context?
Absolutely
wasn't a
not.
compilation of a 2-hour sequence of out of context clips?
You want to do this? What's out of context?
Okay.
Name one thing. Go ahead, read the chat, and we'll send you on Discord.
No. I have it
still asleep, at least.
readily available.
Well, I'll wait.
He's the best part of this debate, man. Look at him.
One of the major
kinda
points
crazy you
that
spent
you made that
$100,000
I've
on
seen
a dog.
through
The dog is
other
cute.
people's coverage of it so far is that I deny rapes happening on October 7. Okay? That I deny rapes happening on October 7. There's a clip of you
Schrodinger's rape. They both happened and did not happen.
when you first encounter that statement where you are actually understanding of my position until your wife stops you and says, that's inappropriate. You literally say, oh, he's saying the likelihood of rapes happening does not justify genocide, which you agree a genocide is happening.
Uncontested.
Ever since then, though, months later, you still chose
Her
to
name is
use that
Hila, by
clip
the way,
that's
Hasan.
14
I don't
seconds
know
long
why you
out of
refer to her as
context.
my wife. I find that
Why do you want her to say your wife's name? Usually it's the opposite. Usually you don't want to bring wives into this. That's a weird thing.
a little chauvinistic, frankly. You know who she is.
It's not chauvinistic, Ethan. It's why are you want to throw your wife into this? This is like a sector thing, like Ethan Ralph's sector thing. Ethan Ralph always attacks people's wives, and people always shit on him for it because it's like attack the guy you're arguing with, not his family. Now, I don't think Hasan said your wife because he's trying to be nice, but you should, not interrupt him when he's doing that.
You know her well. You've begged for Teddy Fresh from her many times. So, you know who she is. You've written her emails
Hila.
asking for clothing. Her name is Hila.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, so why don't you say that?
Okay.
Who goes, oh, your wife? Like, she's not. She has no.
Sounds
She's just like,
fucking crazy
oh.
right here.
I wasn't. Can you respond to what
Yes,
I was
absolutely.
saying?
With great pleasure, I will respond.
Why is it
Because,
that you
Hasan,
usually
that
understood
was
the
one
context until Hila stopped you
Very
and
good,
said,
you
no.
I'll answer. Would you like me to answer? That's one example of many. Seeing your response in the totality of all the responses shows that you do deny the rapes that
Him complaining about not bringing his wife into this was longer than his response to the question.
happened on October 7th. In
In
fact,
the totality of all my responses.
you had promised me, and I know you would never lie to me, that you would watch the context puke with me. So why don't we pull up that bit there, and we can see how out of context it is.
Boom. Do it.
Great. Someone pulling that, Dan? How you doing?
You perceived it to be going.
Great. Someone pulling that, Dan? How you doing? I'm waiting for the link. You good?
Am I? Oh yeah, I'm great. I don't think this is going the way you perceived it to be going. But
Yeah, unfortunately, I think Hasan might be right about that. I think Ethan thinks he's doing a lot better than he is. Unfortunately.
I mean, you're reading your chat. Do you think that's the
I'll
most
be honest
accurate
with you.
way to-
I was going to be. I was thinking about being a lot more stern initially, but this has turned into the last conversation that we had, where I am trying to gently nudge you in the direction of sanity. and
Ethan, I
you're
want you
still
to really understand. You're crazy. You're crashing out.
Just
You're
call him
hallucinating,
Ethan?
my friend.
in the direction of sanity. and
Ethan, I
you're
want you
still-
to...
You just called Hasan Ethan. Buddy, you are not beating your hallucinating allegations when you... Oh, no, man. Is he...
But this has turned into the last conversation that we had, where I am trying to gently nudge you in the direction of sanity. and
Ethan, I
you're
want you
still-
to really
just
understand.
called him
You're
Ethan.
crazy. You're crashing out. You're hallucinating, my friend. Come sit over here. You know what I mean? Don't ignore the swastika. Ignore the accusations of working with the ADL with no credibility. Ignore the tier list with fucking Ben Shapiro and Ethan. Come sit here. You're hallucinating. Oh, thank you so much for... You know what? Thank you, Hasan. That's so kind of you. How fucking genuine of you to take off the baby gloves. You fucking liar.
He's been holding all of this in for years. You can tell that he's gone over in his head some of this stuff over and over and over again, and now he finally gets to say it to him. And the problem is because it's too much. It's just too much. It does make him sound crazy. Some of this stuff. It's it's tough.
I mean, this is... This
You
is
are a
very
prolific
close.
liar, bro. Where's the link? Just control F for...
The reason, for the record, the reason why I don't like to bring Hila into the conversation is because I'm addressing my concerns with you, and I don't think that it's appropriate for me to,
I'm surprised Hasan had the wisdom to say that. Because that's exactly what I was saying, and it's usually... You figure he just would be oblivious.
extend
Well, you
the
just...
lens of
I mean,
criticism
that's a
to
little
other
silly
people.
considering you're well, actually, it was Hila who influenced your opinion, the evil IDF lady.
That's true.
Anyway.
Okay,
He
while
has
we're waiting
brought
for
up-
the clip.
No, I got it.
Deny the,
Well, okay.
the violent rapes
Not
that
here,
took place.
but
That is way beyond the pale.
I'm grabbing another soda, but I'm hearing you. There is one instance in captivity
Uh-oh, cherry act.
that we have...
I'm not going to let you cherry act to me, buddy. You grab that Dr. Pepper. I'll wait.
No, I said I'm listening to you. Don't worry. I was just grabbing another soda. Go ahead.
On the pale.
There is one instance in
you
captivity.
put a Hamas
headband on me?
I sure did.
There is one instance in captivity that we have actually gotten verifiable evidence on. Beyond that, the systematized mass rapes that Hamas dealt on October 7, not a single bit of that has been verified. And people still run with it over and over and over again.
It is. It's Schrodinger's rape.
Many young people who were simply attending a music festival. Women were horribly raped.
I can't see myself, by the way,
As
if
I
you're showing
said,
my
You're
video.
giggling. You're giggling. It's so funny. Has a right to
No,
defend
I'm not
himself.
giggling.
What
I'm
rapes
bro, what rapes did Hamas do? What are you talking
What
about?
rapes did
The
Hamas
Stop
do?
Anti-Semitism account that considered me to be anti-Semite of the week has also been hallucinating rapes once.
This is like so much strong. Like I said this before, that this stuff like this is what Ethan should have opened with, because there's so much stupid shit that Hasan has said and like done, and it's so easy to pull up. He had already put it together in his video, his content nuke. But instead, he spent the first hour and a half of this debate talking about the swastika sword and Sabra hummus. It's like, this is what you should have. You should have opened with turning my best friend against me with the content cop, and then this. Because, like, how does he even respond to this? What, he just says there's no context or whatever? No one's gonna fucking believe that. Like,
once again, doing rape fantasies once again because they're fucking mentally ill.
Hamas has committed.
That's something you go to a lot. You notice that? Call people mentally ill.
yes, that's like the go-to strategy on this side of the spectrum. Is everybody's mentally ill and they need therapy or whatever.
I find that odd. Probably should revise that. I don't know if that's kosher for
It's called concern trolling.
I'm not exactly I'm not exactly doing a lot of stuff that's kosher for leftist values in general.
So you have no problem weaponizing mental health?
When someone is hallucinating, I think it's appropriate to say that.
By your authority, I will decide who's hallucinating. Hasan.
This was on the right. You'd just be like, yeah, I'm weaponizing mental health because you're retarded.
Watch this.
Horrific acts of sexual violence.
Eden.
It's just like, the reason I keep bringing up the distinctions because it's just like such a kabuki dance. It's just like a fake.
You're showing clips of me saying that someone is
men and boys slaughtered after enduring sexual violence. The deadliest day for the Jewish people.
Doesn't matter if fucking rapes happen on October 7. Like, that doesn't change the dynamic for me even this much. So that's the other part of this problem that many people.
I think I kind of agree with what. Obviously, him saying that, he says it in like the worst possible way that makes him sound terrible. But if he means what I think he means, and maybe I should not even be projecting like any kind of intelligence behind him. But if what he's saying is that, like, from a geostrategic, purely state actors, we're in the war room type analysis, then yeah, that isn't really part of the equation.
People that can't contend with, like,
I can't believe how quickly leftists go from believe all women to Pixar didn't happen. There you go, son. What do you got?
Pixar didn't happen. That's great commentary, by the way. Okay,
I mean,
so,
it's good.
Yeah, it was. It was good.
So let's talk about it. You did actually. I'm surprised. You did actually show my findings on the UN committee report that came out.
The one that you misrepresent continually. That you fucking continually lie about the conclusion.
I wouldn't trust either of these
that?
guys.
You tell me.
Read the
Tell me what it
fucking UN marquee outside, much less a report.
The UN preliminary report was not an investigative report. Like, for example, the investigative report that came out about Israel's systematized sexual assaults that was 49 pages long.
Horrible. What a horrible thing that was.
Yeah,
unironically.
Absolutely.
Just unacceptable.
The level of evidence.
I suppose my rapists are better than your rapists. You gotta have a rape off? Jesus.
The preliminary report is only enough to actually create an actual investigation. The problem is Israel has denied an actual investigation to take place. Israel has told the United Nations that they are not allowed to do an actual investigation and to simply listen to what they have to say. Now, not only is Israel...
There are literally women who have said, I was raped.
Do you feel like the Israeli government lies?
Do you? I mean, all governments lie. I'm not going to defend Israel.
I agree.
You said there's women that come out and said, I was raped.
What?
Yeah, it is suspicious that Israel wouldn't allow an investigation. That being said, there are like there's personal testimony. So unless you're going to take like the giga anti-high elf position that like high elves literally can't not lie, which is like pretty extreme, obviously, then kind of probably should. And it's not like something out of left field, Hasan. I mean, your fellow wood elves are kind of like world famous for not respecting women's sexual rights.
There are women on the record, on video, saying I was raped.
Like you're saying, you're saying there are multiple women that are on the record saying I was raped.
Correct.
There is, as far as I understand,
one
instance
in
captivity.
As far as you understand, because you don't give a fuck about the reality.
Directed by Hamas. What?
Well, of course, that's as far as you can conclude because you don't give a fuck about the truth. You just want to do propaganda, remember?
Ethan.
Hasan,
good point.
Calm down.
Okay.
You're getting worked up.
I don't know why you're
whoa.
behaving in such a childish manner when we are actually talking about finally some serious stuff. Okay.
Look, okay.
Yeah.
in terms of the UN preliminary report and the findings, okay, there is a clear-cut lack of evidence for any forensic examination to take place due to the incompetence of the Israeli government and specifically the organization Zakah, that spent most of its time in the immediate aftermath of October 7 taking bodies out of body bags and putting them into Zakah branded body bags. This was reported by Haaretz as well. They polluted the evidence pool. Okay? That's number one. Number two, numerous people that came out and offered eyewitness testimony have since then been discredited, also according to Haaretz reporting.
Which article?
What's
the Haaretz article that accuses victims of sexual assault of lying about it? Go ahead and link me that one. And by the way, while you look for that,
no, not victims of sexual assault, Ethan. I'm using my words very carefully.
Right.
Not
of course, I remember you do that.
Assault. Not victims of sexual assault. Eyewitness testimony initially provided that led people to believe that there were sexual assaults that were taking place.
Show me the source.
Were then discredited.
Show me the source. By the way, Hasan, while you look for that, I'm assuming that you're quoting the UN Representative Secretary General on Sexual Violence and Conflicts report, right? This is one everyone refers to. Now, are you aware how these kind of papers work? They do a very precise conclusion at the end that summarizes the main thesis and points driven home in the article. That's what the conclusion is. Let me read it for you. Overall, based on the totality of information gathered from multiple and independent sources at different locations, there are reasonable grounds to believe that conflict-related sexual violence occurred at several locations across the Gaza periphery, including in the form of rape, gang rape, during the October 7, 2023 attack. Credible, circumstantial information which may be indicative of some forms of sexual violence, including genital mutilation, sexualized torture, cruel, inhuman, and degrading treatment was also gathered.
What, do you think it's going to be like a tea party, bud?
I'm going to walk
you through. Are they hallucinating?
No. So, you just don't know what words mean.
This is kind of what I mean with like the distinction, and there's a difference with no distinction between them, and like Hasan wants to both not deny rapes happened, or he doesn't want to be seen as like anti-women or like misogynistic or whatever, but also pro-Hamas, and it's like I just don't know how you can deny that there was rape. Not just because there's a bunch of eyewitness testimony, but because it's like a universal aspect of warfare, and it was an attack on civilians. And you're fucking wood elves, and that's what you do. Like, you rape. I know that sounds like really blunt, man, but it's like that's the bed that you've chosen, right? So you should just kind of sleep in it.
Credible circumstantial evidence. Do you know what that means?
It means that there's, of course.
Credible circumstantial evidence is not a substitute for forensic evidence.
That's why I said picture didn't happen, bro. You need rape kits. Hasan needs rape kits.
Yeah, no, Ethan's right to point this out. It's like, what, you want a rape kit from like hostages in a war zone, man? Like, not only that, but credible circumstantial evidence. Circumstantial evidence can be used to reach a criminal standard.
Is not enough.
Pixar didn't happen.
Like one of the first things they teach you.
Right.
Prosecute rape, which is precisely the reason why the Israeli prosecutors themselves have said that in the absence of a singular victim coming out, and also with all of the forensic evidence that has been tarnished already.
Show me evidence for anything you're saying.
What?
It's not. Show me evidence for anything you're claiming that isn't some unhinged freak on Twitter. Believe.
I agree. I agree with Ethan here. Like, Hasan's making an extraordinary claim that goes against common sense and like what everyone saw. So he should be the one that has to provide evidence.
Oh, women, hey, are we believing all women unless they're Israeli? Right after October 7th Hamas attack in Israel, Zakah, the disaster victim identification volunteers, were among the first civilians responding on the scene. Zakah is an Israeli rescue and recovery organization primarily staffed by ultra-Orthodox Jewish volunteers, known for their work in collecting human remains for proper burial according to Jewish law. I think what happened is, a lot of what happened is that obviously you don't rape someone and then keep them alive. Right? So most of them were murdered, and a lot of the forensic evidence.
I'm sending Dan the PBS article about how two debunked accounts of sexual violence on October 7 fueled the global dispute over Israel-Hamas war. This is from May 22nd, 2022. This is about the witness testimony that was discredited. Okay,
but even if one account was discredited, there's many.
No, it's not one account; it's two accounts. But the rest
there's way more than two accounts. Son, you know what you're doing? You're like, this girl lied about being raped, therefore all these women need to be questioned. That's actually what you're doing. You're saying Pixar didn't happen. I don't believe women if they're Israeli.
Can you point me to actual, like, to victims that came out?
Yes.
Because as far as I understand, Israeli police have asked victims and witnesses to testify about Hamas and sexual violence in the aftermath of October 7th.
It's Hamas. Like, are we really supposed to give them the benefit of the doubt on when they come into contact with females of like a race that they believe is trying to genocide them and that they wish to genocide? Like, this is an intergenerational bloody holy war that will literally only be resolved by the complete extermination of one side or the other. And when I say, like, will be resolved, doesn't mean I want that to happen. I'm just saying that that's what's going to happen. One of them's going to win and one of them's going to lose, because that's the way history works and that's the way the conflict is going. And I don't think that there's compromise, like a possibility of compromise between them, unfortunately. Luckily, because, and these guys too, because, we're imperial, we live in a totally different country, we don't have to participate in that tragedy. But, you know, these guys have inserted themselves into it anyway. And it's like, why do I need to give Hamas like some good faith belief that they're this well-disciplined, oiled machine where they, like, you can't, either this is like the most important conflict ever and they're so justified in hating Israel and that's why you're supporting them, Hasan, or which would then naturally lead to things like sexual assault, which is what occurs in wars, especially when there's like very bitter, or that's not that big of a deal and they could control themselves. I just, like, the burden of proof here is, he's trying to reverse the burden of proof here, and I think you're asking a lot of anybody to agree with you on that.
And it seems like they're...
And this is like why like it's good Ethan's going over this, because this is stuff where I just don't think, unless Hasan, like I said, goes full anti-Semitic, he can't really wiggle his way out of this.
Investigations were inconclusive because by the admission of the Israeli prosecution,
show me evidence of anything you're saying.
They openly said that there were no victims that came out.
Yeah, let me guess. You read it on Haaretz.
You don't... Wait. Do you think that Haaretz is not a credible institution of journalism at this point?
No, but you guys lean on that. You just lie about what it says because it sounds credible.
Who is you guys?
You and all of your fucking dumbass cohorts to do the same typical like rhetorical tool.
Imagine if Hasan
to just say whatever the fuck you want
guys.
without ever having to back it up or knowing what you're talking about in the least bit.
Then it would be
so show me the evidence.
I sent debunked narratives, and also here is the Israeli prosecutor Morangetz has acknowledged that 15 months after the events of October 7, 2023, Israel has still not identified any victims in which a case can be brought against an alleged perpetrator of a sexual attack.
They're all dead.
The admission is in line with a complete lack of any credible evidence regarding incidents of sexual violence, which is particularly notable when these claimed. I don't know what this is. I don't know what this foundation is, but there is news reporting on this. I don't know why someone sent me this link of this.
Do you think what is your point? What you said doesn't change anything. You're talking about. Do you think that they raped people and then didn't kill them?
You said that there are victims. Can you give me the names of the victims?
Yes.
I will. First of all, I am not in the business of denying rape. If there are victims that have come forward in this process,
I will play it for you.
As I've said, there was an instance of sexual assault that took place in captivity, and it was not the systematized rape that was directed by Hamas, as the New York Times' erroneous reporting that did not meet its own standard, its own editorial standard, as a matter of fact, written by a person who literally was taken off the editorial board, taken off the actual paper for some of her insane tweets about Gaza. None of these. Like, there's a lot of stories surrounding this, but I'm not in the business of fucking denying rape. So if you have...
Well, you did. Like he played the whole clip where you denied it over and over and laughed about it.
Evidence, please present it, and I will admit that I'm wrong. Give me the names.
There's a video. Hold on.
Is the video from Screams Without Violence? Is that where you're gonna present?
No, it's not from that. There's one recently of a woman testifying, I think it was either in the UN or to Congress. She's sitting on a bench, she's talking to a mic, and she's speaking in English. Yeah, we'll get there. But like, yeah, I mean, what's your problem with Sheryl Sandberg's documentary?
Sheryl Sandberg has also been accused of sexual harassment herself, but outside
of
that,
who cares? Who cares?
Her documentary is basically the unsubstantiated claims that some of which were directly found to be incorrect. Mm-hmm. But not only is it unsubstantiated claims, it's just a recycling of the same Screams Without Violence. The Screams Without Words article that the New York Times wrote that didn't even meet its own editorial standard. Okay? We're having this conversation. You seemingly act like you care about sexual violence taking place against Israelis.
No, okay, that's not why he's bringing this up. I mean, maybe he does, but like, it's just because you look bad and there's a internet feud, right? That's why he's bringing this up, is because you said something crazy and stupid, and you guys are in a fight, and he's trying to like prove it. Right? It's not that, it's not like again, none of these are principal issues. You yourself have admitted that this is a debate about strategy, not principles.
One of the hostages that actually was returned in the early stages did get raped by an Israeli fitness instructor. You know, I have not seen you talk about that. I have not seen you talk about the Israeli pro-rape riots that took place.
Did unrelated to the conflict.
Israel had a January 6th style. Israel had a January 6th style pro-rape riot where a bunch of rabid right-wing...
Do you think I'm defending this?
I'm not defending this. The prosecutor's office and forcibly with guns took out 6 concentration camp prison guards from the Sede Taman facility that had actually raped numerous Palestinians on camera.
Are you done grandstanding? Here's a victim.
One that they raped to death.
Are you done? Here's a victim you asked for. Here we go. This is from... I think there was a...
Again, this is like back to the... No, I'm a better rapist. My sides are better rapists. My side is a better rapist.
In that house, I was sexually assaulted by the Hamas terrorist who had guarded me.
Not these guys.
He forced me to go to the shower and entered the room, pointed his gun at me. He was breathing heavily and had a monstrous beast-like face. He meticulously planned his assault, scheming and waiting for the moment to have his way. He kept asking me private sexual questions while sitting next to me in his underwear, lifting my shirt, touching me, and constantly asking me when my period would be
Sorry,
over.
just to butt in here. Is she lying or no? Is she lying or hallucinating?
Ethan, have I ever said that rapes did not take place?
Well,
at least according to one credible.
Yes. He played the clip. You literally said 3 times that didn't happen. Dude, this is not the way to... I already said that, like, Hasan's not going to be able to wiggle his way out of this without being like, yes, they happened and I don't care. Like, that's literally the only thing he could say that would maybe give him something. Like, obviously that would make him look bad too, but I'm saying, like, the only way to stay consistent here and potentially make a point is to say, yes, they happened and it sucks. But I believe that this cause is more important than that or whatever. But after he played the clip where you do it 3 times and now say, I don't do it, you just look retarded.
Personal testimony in captivity, not on October 7th, but in captivity?
Kind of, yeah. Yes.
Over.
You're doing it right now.
What do you mean,
I knew exactly what he was planning to do.
You literally
and yet I couldn't do
featured-
anything to prevent
Wait, pause it for a second.
No. Listen to what she has to say, Hassan.
When the assault was over.
Hassan, don't silence her. Let her fucking talk.
wasn't even allowed
No, because you're acting like this never happened, that it's exaggerated, that
mentioning
everybody's
my
lying, that
acknowledgement in the
Israelis
video
are just
that you
inherently
played.
evil monsters that are responsible for everything bad that's
Ethan,
ever happened.
you
Listen to her.
acknowledged-
Cry
Ethan,
or to be
you
sad.
Listen to her words.
I had no one to comfort me and was forced to act nice
Listen to
the
my
person who had just
words.
sexually
Listen to this
assaulted
victim.
me
Show her
in
some
the
respect,
most
Hassan.
horrifying way.
Oh, it's so gross
Not a
the way
day
you're
goes
doing
by
this.
that I don't think about
Yeah, it's
what
gross.
that terrible man did to
It
me.
is. You're-
We were held in such
Show
a
respect.
If this is gross, then you laughing about it on
Subject
stream
to
earlier
sexual
was
Blood on this.
gross.
Holy shit.
Now,
You really have no problem speaking over a rape victim when they're Israeli.
Dude, you don't give a fuck about rape. Look, what are you doing? Look at what you're doing. I never said that no one ever got sexually assaulted in
First
captivity
male
in the
rape
hands
survivor of
Hamas
Hamas on
military.
October
I
7th.
literally said in the video.
A man who was stripped naked and raped by Hamas on October 7th has revealed for the first time how he was spat on and humiliated as his murderous rapist left. The victim, only identified as initial D, was the first man to speak about the sexual assault he and others experienced when Hamas elite the Nakba unit massacred, kidnapped, and raped innocent people enjoying the Supernova music festival. They pin you down to the ground. You try to resist. They take off your clothes, laugh at you, humiliate you, spit on you. Said the victim, who's hold on.
Okay, listen to me. Listen to my
They
words.
touch my
very
private
carefully,
parts, they
because
rape you.
you're not going through this in a dignified way, and I think it's very gross. What you're doing here is simply weaponizing
Bro,
a victim
you are so
as a
pathetic.
fucking prop. A victim that I also.
Well, so are you. So are you. That's why you were laughing about it on stream. Like, this entire Palestinian cause is a prop for you. It's a prop for you to be able to come in here and tell Ethan that he's not doing the right strategy. Because, like, again, that's what you said this all came down to, is that he's not doing what he should be doing. And it's like, well, why does it matter? Well, because the cause is super important, right? So it's a prop.
Acknowledged.
Silence.
And you know
And
I
new
acknowledged
footage-
it because you posted it in your video that
Here it
you
is.
just showed me.
Here's the clip.
Reveals that sexual assault and rape was a regular component of the life as a hostage in Gaza.
Doesn't matter if fucking rapes happened on October 7th.
Hassan, maybe you would like to call her a liar. Please, go right ahead.
Doing it matter if fucking rapes
Listen,
happened on October 7th.
there are dozens of testimonies from witnesses, most of who
Dozens
were
of
hiding
testimonies.
and heard.
Oh,
yeah.
Ethan,
Are you denying that?
You said
And
in the beginning, I'm going to use my words very carefully
There's
here.
more
In the
stories
beginning,
coming
you
out.
said
There's
on
a
October
UN
7th,
report.
there were numerous victims of sexual violence. That you said, not
Are we going to debate?
there
Oh,
were
okay,
numerous
okay,
victims
okay.
of
The
sexual
definition
violence
of rape
that actually came.
This is getting close to like some of those right-wing debates I was talking about, where they like define the definition of like. It's kind of going in that direction where it's like, well, what is rape really like? What is rape really like? Is this like? Hassan, I would. You got to deflect, man. You got to get off this topic. This is not. Ethan's finally like really cooking you. It took half of the fucking debate here, but he's really cooking you now. It's tough.
Forward. So I ask you for names of the numerous victims of sexual violence
Showing you
on
people.
October 7th. Because
Wait, hold
I
on, hold
never
on.
said that
You're
there was
saying
no
only-
sexual
wait,
assault
what?
that took place.
Wait, you're
I, as a
saying they
matter
have
of
to have been on
looked at that report. I looked at that same UN report and said that there was valid, credible, first-hand testimony on sexual assault.
I
that
wish
took
you
place
had the
in
energy
captivity.
you
That
have
was not on October
for
7th.
the Israelis raping people. As I wish you had the same energy for the fucking Palestinian terrorists raping people. I wish you.
All right, I'm gonna get another bang. Hold on. All right.
who had the
because
same energy.
I can't invent rapes. You have not given me any names. What
I'm
are you
showing
talking
you
about?
people and names. What do you mean?
It's
What do you mean?
so
What's with
vile
my
to
people
deny
and names?
suffering
I don't
and trauma of
understand.
the victim.
If there are
Just because you
victims,
need your
you
hero.
say
You know what?
women.
This is not going anywhere. Let's just move on. Yeah, let's just.
What do you mean? You can just.
I
Let's
gave
just
you
you're gonna let him
This is
go?
a major point of contention. You have
It's
falsely
just-
So why are you
accused
trying to
as
stay
a
on
rape
this?
denier
You're
when you
losing.
yourself, the
This-
one
this-
evidence.
this
deny mass
is
rapes happen, and you're doing it right now.
The instance of
You should
sexual
take the
violence
invitation
that
and move
you
on.
know of up until this
Just showed
point.
you two.
You
Chances
and I
are
both agree
Ethan will
on.
go
You
on to
know
another
that I agree
stupid
with that.
topic
You
like
know
he
that I
was
talk about
earlier.
it. You know
No, you
that I
deny mass
acknowledge
rapes
it,
happen,
and yet
not that rapes happen.
what?
You deny that mass rapes happen, not that rapes
Yes.
happen. Listen to my words.
Yes, I do.
Okay,
I do
good.
deny
Well, there
it
you go.
Because there is no evidence. And
I just
for the
showed you
record,
two.
the clip
Okay, here we
that
go.
you
He's
used,
doing what I
ironically,
said.
The reason I
Three.
say it's out of context is because at that point,
He's doing the opposite.
At
He's
that
still
point,
saying that they didn't
I
happen. Never mind.
personally took a position where I said very carefully and very deliberately that mass rapes that are directed by Hamas did not happen. There was no evidence for this whatsoever.
Four survivors told authorities they were sexually assaulted on October 7th.
Okay, so now he's trying to say rapes
First-hand account
happened,
of
but
such
not
crimes have been
mass,
rare,
right?
as most
And
victims
not
were
only-
killed. Hasan.
How many people have to
report
give
follows
you-
earlier
Wait, wait,
testimony
wait,
from a
wait,
man
okay.
who said he was raped by terrorists at the Nova Festival. 4 people have told authorities that they were sexually assaulted by terrorists on October 7th. Channel 12 reports. On Thursday, adding to a growing body of evidence of the systemic sexual assault committed by Hamas. Unlike most of the previous evidence of sexual assault on October 7th, which was largely based on eyewitness testimony, the Channel 12 report is notable because it is based on first-hand accounts of victims. You can yawn all you want. First-hand testimony of such
yawning.
crimes has been rare because the victims have been killed. Killed, dipshit.
Okay, Ethan,
they
do you
fucking
think
kill
when
them.
someone-
According to the
do
report,
you
4
think-
individuals approached the
Do you think
welfare
when
minister
someone's
with their
murdered, that
sorry.
there's no way to actually examine?
Sorry, talk about
Do you
being
think that when-
gross.
do
Listen
you
to
think
these
that when
victims.
someone is murdered, there's no way to do forensics evidence
Bro,
to actually
you know the
conclude,
fucking answer to that.
actually conclude
Because
that
you
person
know
was
that
sexually
Jews,
assaulted.
you know that the religious organization that is first responders that you cited has a policy of burying the bodies to avoid disgracing them. That's
Ethan, you
what
just
happened.
said dozens of
so
victims
that
came
is
out.
true. The high elves do have very strict requirements around the burial of dead. That's actually a good argument for this.
In that
I'm
article,
reading
and I
you.
don't know
What are
where
you
that article
doing,
is
bro?
from.
I'm
You
showing
said
you the
dozens of
evidence that
victims
you're
came out
wrong
in that
right
article.
now. According to the report, 4 individuals approached the welfare ministry with their accounts of what happened to them during the Hamas onslaught, which saw
It's funny how Hasan had the opportunity to get off
20 people
this.
killed and 250 kidnapped.
Because
The report followed a separate
Ethan said, "Let's
Channel 12
move
story on
on,"
Wednesday that
and
provided
then
first-hand
he
testimony from a man who said he was
refused.
raped by terrorists.
And so now he's just getting
100 people were
pummeled
killed.
more.
Are these all lying? There are 5 people here. There's 3 that approached the ministry and 1 man who said he was raped. Are these all liars?
Yeah, man, at the
I
very
don't know.
beginning
I don't
of
think
this
they are.
section,
I
just
have
say-
no
so then what
reason
the
to believe
fuck
that they
is
are.
your
From
point?
Yep, it
everything that I've
happens,
seen,
but
from everything that I've read on this, and I have read
I'm
extensively
such
on
a-
this.
I love
as
Palestine
far as
so much,
forensic
I
examination
don't
has been
like
concluded, there is
is
no
what it is.
evidence, no hard evidence of sexual assault. And I will
I
give you a
just
clip
read
from
4
a Haaretz article
This is so
that was
exhausting, bro.
posted by
Uh-oh,
Lisa
here comes the Haaretz article.
Rozovsky.
I just
why
read
are
you
you
first-hand
discounting-
testimony
I'm
of
using-
4 people.
That would've
What
been
are
a
you
more
doing? You're saying that
strategic
you're not believing the victims.
So would have looked terrible.
Ethan, you're
It's
asking
not
for pics or it
wrong,
didn't happen.
It's not that I'm not
but-
believing
Where
the
did you
victims.
said where's
I'm
their
saying
bodies?
that since-
Pics or
since
didn't
what
happen?
You have mentioned since
You're
the thing
saying
that
pics
you
or didn't
mentioned,
happen,
okay?
right?
Since the article that you mentioned came out,
It's
there have
funny
been
he doesn't say
further
that too,
prosecutions on
because
this.
both of these guys are like ends justify the means type people. I mean, that's why like this whole debate is about strategy, about like the best way to win, get your revolution, get Palestine, whatever. So you think that he would come very naturally to that argument of, yeah, they happened, but it's worth it. But I guess, like, again, this is just another example of him wanting to have his cake and eat it too, where he's like super virtuous and a nice guy, but also wants to have a bloody revolution.
Why have they not led to any real prosecution?
They're dead. They're
No,
fucking
that's not-
dead, you moron. What
Any
do you
real
mean?
prosecution?
testimony in
They're
this
members
regard.
of
All the fucking
Hamas,
Hamas
which is
operatives
still
in Israel.
I killed
operational.
them?
What? Are you
Why are you saying you
okay?
killed them?
I said they. Why
What,
the
they're
fuck would
gonna
I say
send-
you
they're
killed them?
gonna-
That's insanely stupid. Are you okay? Hallucinating. Are you crashing on? Go ahead.
Maybe I misheard you. I'm pretty sure you said you killed them.
Sometimes when you're under stress, you can mishear things, but that's okay.
It might be. I might be. My mistake. I have you on much lower volume because my volume is very
Okay,
low.
fair
so
enough.
it does-
Fair
that's
enough.
part of
It's
the
a
reason why-
misunderstanding.
That's part of the reason why I do ask over and over again what you're saying.
That's fine. I understand. I want people to hear what we're saying, so that's totally fair.
If you're saying,
are you
if
done,
you're
or you want to
saying
keep
he's
going?
gaslighting, you just clip it and send it to me, chat. It's that simple. Okay. And if you probably said it by mistake, even if you did, so it doesn't matter.
Okay, we done with this one?
Okay. No, we're not. We're not done with this at all.
He's staying on it.
The question I have for you
What are you
is very
doing?
simple. Okay.
This is what I was saying earlier when I was surprised how well Hasan
By the way,
was
I may
doing
have
at
actually
the
said you.
beginning
I
because
apologize.
he's seen
I
him do
don't
it
care.
before
Let's
and
move
he's
on.
just
Let's
got
get back to
no
the actual main
sense
point of
for
contention
it.
here.
This is
Sir,
that
There have
coming
been
out.
no rape allegations filed in the October 7 attacks. Not one. Okay? And this is from
So what?
Ynet, speaking to Moran Gatz, who
gives a
I
fuck?
posted about earlier. Moran Gatz is the Southern District Prosecutor's Office in Israel. Okay? She was a member of the Team 7110, responsible responsible for cases involving captured Palestinians in connection with October 7th attack. On investigations related to
What's
sexual
the
violence,
Japanese
she
one?
says in the end, we don't have any complainants. What was presented in the media compared to what will eventually come together will be entirely different. Either because the victims were murdered, okay, this is what they're saying, or because women who were raped aren't willing to expose it. That she excludes here another explanation, says Drop Site News, that no rapes occurred. We approached women's rights organizations and asked for cooperation. They told us that no one had approached them. There were parents who reached out to organizations asking what to do if something happened to their daughter, but they didn't reveal the abuse. So the question I have for you is this, okay? The question I have for you is this. What am I supposed to do in the situation when there are no victims that have come forward?
4 victims just gave first-hand testimony. I read it to you.
Died, but there's no forensic examination. There has been no justice
never
for
talk
these
about
victims in
this.
Israel.
So that you have no pinned position on it. You just say, you just do. He says what he always says, which is just
the government completely ruined any sort of forensic examination that could have taken place. There is no way to actually bring justice to these victims. Your assessment on this is so off base.
Hasan, are you listening?
You think
4 first-hand victims. I just read it to you.
Okay, but
you know what? You're right.
You
know what, Hasan, you're right. Let's err on the side of these victims lying. Let's err on the side. No, you're totally right. This is the progressive way. Let's err on the side of these people lying instead of believing them. Let's do that. And
no,
they're all
I'm
lying.
not saying that they're lying. I'm telling
you are.
My confusion on this comes from the fact that
you said that their testimony was discredited.
Were killed, and it's a religious
part. I can't believe Hasan has had 2 opportunities now to get off of this.
Humiliating them.
And both times said, no, I want to keep talking about it.
If you don't know that, then you are like woefully misinformed, which is just...
Dude, what are you talking about? What do you mean? It doesn't matter. There has to be a forensic examination.
Pixar didn't happen. They buried the body.
No, Pixar didn't happen. You don't think that the victims deserve justice? What's wrong with you? Do you don't think these victims deserve justice? Why did Israel refuse an outside investigative committee?
How do you explain these 4 accusers?
Under normal circumstances,
how do you explain these 4 accusers?
Or a third party.
How do you explain these
pretty sure neither of you believe in God.
How do you explain the 4 accusers?
I don't know.
Okay, very good.
How do you explain
the prosecutor after those
4 accusers? My information is more relevant because it's new. It's newer. Okay. I don't know. I guess
we're at an impasse here. I mean, listen, Hasan, we're at an impasse. Can we move on?
Something that I don't know about when the prosecutor,
I guess this is
Israeli Southern District prosecutor,
the first
actually did not
example of
examine
something
the testimony given by these victims.
If you don't know what happened in the 4
accusers, which is just as simple as
because I'm
you're a liar. You're a propagandist, and you fucking hate Israelis.
They did.
Can we move on, please? This is obviously an impasse.
No.
Oh my God, I'm just trying to consider the audience. Everybody wants something else. I'm telling you, dude. This is exhausting.
You have claimed falsely that I do not recognize
it's the third time now that Hasan
a sexual assault that took place in captivity.
Yes.
That was false.
Yep,
Do you
it was
admit
false.
that?
Yep, she lied. It was false, etc.
No. It's a falsehood that you claim that I don't recognize that. Do you admit that?
Yes, 100%. Can we move on?
Wait, so you're admitting that you falsely smeared me as someone
who
is
pushing it now.
verifiable evidence, verifiable claim of rape from a first-hand account, and it's not from October 7th.
Okay, yes, I'm smearing you. Can we move on, please?
Why would you say that?
Okay,
very good.
All right.
Can you explain this tweet to me? This is your tweet, and I'd like you to summarize it for me. Here it is.
That was
go ahead, you can read it for me and explain the picture.
I mean, I guess it's like he's saying that just so that they can keep going, and it's just so obvious that Hasan has like lost that whole issue, right?
Oh,
okay.
Fantastic.
Okay, very good. I guess what's is just a little delay for him, Dan? Or?
No, I can see it. Bro really said my lived experience in Israel proper. Great.
What's the picture?
This is Zone of Interest. You're familiar, yes?
Explain for the audience what this picture entails.
So this is Zone of Interest, which is a Oscar award-winning movie depicting the banality of evil during a literal Holocaust taking place, the monotony of the day-to-day existence, the beautiful garden.
And your implication is what?
Rudolf Hess and his family put together.
And your implication
in the backdrop, you can see there's a concentration camp, Auschwitz.
Your implication
there's a
to
train
me
that
is what?
Most likely
Please never talk
to
about
be
film
sending,
again.
This is the clip you're responding to.
So
hold on. Like it's completely based on my I actually don't know where it is, but I said we know what it was. I just said Israel proper, right? I said my lived experience in Israel proper.
Can you
explain
play the clip?
It's 2 minutes and I don't know where this happens. If somebody can find out.
No, play the clip. Play the full thing. We have time. I'm not going nowhere.
Let me see. Yeah, I mean I want to watch it too. It's just
I know you do.
Let's see here. I don't. Here, I'll just play it. Oh, this is a clip from the critically acclaimed Content Cop. How's that working out? You think Ian's happy he made that video?
I don't know.
Good.
I mean,
good. Yeah, hit him on this.
I mean, he put out a really
hit
good
him on
video.
this because he made the video basically because Hasan told him to, or told his wife to tell him to, and it's just completely nuked him and basically made Creator Clash 3 like the entire event implode. And this is the other thing I would have focused on from the start as Ethan is because. You got to think that all of like Hasan's minions are looking at each other and are like, are we gonna go down with like, this is what he does to his like, this is what he did to Ian. What's his advice gonna do to me? Because basically what happened is Hasan just threw Ian at Ethan and it destroyed his event. It's just completely fucked him over. Now Hasan got the benefit of a minion attacking one of his enemies, but. It's like he's like sacrificed his pawn, right? And then the other pawns look at each other and are like, "Are we next?" That's what I would push on if I was Ethan, I'd be like, Frogan, Denims, all these other people. What if the next thing Hasan tells you to do is something like this that just completely destroys you?
I mean, I would be stoked.
I don't know why you're asking me about what iDubbbz is thinking, but I mean, I assume... I mean,
because you were there. Yeah. You're in the video, buddy. You collaborated to make it. Like, you're going to deny that when you're a core part of the video? Come on.
Well, I think it doubled your video, so
yeah, I mean,
it's not that bad.
If anything, I think it just means that more people are interested in me than you.
Yeah, no, definitely. I believe that for sure.
Very good.
I think a lot of people. I think a lot of people, some falsely and some for decent reasons, wants to.
Do you want to look at the like ratio?
Someone put you down a peg. It's probably the reason why there's a lot of people watching this conversation as well.
Do you want to watch the Do you want to watch the like ratio on this? Damn.
The like ratio on this.
That's correct.
Oh, now we're going to get into a debate about whether the dislike
Ethan,
button.
play the video. This is also been reported even by your favorite. What is it? Nicholas Eat Oreos.
My favorite.
Oh, that's so funny because Hasan's whole position is that he doesn't know who Nicholas is. Because, I don't know. He's always like, I don't know who this guy... The only time he ever brings up is call him a neo-Nazi. And then now here, he just revealed that he actually does watch him and, like, pays attention. I'm surprised he made that mistake.
The dislike
let's
is
watch
not
it.
correct.
Let's just watch
Why
it.
am I arguing on behalf of Ian's video's performance? I don't give a fuck. Come on, play the video, dude. Come on, Jesus Christ. Play the fucking clip.
I mean, it is ironic that he came and did this whole show of doing it with you, and it like just completely humiliated him. I think that's kind of funny and interesting. But I'll play the clip.
Why is it funny and like? Come on, Ethan. Like, hit him on this. Be like, I think it's really interesting that this guy who had no position in this debate and was isolated from it was brought in by you, and then you told him to do something that destroyed like the only thing going on in his life, which is Creator Clash.
He's now talking about it on his podcast.
What I want to do is show you. Are you not? Hold on, I'm sorry. His entire Creator Clash is in ruin. The event is going to be fucking absolutely canceled.
Exactly.
They're probably to reimburse most of the fighters for the time they trained. How is that not a train wreck?
Ethan,
I'm just saying.
I am not iDubbbz. I don't care about your petty vendetta.
No, you're not iDubbbz. What you want is the benefit of his support and his loyalty without taking responsibility for him. And that may sound gay, like, why should he have to take responsibility for him? It's like, well, because you got him into this. And you're the one who's trying to play at some leader of some movement, man. You can't be the king of the secta, right? And not take some responsibility.
Against iDubbbz. Play the
fucking
video. Clip.
How I see Israel. You're in the video. You listen to Hasan and you hear all these fucking...
Yes, you ruined a charity event. I hope you're proud.
Oh my God, bro. You have no idea what you're talking about.
She's now talking
I'm talking about Israel proper. And you're showing headlines about Gaza. I literally say in this clip that has nothing to do with the conditions of Gaza and the conditions of the West Bank, which I consider to be like apartheid. Like it's completely based on my lived experience of 5 years living in Israel. My lived experience, bro. You are so fucking out of line. You have no idea. How do you have the confidence to make this video? Again, I don't know where it is, dude. The phrase.
You guys, how I see Israel, because you don't see that when you listen to Hasan.
Israel blocks, and he shows these headlines. Israel again blocks Gaza aid. Again, I'm not talking about Gaza, which I say clearly.
It's funny too because he just admitted that the Palestinian areas of Israel are in apartheid, which is like obviously the pro-Palestine position. But it's just still not good enough.
In this clip, but go on.
And you hear all these fucking mega lefties talk.
Israeli authorities block healthcare to Gaza. Again, I'm not. Do you think that I'm talking about walking around Gaza? When I say how great multicultural it is,
we
did
never
you think
defended
that?
how Israel attacked Gaza since October 7th. Not even
Shield your eyes.
We never co-signed what they did.
Is that not the point he's making though?
It already happened. I said it. Oh.
Yeah,
no,
okay.
Well, anyway, the phrase I said is that my experience in Israel proper.
What happened after that? When AB chimed in, I wonder. Anyway, listen.
Who knows? I mean, you like to make inferences based on.
I'm just asking. I don't know.
You know what's so funny? You know what's funny? It's all on the audio. Go listen to it, dipshit. It's on the audio. You don't know what you're talking about. You're a pathological liar. You are a propagandist. It's on the audio.
Yes,
you can go listen to it.
Yeah, both AB and Olivia were chiming in. I don't know why we buttoned it. I'm just asking.
There's like 16 layers of
disingenuity between both of you.
That's like why this is kind of interesting.
With the photo. Okay, so let's begin. This is going to finally cause us to talk about Israel-Palestine.
Bro, just explain what you're
trying to say. By your own admission, there is a genocide that is taking place in the Gaza Strip. By your own admission, there is also an apartheid structure both in the West Bank, but I don't think you believe there's an apartheid
but the reason why
in
H3 does like this comparison is because it's the high elf position that the Holocaust is like the only true genocide that's ever occurred. And by that I mean that it's like unique. That's why like they'll say you're trivializing the Holocaust or whatever if you make any comparison to like say the Holocaust, the Armenian genocide, to the Greek genocide, to whatever. And that's like a core part of their position because it allows them to like make claims about a unique position. It's like just more of the like, you know, exceptional chosen people type shit. And that's why he doesn't like this, because obviously the implication of this is the Israelis. Hasan is trying to say the Israelis are the Nazis now, and to a high elf, that's like that's basically saying that the Palestinian genocide is morally equivalent to the Holocaust, which it can't be if the Holocaust is unique.
In Israel proper, by your own terms.
I don't think
do
it's.
You feel, yeah. Okay. So, do you feel as though Israel is somehow inseparable from both of these actions?
No, but obviously the conditions are different in Israel proper versus the West Bank versus Gaza. Like the West Bank has checkpoints, it has like different areas of zones of interest. People don't have freedom of movement, so obviously that's more apartheid-like than the main body of Israel.
Yeah. Obviously.
Don't you feel like you going to Israel proper would actually resemble someone going to, someone going near Auschwitz and being like, well, it's actually beautiful there. It's not that big of a deal.
No, not at all. And yeah, Ethan's right to call this out because, I mean, there's even story, and I don't want to get too much into like, I'm just not even gonna. Okay, what I'm trying to say is that like in the Holocaust, there's the work camps and then there were the death camps, right? And sometimes the camps were in occupied territories. All the death camps were in occupied territories, but the work camps, there was a couple in Germany, and sometimes they would be put in places where they were kind of off the beaten path, so the regular Germans wouldn't know they existed. That's like the history, that is the history, okay, right? And so, like, Ethan's right to point out why this is bullshit. It's like if you're in Tel Aviv and you're like at some gay nightclub or whatever, because it's literally statistically the gayest city on earth. That is not like walking past Auschwitz every day. And Auschwitz was in Poland, so it's like...
It's multicultural.
Like it fits with what he's talking about with the West Bank and stuff, because the West Bank and Gaza are like different administrative divisions than Israel proper. That's why he used the term Israel proper. It's funny that I'm taking this side on this, but he's right.
Oh, you don't see the comparison.
Well, I mean, where Israel, you mean in Tel Aviv? So you're saying that...
Jonathan Glazer, who made this video, Jonathan Glazer, who made this Oscar-winning movie, does see the comparison.
So, hold on, your criticism...
He said as much.
You're saying... all I said was my lived experience in Israel proper. Is the problem that Israel proper? That sounds racist or something?
No, I think you're
also,
trying
who cares
to
if the
present
director
Israel as a
agrees
beautiful
with you?
multicultural land.
We're debating about the truth of the
a
matter,
genocide
not whether some
across the
authority,
border
even
boundary,
the creator, thinks it's
also
true.
with apartheid on a good day.
Yeah, I make a distinction for sure.
You can't.
I lived there for 5 years in Tel Aviv.
From the crimes that is happening 6 miles away, Ethan. That's my point. So
6 miles from where I live in Tel Aviv?
Probably not.
6 miles from where?
I don't know how many miles away it is from.
It's a lot. What the fuck are you talking about?
I don't know how many miles away it is. That's not the point. It's
no,
you can actually know about what this area you're talking about.
Everybody living in Israel is living next to a concentration camp.
Yeah, which is ridiculous, and Ethan's right to call it out.
So I said, bro really said my lived experience in Israel proper, and you're saying that I am a Nazi officer living casually and enjoying life as people are.
No, you're not directly a Nazi officer.
Well, that's what this says.
No, Ethan, you're taking it a little bit too literally. I think the point there with that imagery is not that it's a
Why
Nazi
did you choose
officer,
the one with the guy standing in it?
Well, I'm actually interpreting the work of art in the exact same way that Jonathan Glazer, who made this piece of cinema, interpreted it.
Yeah, and
the entire
what
point
Ethan is saying is that he's wrong.
You can have a wonderful life as an American Jew in Israel. Of course you can have a wonderful life in Israel. That's the point, because Israel is a ethno-religious supremacist apartheid state that is currently doing a genocide. It is the entire underlying principle of why this nation state was founded. That's what it was founded on. It was founded on exterminationist principles of the indigenous Palestinians, which you seemingly agree to. So yes, if you actually think Israel is doing a genocide, then it comes across as rather odd that you would go to Israel to show how multifaceted and how wonderful Israel is.
I mean,
it would be exactly like someone saying, you don't understand.
Well, this is just like the classic High Elf thing, right? Is when you need to ingratiate yourself in one group, Israel's evil and exterminationists, but when you're in Israel and you need a job or whatever, it's not all bad or whatever. That's like pretty standard double standard here.
I'm German. I am going to Poland. I'm going to go to Warsaw. I'm going to go to Auschwitz.
It's not the same at all, dude.
How wonderful Auschwitz looks like because it's German territory.
Okay, I lived in Tel Aviv.
Yeah, and again, I agree with him that like they kept saying that he's like living next to a concentration camp is stupid. But as far as like judging the actual genocides, the reason why Ethan has to say that they're different is because of this orthodoxy within the High Elves that the Holocaust is this unique, has never happened before, will never happen again event of history.
Tel Aviv. I worked beside Palestinians. I worked with them. I took the bus with them. I walked around the streets with them. I went to the restaurants. They worked with me in my businesses. It's not what people expect. That's my point. You don't see...
Yeah, that would be lying. That would be lying to your audience about the actual totality of Israel. You want to talk about my totality of anti-Semitism inferred off of like hyper-specific, narrow definitions that you have invented in your mind? Talk about the totality of a country that you recognize as doing genocide. You think it's appropriate? You think it's appropriate to go to Israel while there's a fucking genocide going on?
You did a show with me and you considered me your friend and you knew that I was apparently a Nazi officer that whole time.
What?
I said you were considering me a friend. You did a show with me.
Well, I mean, what if he went to Israel to protest? So he's just not allowed to go back because do you guys think that they're doing a genocide? Like, what if he was going there to actually get more involved than you ever have?
I lived in Israel that whole time. I'm surprised you were willing to work with a Nazi officer.
I also have interviewed members of the Knesset, as a matter of fact, like Ofer Kassev. I have interviewed Israelis from the anti-Zionist youth movement Mezarvot, Israeli members, Israeli Jewish citizens that have refused service, refuseniks. I don't have an issue with people that have lived in Israel. Some of the reason why I know the total and utter depravity of the inception of Israel comes from Exeter University's very own Ilan Pappé. His writings are what guide me. Of course, I don't have an issue with people that have lived in Israel, or even still live in Israel, as a matter of fact. As long as they're anti-Zionist, because I care about Zionism as an ideology. I do not care about Jewish people or Israeli people.
Whoa! Is Hasan doing what I suggested?
I care about Zionism as an ideology. I do not care about Jewish people.
Whoa!
As long as they're anti-Zionist, because I care about Zionism as an ideology. I do not care about Jewish people.
Oh no, he doesn't care about high elves.
Or Israeli people. These are not a part of my consideration, because I
they are not a part of my consideration. Oh no.
believe in the best of people. I believe that people, regardless of the circumstances that they've been presented with, can see right from wrong.
Okay, very
and
good.
I thought foolishly that you were one of these people. I foolishly thought you could also see right from wrong. But it's obvious to me.
I foolishly thought that you could agree with me on everything. That's what he really means. I foolishly believe that you could follow my orders about how exactly to deal with this particular issue and the strategy.
That you have simply used what is going on for the past 16 months of horrific mass bombing and starvation.
Hasan, you got to stop. You got to stop with the gish galloping. I know. You're righteous and I'm evil.
I'm explaining to you my position.
Let me respond. I agree with you. I think that my characterization of it as a utopia, like in that moment, was distasteful, and I wish that I had said that differently. And I see that it came off bad. It came off bad, and I was wrong on that one. I totally agree. Watching that clip back, I'm regretful about how I spoke about it. So I agree with you.
Okay.
Wow.
That's fair.
Totally diffused. That whole massive like Nuremberg rally type speech that Hasan gave just completely disregarded. There's now like the energy is completely taken out of it.
I wish you were this open-minded for the past 16 months, Ethan.
Well, you wish he was this open-minded. Why would he? Why would he be? You wouldn't talk to him. This is the first time you guys have actually. He's open and said like, "Come on and have a debate," and you refuse to do it because you would rather send Ian at him to make a content copy. You'd rather send Frogan. You'd rather send Denims. You'd rather send people to send CPS on him. So of course, like he hasn't been open-minded till now because you've been running this like insane campaign against him. Like the level of like submission that this guy thinks he deserves is insane.
Because I feel like a lot of the conversations.
Well, my problem is not with your philosophy on Palestine. My problem is with your community and the harassment you level against me and my family.
Perfect.
People make inferences off of what you say. They do not know what's in your heart. Okay, and this is something
we agree on a lot of things. The issue is the harassment.
Talk to you about.
Yeah, exactly.
In the beginning, after October 7, I told you time and time again, privately.
Okay, bro, you've talked a lot. Let's just move on, please.
The reason why people think you are a Zionist is not because you're Jewish, but because of what you're saying. They
what did I say that's Zionist?
And they made these
inferences. What have I ever said
that
shows that I'm Zionist?
Ethan, the way that you have tackled the subject matter.
Say one thing that has shown the world, undoubtedly, how Zionist I am. That I am worthy of the scorn of you and the entire left.
How wrong that was, what you just said.
Okay, does that mean I'm a Zionist? I mean, and by the way, that was a recent clip. That doesn't explain the last 2 years.
Yes, it doesn't.
So what did I say in the last 2 years besides that clip?
As well.
What he said was that he refused to do what you told him. Like, it has nothing to do with him being a Zionist. This is just straight up like a power play type thing.
What did I say, Hasan? What did I say that's Zionist?
As last month.
You can't give me one fucking contextual example of me saying something that's Zionist after this entire... Go ahead.
Yeah, okay.
You have something?
Is it just that Israel should exist?
As recently as last month.
List one example of me saying something
I'm
Zionist.
An example. Just calm down and listen. As recently
as last month, you're not answering my question. You're just doing this gish galloping.
Hamas is actually putting hostages inside of hospitals. Hamas is actually using tunnel systems under hospitals.
Probably.
And that is part of the reason why Israel is bombing hospitals.
I mean, they probably are. Because it's a good strategy for a terrorist. This is the other thing I don't understand by the pro-Hamas people. They try to, like, make the argument Hamas are, like, incompetent. You think they want to make the other argument. Because whenever they try to deny stuff like this, that they use tunnels or that they use civilians as shields, it's like, yeah, that's what terrorists do. That's like how they win. They don't do it it's because people think that terrorists are just evil. I mean, they can be evil. But what I mean is that, like, that the reason terrorists act the way they do, the strategies they use, is because they're just, like, chaotic evil in D&D and do things that hurt people. Now, they do these things because they work. And because it's to, like, achieve an objective. Like, they're practically minded. They use like civilians as hostages because they believe in a cause so strongly and they think it is so essential that they are willing to do anything to win. It's also usually why terrorists tend to win, especially when they start to the other side starts to argue stuff like this. Again, I'm not saying shoulds here. This isn't a should. This isn't a you should act this way. You should be a terrorist. I'm just saying this is the way terrorists act for a reason. They use these strategies because they work. They're it's a practical reason. It's not just because they're evil. So when Hasan is here saying that trying to argue that Hamas doesn't do this stuff, it's well, then you're just saying they're incompetent. Because if this cause really is as important as you think it is, and these people really are freedom fighters or whatever the fuck, then yeah, they should be using civilians as shields, because that's a effective strategy. As far as that, and like I said, when I say should, I don't mean it's moral. I don't mean that you should. I'm saying if you're in Hasan's position, you are taking this pro-Hamas position. Why are you trying to say they're incompetent? Why are you trying to? Again, you can't have your cake and eat it too. You either think that this question of Palestinian independence is the most important thing ever, and that anything ends justify the means, or it doesn't.
Bombing hospitals is a war crime. Okay.
Yes. So is. You know what the fundamental war crime is? There's only one crime in war that precedes all other war crimes. So what I mean is there's one thing you have to do in war to make all of the other war crime charges stick. It's called lose. Losing is the fundamental war crime. Because if you win, you get to decide what war crimes are and charge everybody. Now, I'm not saying that's good or immoral or the way the perfect world would work, but it is the way the world works. So, and you know who probably understands that more than either of these guys? The people actually in Hamas, which is why they're willing to use civilians as shields and do all this terrible, terrible shit. Because they're willing to do anything to win, because they believe, they know that if they do win, then they can rewrite the history however the fuck they want and run whatever narrative and say that it was all justified.
Bombing hospitals is a war crime. In your conversation with Sam Cedar, while on the one hand, you now
these guys are talking about this concept of Israel and Palestine and Hamas like it's a video game, or it's two team sports fighting, and it's not. It's a lot more serious than that as far as the stakes. And then they're surprised when people act actors within it, whether it be Israel or Palestine, act like the stakes are as high as they are.
Recognize that Israel's doing genocide, and you have in the past as well, for sure, but you've also gone back and forth on it, and you called it a war or whatever. But having said that, in your conversation with Sam Cedar, you thought you had a gotcha where you said that, well, I find it very strange that there's not a single bomb shelter in Gaza.
That's a condemnation of Hamas.
What?
That is a condemnation of Hamas.
Failure. It's a condemnation of your assessment of reality.
How is that pro-Zionist?
Hamas's primary concern is not the protection of the civilian population. Hamas's primary concern is to win, just like Israel's. Now, there might be secondary concerns about protecting people that are personally associated with it, but both these sides are fighting for their very survival, and there can be only one winner, and that's how they act. So again, this is just completely out of touch. This whole thing is completely out of touch from both of them.
Pro-Zionist. Would you like to explain that?
Do you think a bomb shelter would actually survive bunker buster bombs?
Be a lot fucking safer than the 7th floor of an apartment building.
For Israel to actually systematically destroy every
with
hospital
Hamas spending the totality.
Can I
please ask you a question? Again, me criticizing Hamas makes me a Zionist.
And the reason why the reason why they view it this way is because neither of them are actually living in Israel and Palestine. They need a reason to care about this issue, right? Because if you're living there, your reason to care is because you lived there, and it's like a life or death thing. That's how Hamas and Israel see it. The members of Hamas and people who live in Israel see it that way, and can justify all these terrible things because they live there, and if they lose, they die. Whereas H3 and Hasan live in LA, and Hasan's not even Palestinian. His only connection to it is being of the Wood Elf religion. So they need a reason to care, so then they have to make it a moral reason. The problem is that if you want it to be a moral reason, then you need to prove why your side is more moral than the other. If you're living in Gaza, you can say that you support Hamas, not because you think they're moral, but because if you don't, you'll die. Because if you don't, assuming you believe in the genocide narrative, right? You could say, I support Hamas, they're evil, I know that they do evil things, but I support them because if I don't, my entire people will be wiped out. Neither of these guys can say that. And that's why they have to come up with why one side is more moral than the other. And it's why I don't try to make bones about either side being moral, because I don't live there, and I'm not even tangentially related to either the religious or ethnic groups. I just think that they're both actors trying to survive and will do anything they can to do it, including terrible atrocities.
you criticizing Hamas makes you a Zionist?
That's what you're claiming.
I mean, it depends on what you're saying. Yes.
Well, you know exactly what I said.
You can have criticisms of Hamas in terms of like their own internal domestic affairs, in terms of their governance. But if that's your hyper focus, then yes, people are going to make that inference that you are definitely against any kind of resistance against the state of Israel.
Because they don't make bomb shelters?
Because your expectation.
No, there's what about the Fatah in West Bank who aren't violent anymore? What if you're like pro-Palestine but you support them because you believe in a political solution or whatever? Which is like the general pro like Palestine like normie opinion. Now, there's reasons why that's stupid too, but like I'm just saying that this idea that if you're against Hamas, it means you have to be pros like Israel genocide is ridiculous.
For the Palestinians is to just simply sit there and take it so you can fucking act like you felt bad 10 years down the line.
Everything that you claim, the whole fucking apparatus of harassment that exists across social media with you at the center of it, it infringes on an inference that you maybe meant this. I have never once said I'm Zionist. The only reason people believe that is because you repeat it maliciously
the reason
time
why
and
people
time
believe that
again.
Is because of your hyper focus
Name
on
one.
you, and your distraction.
Yeah, because it's his stream. It's his podcast. It's his stream. It's the H3 podcast. So yes, he talks about his personal experiences and about himself. As if you don't. Again, this is just Hasan thinking that he's like Jesus and that he's leading a movement or whatever, when really these are just two guys talking shit online.
Makes me a Zionist?
Away,
That
and
makes
your
me a Zionist?
deliberate deplatforming attempts towards pro-Palestinian content creators. It is ridiculous.
But being pro-Palestine doesn't absolve you of guilt.
You recognize the genocide, but you also literally get mad at people who fight back. You get mad
I'm
at the
public
Houthis.
enemy
You
number
call
one
them terrorists. You call Hezbollah a terror
yourself.
group, which is, by the American state's definition, absolutely considered a terror group. But there are plenty of...
Yeah, as far as the terror group, like... This is also kind of why I don't like the term terrorist, because it's a political term. Which is not like a moral judgment. I'm not saying that, oh, you can't call Hezbollah a terrorist because they're actually the good guys. That's not what I'm saying. Like, there are no, again, in these conflicts where I am not like at stake, no one's a good guy, right? It's just a terrorist. Like the term terrorist is, it's like propaganda, I guess. They are a militant group. I don't know. I'm being semantic, but that's what they're getting into a semantic argument.
Terror groups that have
Hold on. Do you not consider Hezbollah a terror group?
Against American imperialism and other forms of settler colonial violence.
Do you not consider Hezbollah a terrorist group?
I think the definition of terrorism by the American State Department is intentionally vague to deny people their habeas corpus.
All definitions of terrorist are biased because the term itself indicates a bias, which is that like the term terrorist literally is derogatory. So it's not just the American State Department. Like your definition of terrorist is biased too, Hasan. Like you would probably call people on the right who you don't like, who go protest at January 6th terrorists, right? So that's why you should just generally, like if you're trying to be really consistent about this, you should just avoid the term.
People their due process. It is there to justify whatever kind of militant action that the American government can take. This is a severe violation of the American Constitution. So yes, I think that this definition is intentionally vague.
You just say calling Hezbollah terrorists is a violation.
I'm interested in having a
of the Constitution.
conversation. You take this and you just go on and on and on and on. You repeat yourself. You double down on the same point. I just want to have a conversation. You make your point and then you move on. You're doing too much. Please. We're going to be
the
here.
American terrorism designation is silly. Do we agree?
I don't know. But
what do you mean? But
here, I'll be more precise.
You use its definition without ever actually thinking
about
it? What do you
Let
mean?
me be more precise. Here's what you said.
Hezbollah is a paramilitary organization.
Not silly. They're all...
They are a terrorist organization. Like they're
distinct.
They are designated by the American state as a terrorist organization.
I do not like them then.
Well, like
I like what you like.
I don't have an issue with them. Let's just say.
What did you mean by that? You do not have an issue with Hezbollah.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you for asking. Exactly. All right. Let me explain. I do not have a single issue with the way that Hezbollah has defended southern Lebanon.
Me neither,
I do not have a single issue with Hezbollah as a form of militancy trying to incur penalties on the genocidal state of Israel.
What do you mean you don't have it?
You recognize that it is a
Again,
genocide.
This gets back. You guys don't
what
live
is the
in
expectation
South,
from other
Lebanon.
parties involved in the region?
You're not
the very
Lebanese.
fact that other countries, as
you're
other countries are not also up in arms, is
Israeli.
ridiculous, considering that Israel is a belligerent force that is destroying everything in the fucking region.
Hezbollah is not sitting around waiting for Assad's approval.
Exterminationist policy. And you agree with that because it's
They're
a
like
genocide.
fighting for their
It's a
survival
genocide.
against
So what is the
expectation?
This conversation is becoming impossible if you don't just stop talking for a minute and allow me to respond.
Okay.
So was Israel. Like honestly,
Hezbollah, when it was first founded, I think was a noble thing, right? Of defending Lebanon from.
Yeah, and like I said, these guys have to tie this into morals, like whether one side is moral or not, because they can't just support them because they actually have a stake. And I hate when these guys talk about nobility and justice and stuff, because neither of these fuckers believe in God anyway. So there is no source for nobility or justice. There's no standard that's set apart that man strives towards. It's just, again, it's like Hasan said, we're talking about strategy.
The IDF invasion, and they
only use the term noble and justice because they know other people respect those concepts, not because they do.
Successful in sending them back to Israel. Now, since then, a lot of terrible shit has happened, right? And you sat there and you said, I do not have a problem with them. So do you not have a problem with what the Hezbollah did in Syria, mass murdering civilians on the behest of Assad?
Can you find a single instance where I've actually said I have no problem with Hezbollah's actions in Syria?
You said I don't have a problem with Hezbollah.
No, that specifically.
No,
you know what's so funny?
Said he was
Do you feel like that's the entirety of my conversation? Because I have talked about Hezbollah's actions in Syria, as a matter of fact, and I do have a problem.
You're
with
precise
that.
with your words, right?
What I would do is I would try to pin him on Hezbollah's association with Iran. Because I wonder if Hasan would be willing to be openly pro-Iran.
I don't think that harming civilians is in any way, shape, or form remotely correct. Now, having said that...
Correct in what way? Like, are we... I assume these guys are utilitarians, right? Because they're materialists. So, like, correct as in strategic? Are you saying that it's a bad strategy? Because it's probably not true, especially in an asymmetrical scenario. Or correct as in moral, in which case we get back to the previous problem.
I'm glad that you brought up Hezbollah because, again, in your video, you falsely claim that Hezbollah is responsible for 500,000 deaths in the Syrian conflict.
Yeah.
Okay? You say that Hezbollah is responsible for 500,000 deaths in the Syrian conflict. That is the entirety of the deaths, including the Hezbollah militancy.
Shouldn't you be bragging about that, Hasan? Like, again, this is the other issue. It's like, if you're pro-Hezbollah, shouldn't you be happy that they've caused all this damage against their enemies? It means they're winning. Well, no, because that's a meaning, right? Again, you want your revolution where no one gets hurt.
In the Syrian civil war.
And therefore what? They did nothing wrong?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
So what does it matter the exact counts?
You erroneously claimed that they were responsible for all the deaths. You stood in front of footage. You stood in front of footage of an entire town that was destroyed by what? By barrel bombs. Who has the capacity to have an air force and use barrel bombs to destroy an entire city? Do you think Hezbollah has an air force?
They participated. You're not listening. You're being silly.
Hezbollah has like 40,000 missiles.
Why are you defending Hezbollah's action in Syria? Do you think that's
Hezbollah has like 40,000 missiles that a lot of them sourced from Iran. That's why I kind of brought up whether he was going to talk about their relationship with Iran, because like, no, Hezbollah is like the largest private army in the world. They were like serious capabilities. That's why they were able to actually fight Israel for like as effectively as they did.
Not defending that.
You sure are. Hezbollah didn't do that. Hezbollah would never blow up a village in Syria.
Do you think Hezbollah has an air force?
No, but they
do you think I think that?
Strike capabilities.
Well, you implied it when you showed a hollowed out town.
They also, I wouldn't be surprised.
They worked
most likely
with
by
the government.
forces. So why? Why did you use that imagery to imply that Hezbollah had killed 500,000 people?
They were complicit.
That is false. This is my main problem with you, Ethan. You are spreading
You're defending terrorism
falsehoods.
right now, by the way.
What?
You are defending a terrorism right now.
No, dude, I'm defending the truth. How is this so hard to comprehend for you?
The truth is Hezbollah did in Syria wasn't that bad?
They did not kill 500,000 people.
Okay, so wasn't that bad? So what Hezbollah did in Syria wasn't that bad? How many did they kill?
Well, what you're taking
the responsibility away from ISIS. You're taking the responsibility away from the Russian.
No, I'm putting blame on Hezbollah where it belongs. How many did they kill?
I don't even know the exact number of how many they killed. I believe it's like around 2,000 to 5,000, which once again is inappropriate. I have no issue saying
inappropriate. It's like saying the N-word at the wedding. It's inappropriate.
And so what is the issue here exactly? You said you have no issue with them. I think that's a problem.
I think I've described it numerous times at this point. I have no issue with Hezbollah's militancy against a state that is conducting a genocide.
You heckin' did of transphobia, inappropriate. Kills 500,000 citizens. It's all good.
That much is very clear.
You didn't say any of that. You said I do not have a problem with Hezbollah. You're lying.
As a matter of fact, there are plenty of instances where I have talked about Hezbollah's militancy in Syria.
When you're done lying, I'll explain.
Wait, what?
When you're done lying, I'll explain. You didn't say that.
You said
you were talking to a normie. You were talking to a normie who didn't understand anything about the conflict, and he said, "How do we feel about Hezbollah?" A general question. How do we feel about Hezbollah? Your answer was, I don't have a problem with them. Let's just say." And then, by the way, Hasan, you start trying to minimize their inclusion in this fucking wanton slaughter of Syrian civilians.
Wait, what? I'm minimizing their inclusion in the wanton slaughter of Syrian
Here's what you
civilians?
said because you want to be precise.
You made up Ethan. You stupidly said that they killed 500,000 civilians. What are you talking about? I did not minimize their wanton slaughter in the Syrian civil war.
Do you think that they didn't participate with Assad to make that happen? I mean, they're allies.
They did.
Okay, so then why are you defending them?
I'm not defending them, Ethan. I have already described to you that I'm critical of their actions. You are misquoting me. You are misunderstanding.
I'm verbatim repeating what you said. You liar.
I'm having a conversation directly with you, so I don't. Understand.
How can you lie to people? Like we just watched the clip.
The arbitrary number that you put there because you don't do enough research.
No, that number was based on the totality of deaths. My claim was that they participated in it. You were not critical of their actions.
Yes, they're a militant group.
So you're telling me you've never claimed that Hezbollah has killed more Muslims than Israel has.
What is the argument even here? So I guess the argument is that H3 is saying Hezbollah killed 500,000 people. Hasan is saying they didn't, but they still killed people, and that's bad. So it sounds like they pretty much agree. They're just piddling over the number. And again, I don't even know why Hasan would take that position. If anything, he should be like, yeah, they're winning. I love Hezbollah, right? Because he said he likes them.
I don't know when I think I did say that, and I think that was wrong. I was incorrect.
Yeah, you said that numerous times. You actually said you ChatGPT'd against AB when AB was like, I don't think that's correct.
Yeah, by the way, that's something I looked into, and I was actually wrong about that for sure.
Okay, don't you feel like this kind of misinformation is somewhat? Don't you think that saying stuff like that is going to make people infer that you might be more pro-Israel than you let on?
Yeah,
because it doesn't work like this, right? You're not just like clicking a box and you're like, well, I said it was a genocide. What more do you want from me? Okay, you did, but then you spend all of your time criticizing people who are offering analysis and not just
Can I flip on you a little bit?
Actually formed. You're upset.
Hasan, you're doing it. You're doing it again.
I'm not doing anything. I'm
talking,
hoping to explain to you something so you recognize that you're wrong, as you've done twice now.
You don't need to explain anything to me. I understand your point. Don't you? So you're accusing me of being irresponsible with my words. Don't you think saying you have no issue with Hezbollah makes people think you're pro-terrorist?
I don't care that people think this. It's ridiculous.
So are people valid?
Wow, I'm surprised he was smart enough to say that. Obviously, it sounds terrible, right? But like, it's kind of the only thing he can say.
Do you believe the State
Answer
Department's designation for terrorism
the
is
question.
valid?
Is it reasonable for people to think that you are pro-terrorist when you say I have no problem with Hezbollah?
Do you believe the State Department's designation for terrorism is valid?
He did answer. He said he doesn't care. Like, yeah, I don't think he's made any bones about that.
Valid.
You answer my question, and I'll answer yours. Are people valid?
Ethan, you rely heavily on your audience not really understanding the terms that you are using.
Let it be noted. You are dodging.
When you say, oh, Hasan defends terrorists, okay, there's a reason why you say that. You say that to disparage me without actually addressing my arguments. And now when you're faced with me, face to face, to talk about these issues, you agree with me. So if you agree with me, you called Hezbollah a noble group. Should I just run around saying Ethan defends terrorism? Well, I think you do. But
I said their actions were noble. I didn't call them a noble group. Again, you have a problem with the truth.
You just said that their
actions are noble. But they're not a noble group. Okay.
I said their actions were a noble one. Yeah. You said Hezbollah was...
It's different from saying Hezbollah is a noble organization. But I really need you to answer this. Isn't it reasonable for people to assume you're pro-terrorist?
Whoa, that was a crazy spell he just cast.
It's different from saying Hezbollah is a noble organization. But I really need you to answer this. Isn't it reasonable for people to assume you're pro-terrorist if you say stuff like, I have no problem with Hezbollah? Just answer the question, yes or no?
Yes, he said yes, and he doesn't care.
I don't think it's reasonable for people to assume that I'm pro-terrorism because I think people are going to assume that regardless because I am.
People can assume I'm Zionist, but it's okay for people to assume I'm Zionist.
Yes.
Got it. The logic is clear.
Understand what I'm saying. I get why people assume that. I get why people assume
you're pro-terrorist.
Yeah. Do you feel okay? Let's talk about that then. Do you feel like someone being branded pro-terrorist is as impactful under the Trump administration as someone being pro-Israel is?
Well, as someone who's been branded as a pro-Israel Zionist in my space, it is a horrifically fucking.
Okay, so again, they don't have an issue on the principle here. It's just I get oppressed more than you for being assumed of this. Okay, but here's the difference: is that like actual stuff has happened to Ethan. Like he had CPS called on him. So like regardless of the hypotheticals about which is like could be worse has actually occurred to Ethan. So that's what he should just say here.
It's resulted in the unbelievable, unprecedented. I've been on the internet for 10 years, right? I've been through all kinds of controversies, all kinds of shit. I have never once in my entire life, Hasan, experienced the amount of harassment, the organized, psychotic campaign to try to ruin my life, all of my employees' life, my family's life, their family's life. This is your community acting responsible. What you're saying about me being pro-Zionist. So do I think it's worse? In my experience, it's much worse.
My community has done any of these things that you're talking about.
Dude, bro. It's literally your minions, your waiting room, Denims, Frogan, and what's-his-face. Bad Empanada, literally a guy you have on stream, the guy who you've, like, avowed and said, like, he's right. And then you did the content comp where they were all in the same room. Like, how can you say that? It's crazy.
Okay, Hasan, can I ask you a question? Why the fuck were you browsing H3 Snark the other day and pulling clips from that?
I don't know. Someone fucking sent me a clip in the chat. Okay.
And so you shit and piss about me pulling a meme from Destiny subreddit. I have never even pulled the subreddit up, but you're on stream browsing H3 Snark. How do you explain that?
Good point.
Ethan, your entire subreddit is a Snark subreddit dedicated to me. What the fuck are you talking about?
That's literally not true.
I don't have a single issue at this point. What are you talking about? You have personally moderated your own subreddit to turn into this, by the way.
What?
So many people that have criticized you from your own fan base have left your
community for this reason. Has nothing to do with this.
You can't take a fucking ounce of criticism from your paying members. How many people are like, I love Teddy Fresh. I have so many fucking pieces of Teddy Fresh clothing. Now I feel embarrassed to wear it because look at what he has become.
There's plenty of fans. Don't worry about that.
If you want to talk about it, from the perspective of psychoanalysis, the real reason why you've gone on this endless vendetta is because you can't comprehend the reality.
I just want to have a conversation. I don't want to just
your own audience that you've cultivated has a difference in opinion in the way that you've presented yourself throughout this conflict.
Please, let me just. Yeah, all of what he's saying applies to him as well.
Demonstrated. You say your community has nothing to do with the harassment.
The difference is that like Hasan has like 4 separate streamers who he's directly sent against Ethan, live, like publicly.
That I've received.
Ethan,
please, Hasan, let me finish the point.
If you demonstrate,
you gotta let me finish the point. This is ridiculous.
I'm gonna mute you and just keep talking.
Okay, that's great. I think that means you won the debate.
Yeah, that means you lose.
Listen to me.
So I'm not muted.
It's like the oldest rule: if you leave or you mute the other guy, you lose.
Let me finish. You gotta let me say something.
If you demonstrate a fraction of humility, you did just now. Most people would not have left your community, by the way.
I don't care that they left the community. That was obvious.
You definitely do.
I've got plenty of fans left. Don't worry. Here, listen. You claim your community has nothing.
Yeah, you can't really say that when you admitted earlier that he's bigger than you.
nothing to do with the harassment. Yet you said in the same breath that your chat linked you to H3 Snark, the subreddit primarily responsible for coordinating that harassment, and you pulled it up on your stream.
Do you have evidence that H3 Snark called CPS on you?
Did I say that?
Like random anonymous.
Did I say that?
Yeah. There's a stream where Bad Empanada and Denims are talking about calling CPS. Yes, there is proof. Like, what?
Wait, I said they're primarily responsible for harassing me.
Who called CPS?
What the fuck? So,
what?
I don't know. Did I claim they did? You're dodging, bro. You are absolutely dodging. You claim your community has nothing to do with the harassment. Yet you were browsing H3 Snark. Now, let me ask you this, Hasan. How many times have I browsed the Destiny subreddit on my show?
Have blamed virtually everyone for calling CPS. Answer my question. So you don't know who called CPS, and yet for the past couple of months you've been like, it's whoever I don't like that called CPS. And now you're claiming that my community is responsible for it.
They are.
I think it's the tone. No, like, bro, what is wrong with you? Did I say your community called CPS? The harassment campaign is much more broad.
Your minions had a stream dedicated to this.
Yes, you're inferring it.
You can't address an actual issue, so you turn it into you're straw manning, basically. I'm saying your community is responsible for this participating in this harassment campaign. You said chat sent you this link, did they not?
Yes, last week. What are you talking about?
Okay, so your chat is involved with H3 Snark, which, by the way, funnily enough, the new Snark page is called Leftovers H3, and it's got a picture of you in the avatar.
Shout out to Leftovers H3.
It's got a picture of you, Hasan. You don't need to shout him out. You're already doing it. Don't you think that's odd?
You did it.
No, I think it's.
Also, what do you think? Like, first of all, do you think I have any say on what fucking happens in these subreddits? What are you talking about?
You have a say what happens in your Discord and chat, which you absolutely do not moderate. And there's so much evidence of the disgusting shit.
That's also completely fucking false.
Why did you criticize XQC for not moderating?
See, my issue is not the snarks. I mean, the snark subreddits, the people on there are crazy. Or the chat, because you just can't control that shit. Like, people are going to talk shit or whatever. It's when Denims and Bad Empanada literally did a stream where they look at the camera and say, Ethan is abusing his kids, call CPS. That is the problem. Like, that is what gets close to that standard I was talking about of, like, an imminent threat. It's not like people shitposting in the chat, even if they're saying bad stuff or like on the subreddit. And then the problem is, the reason why you can connect it to Hasan is because, like, Denim and Bad Empanada are collaborators with Hasan all the time. They're like the waiting room and have been on his stream all the time. And he also literally appeared next to them in the Content Cop. So it's like they're all together.
In his chat when you called in.
Ethan?
Why did you criticize XQC for not moderating his chat?
Yes, XQC has actively used this community over the course of many years at this point, as he was doing Gamba and wanted to fucking keep gambling and felt bad that I was criticizing him, to attack me. Okay? There's a difference
between than what your community has done. How?
What?
How is that different than your community attacking?
Well, it's different because it's him, right?
You want to know how it's different?
There's no bad
I have an 8-minute clip compilation all the way from when our podcast ended, all the way to December of 2024, where I actively defend you. That is moderating my community.
I do not give a fuck about your quote-unquote defending as your community went rabid with your approval. Please spare me.
With my approval? I just told you.
It's your community, bro. You literally say in this clip that it's... let me play this clip for you because it will show just what a liar hypocrite you are.
People don't fucking like you, big dog. I don't know what to do.
Oh, they love you, huh?
What do you want me to do?
Fucking everybody loves Hasan. Everybody loves iDubbbz too. My objective is not to be liked, Hasan. That might surprise you. It might surprise you. My objective in life is not to be liked. Or I mean, it's not to specifically be liked. That is not my objective. I know that's foreign to you.
Why are you bringing any of this up? People don't like you. I can't change that. Okay? There's plenty of people who don't like me either.
My whole career's been people not liking me, but I've never experienced this level of harassment. You are unwilling to contend or concede at any point that you are.
Because I'm not responsible for it. Here, play this video, Dan. Here you go.
Anyway, it's not about being liked either. It's about harassment, bro.
Go ahead. Show your audience.
If you wanted to show you weren't responsible for it, then why would you appear dancing next to the people who most proximately are?
He's saying that I've been like,
yeah, I'm waiting for it. I'm waiting for it.
In a video about him. Like, it's not like they met on the street or something.
I sent it. It's embarrassing, too. Especially the way you behave now. Ugh.
Dan is in the bathroom, so hold on. You okay?
My argument with you in that conversation where I said there's not anything I can do was literally because of the way you were presenting yourself. In the conversation that we had, you inferred that JVP was akin to capos. You said that from the CPS will be free.
I'm not gonna let you stump me again. Another pathetic
terrifies Jewish people. You literally fucking posted about a pro-Palestinian dude on Twitter saying that he'd be thrown off of roofs like a fucking Hamas is ISIS. You say all of that. Most people are going to not think that you're a chicken. They're going to think you're a nut.
Okay, I'm not going to get stunlocked by these insane accusations. I never called them capos. That's what you said. That's part of the harassment campaign. You put those words in my mouth, and now it's something that I still hear. I have never called them capos.
So you haven't, as recently as a month ago, still called them token Jews and that they are completely off base with the rest of the movement.
Do you have a problem with like levels? It's all or nothing. Is criticizing someone being a token the same as calling them capos?
Why would you call Jews who are standing against genocide, which you also recognize as a genocide,
Can I play this
token Jews that are not representative of the broader movement?
They're
You also called Matt Lieb a capo.
Matt Lieb's a disgusting human being who platformed Bad Empanada, who's like you.
So you do have a problem. You do have a problem with
Matt Lieb specifically, yes.
That you don't like, and you are.
I have a problem with Matt Lieb platforming Bad Empanada. Yes, clearly. You don't like Bad Empanada. You understand? A year ago, you were talking about how crazy he was.
But I'm not.
But suddenly, when you start talking about me, he's your best friend. Interesting.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. I think Bad Empanada is insane. But you know what? I also.
All of a sudden, you love his videos like that.
Bad Empanada.
Why do you love his videos suddenly? Before you pledged never to watch his videos on stream. Why do you love them now?
Oh, yeah, because he did not want me reacting to his videos.
That is an insane, pathetic bold-faced
that's what
lie.
it is. No, he said
You literally
I have.
told.
I
Oh my
have.
God,
I
dude.
have.
Okay, first of all, let me play this clip of you criticizing XQC.
Okay, wait. You
No,
all these other
that's not true. You asked for it.
actually.
Hold on, you asked for this. Here's what you said.
Because it's not something
Oh my
you
God!
ever
Wait,
asked
I sent
for.
you a
No,
clip.
these
All
are
these other content
content
creators
creators.
actually, whipping their communities when
Whipping their
their chat is
communities.
going fucking absolutely bananas over random dumb shit and bringing my name up for no fucking reason. That you were just allowing that shit to run rampant in your chat, and I thought that was fucked up. Ethan, I love you, but there's only so much I can do, especially as someone who thought we were fucking friends. I think that's a reasonable expectation for someone who you consider to be a friend.
The problem wasn't that he was
So,
pro-Palestinian.
you have to show my clip now.
It makes sense.
Okay, no, great. Show my clip.
Sure.
Show my clip that I sent Dan.
Yeah, no problem. But there you go. I'm gonna pull it up for you. Oh yeah, TikTok. This is gonna be good. Ethan Klein debunked 7 minutes, bro. Hold on, I'm not gonna watch the 7-minute clip. What do you want me to watch?
7 minutes of it.
Okay, you think if I just play it from the beginning, I'll get the gist of it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, you'll get it.
Right.
And you can skip towards like the end too if you want, like towards the
By the
middle.
way, this has 1,000 likes, bro. Are you name searching yourself or what?
No, the person who made it sent it to me.
Oh, okay. Nice.
Okay, wait.
Okay. Trust me. I don't think you know.
Wasn't his whole argument a minute ago that he's not like going out looking for this stuff?
I don't think you know many Zionists if you think Ethan is a mega Zionist. Not even close, dude. Time and time.
Funnily enough, that's still true.
Again, I've spoken about how Ethan is not your enemy. A person who cries when a Palestinian child dies is not your enemy. Okay? He's not. I've said these exact words over and over again.
The problem is that your community is obviously unhinged, and if you don't defend me, my community is going to get mad at you. It's definitely just an optics play, which, by the way, you never stuck to.
Shut up. Keep playing.
Let me guess. It's more videos of you defending me?
Keep playing. Enough. I told people in this community and people everywhere that will listen to what I have to say that you have to choose who you're actually angry at. There are people who are so loud and so proud about the ethnic cleansing campaign the Palestinians are experiencing currently. Go yell at them. He's been shitting on you on his members only streams. I don't care. I don't care. Or literally shouting on you yesterday and his coworker for saying from the river to the sea, sorry dog. I don't care.
I've watched a minute of it. I really don't give a fuck. But you
Keep
said.
going.
No,
No.
why? It's 7 minutes long, bro. Just spare the audience.
This is about you.
Go on. What are we going to glean from watching longer?
Keep playing it. This is just November 1st.
Nah, I don't want
Go
to
to the
finish it.
middle.
I know what it is. You talk kindly about. Okay, here, I'll go to the middle for you. Okay?
Yeah, you gotta
You think I'm not moderating my fucking community? You think I'm not trying to get people to stop yelling about you at that
Okay, let me
point?
go to the middle so you can have your thing, and then we'll move on.
And it frustrates me to no fucking end. I've told you this time and time again in this time frame. Just like I kept telling you, Ethan is not your enemy over and over again. That's why I love iDubbbz, Ethan as well. People that have actually changed course, recognize their mistakes.
Okay, I mean, yeah, we get the idea. It's fine. You're
Submitted
the
to
best
me
friend
is
ever.
what he means.
By the way,
Whoa.
No. My turn.
Well, I was no. Yes. Whoa,
You were
whoa,
just
whoa.
screaming, play the video.
You
told me to
just
shut
said I was
up.
moderating my
Hold
community
the
and
fuck.
claiming that
You screamed to shut up and play the video. So I'm going to ask you to return the favor at this moment. You claim that you didn't watch. Here's what you said about Bad Empanada. You lied to me and said you don't watch his videos because he asked you not to. Magically, when he started talking about me, you became his biggest fan, and you watch his videos on your stream regularly, which has resulted in an explosion of his popularity. Here's what you said about him a year before this conflict.
Banana video on
Nice shirt, by the
I'm
way.
just letting you guys know. If you think I'm gonna fucking watch a YouTube essay from a dude literally openly antagonistic towards me watching fucking YouTube videos, you're out of your fucking mind. Okay? You think I want him to write like 700 hours worth of new YouTube essays about how I have wronged him? I don't want that. I don't want that at all. Okay?
Say genocide propaganda will come.
Wait,
Thanks for
that's
watching.
in the clip.
Free
Ethan, you keep
Palestine.
doing this thing.
I'm playing the clip.
Yeah, go support this.
I played the clip. Just chill out.
I told you why I wasn't watching Bad
Oh my God,
Empanada.
Hasan, you're talking over the clip. You need to let it play.
Yeah,
You're making the clip unwatchable.
Mine, okay? You think I wanted to write?
Bro, it's just a minute long. You can chill for a minute.
Will come. Thanks for watching. Free Palestine. Thanks for watching.
Yeah, go support this dipshit that I do appreciate, regardless of my disagreements with him.
That's you now.
On his optics and the ways that he
we'll
conducts
support
himself
him.
with regular frequency.
Link to his
Because
page.
ultimately, his product, his YouTube essays, as a standalone entity, is always solid. We're such a fucking freak, dude. Oh my lord, he's such a goddamn freak. He is the most insane person. He has like 7,000 accounts. I just said I have an official blockade on Bad Empanada videos on this broadcast while I'm live. That's number one. And number two, he's not just mean on Twitter. He is a psychopath. Okay, the idea that he's just
correct. By the way, the guy who's a psychopath, who's not just mean on Twitter, who has 7,000 accounts, as you say, is somebody that you gleefully platform his videos about me. So I'm just saying, your community doesn't do harassment, right? Let's just promote Bad Empanada. It exists to harass people by your own fucking definition.
None of the things that you just showed is ridiculous. He is not just
you're doing it right now.
Most insane person on Twitter. Yeah, let me go watch a video about a dude who constantly talks about how I'm fucking a reactionary fake socialist because I watch people's videos. That seems like a good idea. It's age restricted, which means there's like TOS violations galore in there. Fucking Bad Empanada. The cringiest, like classic angry leftist who never shuts the fuck up and is just angry at the entire planet. Anyway, let's continue.
Is he a terrorist?
Sounds like you, dude.
Why else would he be a
Okay,
terrorist, right?
if you
Someone
want,
who,
I got it. Yes, you're. By the way, you didn't even watch a fucking 7-minute video of me actually defending you to your audience because that would kind of betray the narrative.
It's almost done. It's almost done. It's almost
He would
done.
perhaps benefit tremendously if I did watch his YouTube videos on this channel, but I'm never gonna fucking do that.
So you said he would benefit tremendously if I watched him, but I will never fucking do that until he starts shitting on Ethan. By the way, my community doesn't harass people.
That's not true. Let me explain to you
absolutely,
what.
provably,
Do you want
true.
to hear my perspective, or do you want to fucking just keep playing clips that your production team put together? Okay, so
They're both just such hypocrites, and they have so much dirt on each other. It's so funny.
Sorry for preparing.
It's just like a
there's no problem
suicide
with that. I mean, you're still doing a horrible job at it, but it's all good.
We'll see.
So, Bad Empanada, he's crazy. I still say that. He attacks me all the fucking time. He says I'm a Jewish exceptionalist Zionist, okay? Like, there's disagreements that I have with Bad Empanada. There's disagreements with his tactics, as I've shown in that video, as I've said in that video. There's disagreements with the way he presents himself. But if you notice in that video, I also said something. His work on YouTube, okay, his work on his YouTube essays stands alone. Bad Empanada.
What about his videos attacking me? Are those, is that part of his great body work?
Bad Empanada on his YouTube essays, especially when it's issue specific, are actually very instructive.
Then why are you watching one's called Ethan Klein of the Zionist Baby Show? Why are you watching that one? Is that part of his master body collection? Is that part of the Criterion collection there, buddy? Why does Bad Empanada role play hunting, even killing during video games?
Have I ever said that I think that's appropriate?
I think no, of course not. But what you are doing is endorsing this guy.
Do I agree with you that Bad Intifada is crazy and also does crazy shit because he's a fucking scraggly internet troll who is, once again, as a separate, you like to compartmentalize Israel proper from doing a genocide. I like to compartmentalize the content that I'm consuming from a guy who I do think is doing well-sourced, well-researched YouTube essays, who also happens to be a fucking freak.
Ethan
who literally,
Klein is a Zionist dog,
the
by the way, I want to kill his wife.
The reason why that blockade ended, and I've watched other videos that are not related to you from Bad Intifada in the past on the broadcast as well.
How many? How many have you watched not about me?
What?
How many videos of his have you watched that are not about me?
I don't know.
Maybe I don't know. Maybe one.
I watched a fuck ton though. I watched a fuck ton of Bad Intifada videos.
And are most of them about me?
No, not all of them are about me.
Actually, this segues perfectly. You claim I'm obsessed with you.
Yeah.
That's part of the narrative, right?
This is me claiming that, Ethan. I think at this point a lot of people see it, right?
Very good. Well, let's see. Ugh, God damn it. Well, I gotta refresh this. So
well, you can't be like, oh, you're proving you're obsessed with me by responding.
Example from one of these clip channels. These are all different clips, right? Over a 2-month period, there's edited down 24 hours of you talking about me. 24 hours. That's over the.
These are most likely.
Hold on. Let me. Over 6-day period. That's 24 minutes per day.
These are fan channels.
You actually did some work.
You're presenting the same. You're presenting.
Okay, first of all, I'm just showing how much you talk about me on stream. Second of all, the fan channel defense is let me finish. The fan channel thing is a clever part of your disinformation campaign to avoid any responsibility. And the fact is, if I wanted to show all your fan channels, this is how many fucking videos was uploaded about me in the last 22 days. You think that's regular? You think that's regular?
I have no control over my fan channels. What do you mean? You're literally showing the same.
No, but the fan channels are just repackaging what you're doing. That's his point. It's not that that the fan channels are posting content. You're posting content, and then the fan channels compile it and repost it.
One thing on
66
on my Twitch
videos
stream,
about me.
I say one thing on my Twitch stream. Fan channels make the video of the same thing
and you
over and over
love
again.
it. It's all part, so you don't ever have to accept responsibility.
It actually is, but it's actually the same fucking video.
Yeah. No. Well, so this is the total. No.
It's the same moment.
No. This has the same moments. The last one does not.
Moment multiplied.
No, this one does not have. No, this one does not have the same moments. This one is unique. Times you talked about me.
I mean, his point should be that
I think you talked about me for 24 hours of unedited content the past month, 24 minutes per day, 7 days a week.
For the past 2 months.
Yes, 24 minutes a day.
I don't deny that. Probably.
Okay, so
because I think you are up until this very moment. You have presented yourself as someone who is actually playing a formative role in deplatforming pro-Palestinian content creators. That was the reason why I'm having this conversation with you.
Yeah.
Also, now,
and you
I'm glad you brought up.
Hold on. Do you think this is reasonable?
I have some numbers.
Hold on. You're accusing me of being obsessed, Hasan. Is this reasonable, or is this obsessed behavior? At what point does it become obsessed behavior? At 30 minutes per day? Because I don't talk about you that much. Not even close.
Ethan, I have some information as well to present to you.
Go ahead. And by the way, just take this in. Okay.
On your Instagram stories alone, since January 1st, 2025. Hold on.
They're just going to both successfully prove that they're both obsessed with each other, which is something everyone already knows, which is why this conversation is happening and it's going on for 5 hours. Like, what is the purpose?
Let me pull this up really quickly. You have on your Instagram stories, not including clips, since January 31st, you have mentioned me 110 times.
What? Based on what? I don't believe that.
On your Instagram story post,
from what period of time?
January 31st.
Hold on. Since what date?
No, that's you, not fan channel.
I'm asking you for what date?
Instagram.
What's your date? What's the date? I'm asking.
January 31st.
2023?
January 31st on your Instagram stories.
What year?
Not including clips.
What year?
You have mentioned
me.
What year?
2025.
So you're saying I stored about you 100 times this year? That's an absolute fucking lie. Show me the evidence of that. Show me your evidence. I got pictures. What do you got? I talked about you 110 times. Show me.
Clips. You have basically 1.2 posts per day about me.
Whoa, they're both obsessed with each other. Whoa.
9 stories per week.
Where are you? Show me the evidence.
This is so
we tabulated it. Hold on, let me see if I can find the dump. Oh no.
Son,
it's shocking.
I didn't need the compilation.
But somehow this isn't a somehow, by the way, this doesn't surprise you. 66 videos about me in the last 2 months. They're not my channels. They operate with your approval and your direction. It's part of your disinfo campaign to avoid responsibility. So obvious.
Within the context. It's almost always within the context of you literally fucking Possibly. When are we in agreement?
Hasan, you say
stupid, and I said my
you're
video
streaming
is bad,
it, bro.
wait.
You're streaming the hate videos. You're streaming. This is what you stream. I make a
your entire fucking stream is a hate video. What are you talking about? Your entire subreddit is a hate subreddit against me. Which is fine. Even if you want to do that, you can do that. That's precisely the reason why Reddit literally got back to you when you fucking cried to them about the snark channels and said, "What are you talking about? You basically have a harassment channel on Reddit. How are you complaining about this?" Not only that, but you also tried to sue anonymous Redditors to dox them.
When did I try to sue? Whoa.
You wanted to dox them to their families.
Hold it. What? This is
frivolous lawsuits to Redditors, to anonymous Redditors, knowing full well that they would be scared into submission. You also posted about that on your Instagram.
Can anonymous Redditors defame Can anonymous posters who literally posted fake, they doctored posts, posted it on our subreddit saying I was banning people who are wishing a happy Ramadan. Okay, and that went viral.
I don't know what the deal was. I don't even know what the fuck that was about.
It was an outright lie. Hold on, dude. Let me respond.
You just get your lawyer.
You need to stop because I'm going to.
You get your lawyer to try to extort people. There are anonymous Redditors. He said some shit about you.
Bro, let me answer. Are you just going to fucking get? Okay, you want to make this interview unwatchable? Is that your goal? Yeah, kind of, right? So let me talk.
Yeah.
These anonymous posters, okay, were showing pictures of the front of our office, organizing to meet there. They were, I know you haven't seen it, but it's true. They have documented, I have proof of them faking a post saying I was banning people wishing Ramadan. That was supposed to start, that went viral in your community, was picked up by people in your community, leftist Twitter, TikTok, etc. It was an outright lie. It was defamation. And by the way, I have talked about people should be held accountable.
One instance where I've talked about you.
Yeah, that's not how you hold them accountable. The way you hold them accountable is you call them retarded. You don't sue them. You don't try to like dox and sue them. That just makes you look insane. It's like one of the few parts of the story where Ethan really actually does kind of sound insane.
Ramadan, whatever the fuck.
He's kind of sounded crazy a couple times in this, but it's sort of like incidental.
Dude, you're accusing me of something.
Until this moment. What are you talking about?
Bro, you're unreal. I'm explaining the context. How's that weird? You accuse me of something. I'm explaining why.
Because you're saying that I'm responsible for this when I have no fucking clue.
No, I'm not.
What you're talking about? I only saw the litigation.
Hasan, is it ever okay to sue a random Redditor for a reason? Is there ever a good reason?
No,
there could be.
Okay,
probably.
very good. Well, they were fucking.
Do you think? Okay.
Okay.
It would have to be
not that
crazy. Like it would have to be like. I'm thinking of like tortious interference or something, but like tortious interference through an internet account. I don't know.
One of the Redditors that you sued.
I didn't sue anyone.
Not only did you sue for copyright infringement,
Hasan, you are absolutely. Hold on, you're lying. So
in the process of suing for copyright infringement, your lawyer demanded such insane things. Your only option to avoid litigation. You provide our office with all correspondence you've had with the moderators of H3 Snark. You provide our office with all correspondence you've had with other H3 Snark.
Yeah, but this is like boilerplate stuff. That's why the lawyer like. This is how like discovery works. This is how like demand letters work. You literally demand everything, right? And the reason you do that is so that there's a record, so that later during the lawsuit you can say that like they were informed. Now, that doesn't justify sending a letter, I guess. Like I said, it's stupid that he's suing over this. But to say that this letter is unusual is not like once you've already decided that you're going to go down this path it's not unusual.
Users. You provide our office with all correspondence you have had with Reddit. What does that mean?
Do you know why?
You provide our office with information regarding the identities of H3 Snark moderators.
Do you know why?
What does that mean? And then
I'm trying to tell you. You just asked me what does it mean, bro.
If you do not or cannot satisfy all 5 conditions.
This is like when Patrick Tomlinson tried to sue Quasi to get the identities of the pests on the O&A form.
I will sue you for copyright infringement and misrepresentation.
Okay, so first of all,
does a lawyer think that you can just make people dance?
All right.
If they
do you want to have a conversation, or do you want to just talk uninterrupted? I mean, that's what you do every day. Let's have a conversation. Okay. All right.
Sure.
I love the like subtext that's been going on through this whole thing about like which one of them wants to have a conversation. Like who's better at having a conversation or not? When both of these guys are like egomaniacs who just want to like pontificate at each other. Obviously.
Do you know why we sent them that letter?
I don't.
Well, I mean, do you think that the context might be important?
Sure.
Okay, so then what the fuck are you doing?
I'm listening. I'm waiting for you to explain. Well, just like you didn't explain why you had 110 Instagram stories, by the way. Which was shocking to even you.
By the way, these people were committing continual copyright infringement. They were posting clips with the stated intention.
Posting clips? No.
Hasan, of stealing views from us. This person, we took down the DMC post, and they erroneously.
I'm getting law-brained about this, but the obvious counter-argument to that in court would be that this is like an anti-Ethan subreddit, which means that it's not his audience anyway. It's not the primary market for his content anyway. So, like, it weakens the claim of like stealing views.
Sorry, do you want me to respond? This person who wrote
stealing views from you? How?
Because they
by posting on Reddit?
Yes. Duh. What the fuck are you talking about? Really?
So you're admitting that you literally filed a fucking frivolous,
really are stupid.
A frivolous copyright infringement lawsuit.
Do you know what?
Fair use.
You know the letter in a lawsuit?
Filed a frivolous lawsuit to try and stop people from criticizing you on Reddit.
Did I say
criticize?
criticize?
You know people criticize me on my Reddit?
I didn't say
criticize.
criticize.
Criticize me on your Reddit.
Oh my god, this is so
Imagine
pointless.
if I was fucking suing them.
Brandon, this is why you
about
shouldn't be talking.
You know what? I want to ask you something. They're posting paywall content and saying, watch it here so that you don't
hold on now.
Okay, hold on. Now let me ask you a question because this is fucking dumb. Okay, you always say that whenever. First of all, let me give you a stat. You've watched 11 hate videos about me since this has started. Do you know how many I've watched about you on stream?
Your whole stream is
Zero.
Yeah, to be fair, you made a video on him though.
I've had 0 people hold my hand through some obscene hate videos. You've watched 11 of them. Now let me ask you this. Whenever I make a response to these videos, for example, the Content Cop, you say you don't have time because you need to get to the news, which is something important. Then how the fuck do you have 19 hours straight, uninterrupted to watch 11 hate videos, but you're not willing to show my response? Don't you think that's a bit cowardly?
No, I don't.
Yes, it is cowardly. You're both cowards. That's like the whole idea. That's like your entire like political system is that you're cowards. That's why you're talking about a conflict 5,000 miles away from LA and each of your respective mansions. Like,
wow,
what's cowardly is ducking me for the past
I'm
4
sitting in front of
months.
you.
When you dropped the content nuke, I said I'm willing to talk to you, and you knew it wasn't going to look good, as today has demonstrated.
I said just
and
watch
that's precisely why you tried to add additional qualifications to it, like just watch my video, just watch my video.
That's super reasonable. Why the fuck would I have a conversation with you about a video you haven't seen?
Because it's me. I'm speaking.
True.
It's not a biography. You understand that, right? Do you understand the difference between a biography and a video that's critical of your positions? Do you understand the difference? Hold on, do you understand? Because I'm not sure you understand.
This is something that
Hasan
says all the time. It makes no sense. About your mom, I didn't watch a video about myself. I already know about myself. It's like the whole point of the video is that like you don't know. Like the person making the video disagrees about your portrayal that you think about yourself. Like, well, I don't even have to explain this. It's so stupid. I don't know why he keeps saying that. It just really shows how dumb he is.
Articulated that you have not seen. So how the
very
fuck?
Poorly.
How do you know that? You haven't watched it.
Because I'm talking to you.
Because I've watched 11 hate videos.
And you haven't articulated a single good point yet. But
that's not true. There have been points in here where Ethan has made some really bad points, but there are some good ones too. The whole Schrodinger's rape thing was really bad for Hasan.
I said I would debate you if you watch it. It's very simple.
I'll tell you why.
You were dodging as fuck.
Because I responded to your context
and the
nuke
CPS
before
stuff.
the nuke came out.
Which you can't provide.
There's a video on my channel. There's a video on my channel that I urge all of you who are interested to go and watch. It is sitting at like, what, 600,000 views? Not that many people watch it as opposed to the content nuke, okay? In that video, you will notice that months prior to Ethan's context puke, months prior to that, I addressed every single claim he made in his video.
How do you know
Do
that?
I have the capacity?
You didn't watch the video.
Do I have the capacity?
So where'd you get the list? Do someone send you a list of all my points?
Yes.
How?
Why not just watch?
Because he has minions. That's
the video.
whole idea.
Why not just watch the video? It seems cowardly.
Well, the other thing he did that Ethan should bring up is he had all of his minions respond to it for him.
I don't want to watch the video. Just send me a list of all the things. So I don't want to get my feelings hurt. And maybe he would make a good point.
You have, in the cringiest ways possible, considered yourself to be Kendrick Lamar in this beef, this one-sided beef that you created initially.
That's right.
I didn't respond to until you tried to deplatform me and people who are pro-Palestine. Okay.
Who cannot? By the way, being pro-Palestine means you are infallible and can never be criticized. That's awesome logic. You want to talk about the content nuke, Hasan? Hasan, you want to talk about the content nuke? Can you name one clip that was out of context? You call it the context puke. Name one clip that was taken out of context. Go ahead.
Watch my video and you'll find out.
Name one.
Watch my video.
That's funny.
Go ahead. It's about me.
No, I'm kidding. I'll show you. Okay. So one of the best examples that we were initially going to get to, and then we went on a long, drawn-out sequence over
what's that context?
Is that one of the clips that you used in your context nuke was the claim that I deny rapes happened. It was from
I showed evidence. That wasn't out of context. That was an opinion.
You lost that.
At the time, that thing that you clipped, where me being like, rapes happening do not change the dynamic for me, which was about.
We talked about this, bro. Can we
oh yeah, he's going to explain what I was saying, where it's like there is a point of view where like that's true, where like if you're just talking about like the attack in like a purely like geostrategic whatever sense, then yeah, the like atrocity doesn't change the analysis on that. The problem is he said it in like the dumbest way possible, where it made it sound like he just doesn't care about rape.
Please talk about something else. It's exhausting.
That argument, quite literally,
why are we going over this again?
Defending the likelihood of rapes happening, Ethan. Do you feel like that was an appropriate way to show that was a rape denier?
Bro, it literally wasn't out of context. What else do you have? I
showed you. I showed you. That wasn't out of context.
How was it out of context? How was it out of context?
Because that was an argument that I was having with a chatter who was saying, why don't you deny that rapes have happened? And I was saying, there's a likelihood that they might have happened because rapes are actually commonplace, sexual assaults commonplace in conflicts in general. So without evidence,
I love how he somehow managed to talk himself back into the rape.
So you feel like that was sufficient to show that I was actually at that moment
I think I showed sufficient evidence, yes. But the video's an hour and 40 minutes long. It's very long. That's one example. That's one small. What else is out of context? Go on.
Okay, great. All right, let me give you the master list, okay? If you want to watch the context of it, we can also go through these videos as well, or you can just take my word for it. Up to you. What do you want to do? You want to go through the videos?
Give me examples of context.
Okay. One of the other things that you can...
You know what? I think maybe the reason why is because a lot of Hasan's audience are like middle-aged, liberal, childless white women. And so like he really, 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 really needs to not be looked like a rape apologist. Because they would really not like that. So it might just be a total content strategy thing.
Consistently done, aside from also the dude that you claimed was my fan, who now wasn't my fan, that you falsely said was my fan.
Jiminy fucking cricket.
Okay, was... The usage of the term inbred. I use inbred as a
It's funny. Hasan's going to be talking about inbred, considering he's a Turk, and like 80% of Turkish genes are Greeks.
You were going to do this, and I have the clip pulled. Let's play it.
And then play it. The Jewish KKK brigades out there, just a bunch of fucking inbred hicks. Imagine the most inbred white supremacist guy you can imagine.
Jews are statistically, high elves are statistically more co-sanguineous. I don't want to use the term inbred because it's derogatory, and I'm trying to just say like. Whatever, who cares? Inbred, because like it's an in-group and they marry within their in-group. However, in Ethan's defense, the most inbred population on Earth are Wood Elf, or is Muslims, like by a lot. Pakistan specifically.
Imagine, okay? Every week there was another fucking psychopathic settler, inbred fucking douchebag.
They're both kind of
inbred fucking douchebags in the background, dude. A nation entirely comprised of messianic, inbred, ultra-orthodox psychopaths that these inbred don't understand. Educated, inbred, fundamentalist hicks.
Calling us in the middle of campus, calling us inbred, that we have no culture. One of them grabbed my friend's Israeli flag in the middle of campus, carried it to a mob by the gate that were communicating with the angry mobs outside of campus.
Untrained, inbred asses shipped into southern Lebanon, telling us that we are all inbred and that we have no culture.
You want to? You
gotta watch these clips.
Inbred.
And that's just a yapper.
Okay, so yeah, go ahead and defend your continual use of the word inbred to describe Jewish people. Go on.
Wait, do you think I'm describing all Jewish people as inbred? Is that what your assessment is here?
Microaggressions, my friend. We're pretending they don't exist. You continually refer to Jewish people as
inbred.
You
are such a pussy. Oh my god. Yeah, dude.
This is another one of these things where it's like a bad point for Ethan. Like the swastika sword, the Sabra thing. This is a really bad point. It's like he's just using inbred as who cares?
Fucking Kahanis, Jewish supremacist settlers inbred. Why is it that you tried to defend the actual Kahanist settlers that were destroying humanitarian aid. When I was calling them fucking inbred, you were like, oh, why? They're just nice young Jewish boys, you said, when describing that fucking video.
Did you? So again, Hasan, you have a chronic problem with the truth. Here's what you're talking about.
Douchebags in the background, dude.
By the way, this is the difference between me and Hasan. When I get criticized, I pull it up and I watch the fucking criticism. Hasan opens Comrade KC tweets and snark posts and reads their interpretation of my video. Talk about being a pussy. You need people to hold your hands. Fucking be real here.
Yeah, I'm so scared of you. That's why I wanted to debate you.
And this is an ongoing joke with this community. These are just fucking benign dudes. Just I don't know what the fuck they're doing. It looks like they're doing charity or something. It looks like they've got water or a box or something, like they're helping. And he's going, oh, look at these inbred fucks. It's like, bro, what are you? By the way, even if they're doing whatever bad, you're still calling Jewish people inbred repeatedly. You understand that, right? Rubs off on
they're
people.
Fucking Nazis. What's wrong with you? They're participating single-handedly in a genocide.
Continually to Jewish people as inbred, bro. You don't think that can affect people?
I call all racist right-wing reactionaries inbred. It's one of the fucking terms that I can use that isn't like immediately.
How about one that doesn't feed into like an anti-Semitic?
Yeah, which again is funny because it's not like statistically who is actually inbred.
So, why did you laugh when that guy said that people were calling them inbred on campus? Why was that funny?
What do you mean? Because he's a fucking crybaby claiming that
he was walking through campus.
What?
He was walking through campus. How's he a crybaby?
No, he's a crybaby for going on Fox to be like, I was under attack. I was victimized once again.
What was the bully aspect?
What do you mean? When someone
to be a crybaby, there needs to be a bully aspect. What's the bully aspect?
Have you literally left your goddamn Bel Air mansion for a second and looked at the news? Do you know what's going on? An entire year of genocide side by side with people claiming that Jews are being victimized on college campuses has now led to the fucking Gestapo literally packing up pro-Palestinian student activists. You don't think that those fucking dipshits play a role in that on Fox News of all places? What the fuck is wrong with you? Of course you're not pro-Palestine. This is the reason why nobody thinks you're pro-Palestine, okay? Because you do this dumb shit. Because you can't fucking see the world outside of how you feel slighted by.
People think I'm pro-Palestine because I don't like your repeated use of the word inbred against Jews?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that you're running defense for Kahanists who are literally
I'm not defending them. I'm attacking you. How is me saying why you
are fucking crying about me calling Nazis inbred in the process of them destroying humanitarian aid, going into Gaza, and then you're going, they look like kind boys.
Yeah, I took it back
they look
immediately.
like nice boys that were just holding the humanitarian aid. How do you assume that
I literally took it back immediately.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
I admit I was wrong and took it back immediately when I learned the context. Do you know how that works?
Oh my God, there's a lot more. Do you want to keep going?
Have you
piece by piece?
No, it's fucking boring.
Now it's boring.
Because you're a chronic liar. I went back.
Maybe I wasn't afraid of the context nuke. Okay?
I went back.
Maybe I wasn't afraid of it, but I was worried that you were going to fucking clip shit out of context and
keep
chirping to your audience and lie to them. And now you can't lie to them. And all of a sudden, lo and behold, half of the fucking shit that we talked about, you backtracked on. Maybe that's the reason why people think you're fucking pro-Israel at a time when you say that they're...
Like, again, these are the guys that are like, no bad tactics, only bad targets. And if they both agree that, like, the people he's calling inbred are a bad target, then you'd think that he would just not care. That he could call them anything, right?
Doing a genocide.
You said that the Houthi Luffy was not a pirate.
He's not.
Or sorry, not Houthi affiliated.
He's not, but even if he was, I wouldn't care. I hope you understand that.
That's rewriting history.
Again, that's kind of what he has to say. It's like the strongest position for him to take is that, like, I don't care if these are terrorists because I believe in their cause or whatever. Again, that's bad, but it's kind of what he has to say because, like, trying to split hairs over whether this guy, like, what is a terrorist or whatever, it undermines his own position about the immediacy of this issue.
I'm gonna say this very clearly to you. I'm gonna say this very clearly to you right now, 10 toes down. Are you ready for this?
Go ahead.
I believe what the Houthis are doing in terms of stopping Israel doing a genocide to implement a blockade on the Red Sea is a good thing. 10 toes fucking down. They're on the morally right side. Don't you also think they're on the morally right side? You're supposed to. You're saying that it's a genocide.
What have they done?
What the fuck are they supposed to do?
They hijacked a boat that had nothing to do with Israel, like fucking
That's
Bravo.
Not true. That's not true.
Really? What was that? What did it have to do with Israel?
It was literally owned by an Israeli.
Again, notice he had to say morally correct. This gets back to the issue where neither of these guys have an actual stake in this conflict, where they're supporting a side because if they don't, they'll die. So they have to say that one is moral or the other. They can't just say, oh yeah, they both do immoral things because they're fighting at like the highest stakes possible.
He owned is a big multi-conglomerate company that's partially owned by an Israeli.
Yes.
It was bound for fucking for Turkey from
India.
They kidnapped 5 totally unrelated Filipino fucking prisoners.
Again, I said this before also, but I generally don't like America's involvement in Israel or any of this stuff because I think we have no legitimate security interest in Israel. It's not like a moral thing. It's just I don't think that the existence or non-existence of Israel like serves U.S. security interests in like a critical region. But the Houthis, by blocking the Red Sea or by disrupting traffic through the Red Sea, are disrupting freedom of access or freedom of navigation in an extremely important place, and that does serve U.S. interests, which is why I actually do. It's like one of the few of our tendency of just blowing random shit up. I do think it's justified to shoot the missiles at Houthis from an American perspective, at least.
By the way, in your fucking video, are you going to take that back too now? Now you admit that you were wrong on that part too?
I didn't hear
what are we on? 4? 5? How many points have you actually backtracked
on? I don't know what you're accusing me of. What was I wrong about?
You said in your video that it had nothing to do with Israel. You claimed that it wasn't owned by an Israeli guy? You were wrong.
Partially owned by an Israeli guy? It's British owned. It's owned by a British company.
It's owned by a British company.
So it's owned by a British company.
You literally claimed that it was owned by...
Come here, Hasan. There's the way you bring this home is you talk about dual citizenship. You say it's a British company, but the guy is a dual citizen. again, the reason they don't talk about this is because then you're leaning too much into the right-wing anti-Jewish arguments, which he doesn't want to associate himself with, even if they might be useful for him right now.
Isle of Man. It was an Isle of Man ship. Like, you think all of these ships mysteriously
because these guys were part of a campaign to deplatform all those guys originally.
It's owned by that, and it's not a fucking easy flag to get.
How much of this? So if this this Israeli guy,
0.5.
If this Israeli guy, how much does he need to own of this business that owns this boat to justify? Is it 0.1? Is it 0.2? Is it 5%? How much?
I don't know, and I don't care, because I think that even if they got some of the ships wrong, I still think they're on the right side. Don't you?
I mean, like,
again, ends justify the means. At least he's staying consistent on that. I don't know why he didn't say that about Hezbollah earlier, though, if that's going to be what his position is.
I agree with their...
I'm not even conceding on that front, by the way, because I do think that, once again, that was owned by an Israeli conglomerate.
No, it wasn't. That's an outright lie. You're lying. It's not owned by an Israeli conglomerate. You're fucking lying. That's an outright pathetic lie. And you're basically running defense for terrorist organization. Now, do I defend what they do? I think what they're doing, their message is good. Their method is terrible.
Oh, wait, dude, let's...
Okay, so Ethan is trying to draw a distinction between the ends and the means here, which is, like, not a leftist thing. At least now they have a distinction. Like, they're actually, like, drawing into the distinction, is that Hasan believes that as long as the motive is correct, you can do whatever, whereas Ethan does not. The problem is that Ethan in the past has shown the opposite, and so what it really seems to be is that when it deals with the high elves, he wants there to be the methods have to be moral, and when it doesn't, they don't. And again, it's just really funny that this is a side all about, like, breaking down distinctions and barriers and in-groups, out-groups, but the in-group, out-group bias is so ingrained in both sides of this that it has to be part of it, even if it's directly contradictory to their entire fundamental premise of politics.
Let's ring up the fucking Al-Houthi family real quick. Tell us how you would stop a genocide when you're the poorest country.
Well, not hijacking an unaffiliated boat and kidnapping 15 fucking nationals and holding them for a year. How is that helping anyone?
Yeah, that's another thing that you...
Again, I hate to defend Hasan or Hamas here, but Hamas has achieved more of its objectives out of this than Israel has. Like, just on balance. And you may say, well, yeah, but Hamas got a bunch of people killed. That's the one resource they have in spades. Like, the one thing that Hamas has a glut of, like, that they could lose is manpower, is people. And it sounds like really bad, but that's just the way these wars work. And to make it really simple, the beginning of this war, no European countries recognized Palestine. Now I think 5 do. And you may say, well, was that really worth all these deaths? It's like, yeah, to these guys, yeah. Like, it's progress made on their ultimate goal. So, like, yeah.
Who actually got wrong, by the way, that even fucking Willie Sloptube called you out on. Those people, by the time you had released your context puke, those people had been released.
It was, yeah, I remember. I said they were prisoners for a year. I know they were released. It literally happened.
Like, there was thinking behind the hostage taking. There was thinking behind, on both, and there's thinking behind what Israel did too. Like this, these guys talk about like these terrorists and these actors, like they just do random shit based off vibes, and it's like, no, there's objectives, and they do things to achieve objectives, and what they do is sometimes really bad, but it's because of the value they put on the objectives.
Happened like the day I was finishing the video.
Were
they held prisoner for a year? Were they held prisoner for a year? Were they held prisoner for a year? Were they held prisoner for a year?
Yeah, they were.
That's what I said. Thank you.
Yeah, they were all hostages.
So how's that help Israel? Taking a bunch of Filipino fucking unaffiliated sailors hostage for a year.
Deterrence?
Well, how's it deter Israel? Kidnapping fucking
Do you understand the concept of deterrence? Yes,
how is that a deterrence?
It is a show of force to stop successfully, mind you, to stop other commercial shipping from going through.
Well, it's also just to encumber a cost on dealing with Israel. That's what it is. It's not deterrence. It's if you're going to deal with Israel, the cost is that sometimes ships will get hijacked. That's their thinking. And they don't care if it's like third-party innocence or whatever. Because again, they're like, in their minds, they're fighting for their survival. Unlike these two guys, which will be fine regardless. Like, one side could win between these two and wipe out the other side, and both these guys would be fine.
They literally bankrupted an entire Israeli port. I'd say that's numbers on the fucking board, baby. And like I said, 10 toes down, support that initiative. Because if you believe it's a genocide, what the fuck are they supposed to do? Should they allow their coastline to continue having commerce as though nothing is going on up there in Palestine, where Israel is doing a genocide in Palestine? How do you think the Yemeni population should have responded to the Israeli genocide? Should they have sat back and just let it happen? And also, they can't say, obviously, they fucking can't say from the river to the sea, Palestine, because that scares you, Ethan. So obviously they can't do that either. So how can people be pro-Palestine in a way that you think is appropriate?
Were your example is hijacking an unaffiliated ship and kidnapping?
Okay, yeah, but here's the contradiction is Hasan started this whole argument because he thought that H3 was not being pro-Palestine in the correct way, and then now he just brought up, well, you can't police the way people fight. It's like, well, that's what you were just doing.
It's not unaffiliated. It's not unaffiliated. But even if it was unaffiliated, as I said already, if it was unaffiliated, that wasn't unaffiliated. You lied about that, and you recognize that you lied about that for the record. But if it was, it wasn't.
I don't think either of them lied.
They didn't kidnap random people. That's like terrorist shit. Why are they kidnapping random unaffiliated sailors? How are you saying that?
You know what's fair shit?
Kidnapping these unrelated foreign sailors?
You know what's fair shit? Israel fucking blowing up a humanitarian aid flotilla 1,002. No, I'm not saying you're defending that. I'm just explaining to you what actual terrorism looks like.
You are defending terrorism,
as
though.
of this conversation,
Actual terrorism. This is why I said he needs to not use the term terrorism, because he has his own definition of terrorism that is obviously also politically motivated.
You've done it many times during this conversation.
They're just both combatants, and they're both going to attack whatever they need to gain an advantage over the other.
literally drone strike a fucking humanitarian aid ship that was headed for Gaza off the coastline of Malta. That's real fucking terrorism. What the Houthis are doing, on the other hand, is resistance. And it's not only moral.
There we go. There we go. See, so the U.S. is stupid and wrong for having its terrorist list because it's biased or whatever. But what the Houthis are doing is resistance.
Very good. You're right. You're so righteous. Do you think that the Filipino hostages who were held there for a year agree that that was an awesome, that was an awesome act of resistance? Probably not. Right?
Probably not. Can you explain to me what you would do?
But that's the
what
point.
would you do?
I think. Well, first of all,
the point is that you
there's
make people
something to be said for
uncomfortable so
stopping
that
the
they do
cargo
what
in
you
that
want.
strait, but they're doing it insanely fucking stupid. They're stopping unaffiliated ships and they're kidnapping unaffiliated people. How is that good? They're doing it
It's
bad.
not an unaffiliated ship, by the way. But even then,
You won't explain how it's affiliated. You said it's owned by an Israeli conglomerate. That is an outright lie. Hold on, you're doing disinformation right now. It was not owned by an Israeli conglomerate. You said that. This is a lie. Galaxy Leader is a vehicle carrier that was owned by a British company, operated by a company connected. It was connected. It wasn't even. He didn't even own it. It was connected to an Israeli businessman. It was co-owned by a business that this Israeli guy was involved in.
Yeah, co-owned by Abraham Ungar.
So what? You know his name.
What do you mean it's co-owned by an Israeli? What are we talking about?
No, it's co-owned by a company that has an Israeli dude affiliated with it.
Well, you asked me how
it's owned by a British company.
Yeah, unfortunately, if I was Ethan, I would not go down this rabbit hole because I guarantee you that at the end of it, it's an Israeli dual citizen.
I'm telling you how it's connected,
lying.
and now you don't like that connection.
You're lying. That's what I don't like.
I'm not lying. The ship info is readily available, Ethan.
Yeah, I agree. You know what I mean? It doesn't matter anyway. The problem for me, really,
it doesn't matter. Okay,
so
that's the larger five that you also presented falsely on your context view.
The problem is more the kidnapped sailors. I just don't understand you can justify kidnapping a bunch of unaffiliated sailors.
I don't. Ethan,
you are. You asked.
Ethan,
You go. Have you heard of the deterrent?
Definitely did.
Yeah. Walk with me through this carefully.
Yeah, please explain to me how it's justifiable to kidnap 50
What would
sailors.
you do, Ethan? What would you do? You have a better way to do it. I think we're gonna figure it out.
Well, like I said, you can do it without kidnapping unaffiliated.
You probably can't. I mean, it's an asymmetrical conflict. They have almost all these things are stacked against them, so they have to do crazy shit if they want to win. The real question they should be having is whether, again, ends justify whether the ends that principle alone. Because if you disagree on that, then that's where you start the debate. But if you agree that the ends justify the means, the question is whether you think the ends are actually important.
There were militancy, resistance, okay, that cut off supply lines, okay, supply lines for the Nazis, or even sometimes supply lines that actually impacted the civilians, okay, impacted civilians. Do you feel like that kind of resistance was unwarranted?
It's completely irrelevant. Why did they hold them for a year?
I don't know.
Okay,
yeah, why doesn't Hasan just talk about the resistance against the Nazis, like the French resistance? That would be his argument against this. Is he would be like, hey, when they blew up like commercial trains and shit to make like people who were living normal lives in France uncomfortable so that they would more actively resist. Was that unethical to Ethan?
They're terrorists.
And to be clear, the way you answer this as not one of these two guys is you just say murder is wrong, and you put your life in the hands of God. Essentially, the problem is that by acknowledging God has like a plan for every individual and that life has value, you acknowledge a power higher than yourself, which is something that high elves can't do because they think that God serves them, and wood elves can't do because they think that God they essentially believe that it's their job to conquer the earth, not even for God, but basically just for themselves to enjoy, and that's why they have all the weird sex shit.
What? Because they're terrorists.
Yeah, they're terrorists. They kidnap innocent civilians.
Are they? So
Filipino guys
that are the people that
to
are.
be clear, I don't think either of these guys are even. I don't even think that distinction applies to these guys because I think they're both atheists.
Are resisting against the Israeli genocide.
So they just don't want to acknowledge a higher power at all.
Genocide are actually terrorists because you don't agree with their fucking methods. Well, you have no way. You have no alternative. You have no alternative.
That's not true. I said just don't kidnap innocent people.
Nothing else.
It's easy. Just don't kidnap innocent people.
Well, it's not.
They could have done that, right? They could have taken the boat. They could have
it's
gone
not
to the
easy
boat and
if
not
you
kidnapped
think,
people,
if
right?
it's like, well,
Is that
the
possible?
only thing you can do to
Do you
win
think
this
that warrants
war
the standard of saying that one of the only groups that is doing militancy against and resisting against Israel's genocide, which they stopped, by the way. They literally stopped when Israel actually followed through on a ceasefire. If they were just, erroneously and randomly fucking trying to claim ships because they're pirates, they want to live the pirate life, then obviously they wouldn't have stopped doing that, don't you think? And they only started their blockade after Israel started starving Gaza again, and then
that's
also
great.
turned
What does that
around.
do with innocent sailors?
Ethan, I don't think you want to go down this route.
I'm ready. What do you mean?
Innocent people is terrorism. Is Israel terrorist? Is the IDF terrorist?
I mean, you could characterize it that way.
Is the IDF terrorist?
I mean, it's an army, so it's a different thing. It's like
why is it a different?
Yeah, exactly. It's why the terrorist term is a trap.
You think that the Houthis doesn't have a standing army? They have an army.
The Houthis did like a hostile takeover of like a portion of Yemen. They're at odds with the government. It's different. They also
Okay, well then Hasan just says, well, the Jews did a hostile takeover of the Holy Land, right?
Owned slaves, by the way.
We're going to talk about the Ansar Allah movement.
I'll say, yeah, Israel, the IDF is terrorist. Yes, the IDF is terrorism.
Hold on. Talk to me about how the Ansar Allah movement actually came to power without getting any notes from your Discord or anything like that. Explain to me the process in which Ansar Allah actually came to power.
I don't know.
What?
I do not know.
You don't know?
Yeah, you should try saying that sometimes.
Because in your video, you also used a lot of Saudi outlets to be like, these guys are actually doing slavery.
Give me
and
one.
It turned out that actually,
give me the Saudi outlets.
The videos that you used did not even suggest it was Ansar Allah that was doing slavery in the fucking poorest country on the planet.
Okay? The Houthis have slaves. That's not even contested.
Yemen is not the poorest country on the planet. It's pretty close, but it's not.
They were doing slavery according to your own fucking video, but you still used it.
The Houthis have slaves,
Saudi
undisputed.
propaganda papers that at a time when Saudi Arabia was doing a fucking genocide.
Having slaves and kidnapping innocents. It's just so
He
unnecessary.
already said why he defends the Houthis. He defends the Houthis because he thinks that they're fighting back against a genocide. And the genocide is so bad that it justifies anything. Because to him, the ends justify the means. And they do to you, too, just not when it deals with high elves. Not when it can be used against your enemies, essentially.
Right.
What are you talking
just
about,
acknowledge that they do terrible shit.
The Saudi-backed government was the one that was actually doing slavery.
No, well, if they did, then the Houthis also have slaves. That's just a statement of fact.
No, the Houthis don't have shit, okay?
They don't have shit. They don't even have slaves. They don't even have food. Like, what are you talking about?
That's not the point I'm making.
They're so poor, they don't even have
that just
slaves.
came out of a
Yeah, and how's
man-made
that
famine
blockade, by the way, helping the
Saudi
country?
Arabia
How is
and
the
the
blockade
UAE?
helping the
Why
famine
did
in
you
Yemen?
use-
How's the blockade helping the famine in Yemen?
Well, the Houthis' primary concern is not the famine in Yemen. It's staying in power.
There is, as far as I understand, there's no longer a famine in Yemen. I'm talking about before, because you talked about how you were a regional
What is
expert.
blockading doing for the poorest country on earth?
Ansar Allah and their violent takeover of Yemen. So I was like trying to figure out what you know about.
If you want the Houthis to start caring about like feeding Yemenis people, then it needs to be that feeding. If they don't, they'll get overthrown. Like they're not going to do it for its own sake. There are no altruistic governments.
Maybe you know something that I don't know. So I was trying to pick your brain a little bit.
So explain to me why it matters.
It seems like you don't know shit.
Sure, I don't know about the specific thing. Tell me why it matters.
Why it matters? What their blockade?
Yeah, clearly.
Their blockade is. Their blockade is
no,
awesome.
why it matters? How they came to power?
Oh, because you used Saudi newspapers in the time when Saudi Arabia, according to Human Rights Watch, Amnesty International, all fucking NGOs, was doing a Western-backed blockade that was killing hundreds of thousands of people. And the headlines that you used in your context were from Al Arabiya and numerous other outlets that had their own personal investment in vilifying the Ansar Allah movement. Having said that, of course, I also think that there are plenty to criticize about the Ansar Allah movement. I don't agree with everything that they're fucking doing, as I've said time and time again, like their banner, right? Their banner says first to Jews, which you also presented in your video. Except, remember when you talked about Norm Finkelstein? And how Norm Finkelstein doesn't agree with From the River to the Sea, Palestine will be free?
Civilians.
Can we play the clip of Norm Finkelstein talking about the curse the Jews and what he thinks about that? Let's do that. Let's pull up the clip of Norm Finkelstein's thoughts
how's that relevant?
these actions and the blockade against Jews. You used him as a primary source earlier because you thought, he's a
was
guy.
something that I've said that I've been criticized for. What does that have to do with every other take he's taken? It doesn't mean that we're aligned with every other take in the world.
Dan, can you play this clip real quick? Sorry, it's 50 seconds.
It's irrelevant.
I passed it along.
It's totally irrelevant.
What do you mean it's irrelevant?
Because who gives a fuck what he said about it?
Wait, what do you mean?
You want to talk about
you use his perspective on From the River to the Sea to imply that he agrees with you. I want to see if you agree with him on this. Just play it.
All right, I'll play it.
Thank you.
So here, I'm going to play it, okay? And then when this is done, let's move on to something I know we both want to talk about. You claim, I'm going to play it. I just want to set this up. You claim that the worst thing I said in the context, puke, is that I wrongfully portrayed Jewish people fleeing from their countries. And I denied the Nakba somehow, which is crazy. So let's talk about that after this clip.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, perfect.
And by the way, you're not going to scare us. You're not going to
I'll just say up front, we can end on that point,
Oh, I can keep going all day if you want to.
I know. I know you go to bed tonight in a cool race car bed, but I have family.
Okay, no, that's fine. Why are you thinking about what my bedroom looks like? It's kind of weird, man.
That is another reation why I tend to take Ethan's side over this, is because he actually has a family, and so he has something to defend. He has something that's like essential that he has to care about. Whereas Hasan is just is a single like bachelor degenerate loser, and is telling other people how to live.
Yeah. No, you're right. You fucking badass fucking sports car bed. It's
very odd.
As long as the people in Gaza are subjected to a genocide, we won't stop. Do you know all the praise that's given to the Danish government because it helped evacuate Jews during World War II? But is there a case where a totally distant people did that for the people of Gaza? If I were to give a Nobel Peace Prize, I would divide it between three. South African delegation. Number two, those doctors who volunteered to go to Gaza, the Doctors Without Borders and others. One doctor, he was Palestinian. Why don't you leave? Because he had an option. He was able to go. He said, I didn't go to medical school for 30 years to abandon my people. He was killed. And the third, it's the Houthis. If genocide is the crime of crimes, the Houthis are the hero of heroes.
Yeah, I mean, the first two examples, I definitely agree. I think it's psychotic to give the Houthis a peace prize. That's
why?
Nuts. Because what the fuck have they done for peace?
Yeah, well, the problem is these peace prizes to begin with. It's funny that they're even talking, like they even respect these peace prizes, considering you'd think that being this like revolutionary socialist, that Hasan's argument would be that the Nobel Peace Prize is like a capitalist plot to propagandize like this the capitalist world system or whatever.
Please, other than kidnap innocent civilians, what have they done for their own?
I think they're stupid just kind of for the same reason. It's just that it's just a political tool and it doesn't mean anything. It doesn't actually indicate true virtue, because that's not something that an international body like that can do. Like true virtue, again, like I was talking about, like Aristotelian virtue is how you live all the time. It's not you saved a child once, right? I mean, that's a good thing. Like, it's good. But as far as getting an award, the reward is salvation, right? The reward is you get to go to heaven. Like, not some freaking plaque.
They have bankrupted an Israeli court. That is a direct material. The Houthis have.
What does this have to do with the river of the sea?
Material consequences for Israel as it has implemented a genocide.
All right, let's give them a peace prize. Whatever, I don't care. Let's give them a peace prize.
They deserve it.
Yes, absolutely, without a doubt.
Yeah. Wait, also,
don't ask the unaffiliated prisoners who are held for a year, though, if they do.
No, I don't. I think you're missing the broader point here. You're missing the forest for the trees.
Right.
Here, I'll give you a great example of this, by the way, because you spent a lot of time being like, the Houthis are bad. They're homophobic. I'm like, I'm sure they are. Holy shit. Also, Dana keeps switching back to me.
Yeah, I would just want, if I was eating here, I would just be like, what does the peace prize even represent? Like, what is it actually rewarding? Because then that would indicate whether they deserve it or not.
On my end. Sorry.
Let's talk about the issue of the Nakba and stuff.
Okay, hold on. I know you keep saying, oh, it doesn't matter. This is boring. Whenever you come across
no, it's irrelevant.
You have to admit it's wrong.
Talk. It's the video unwatchable.
The Houthis, you said the Houthis are barbaric. They're homophobic. They hate women. All this shit, right? And I'm sure a lot of that is correct. Of course it is. It is the fucking poorest nation on the planet, and all that is known is fucking death and destruction. This doesn't justify this.
Being poor is not what makes people believe those things. Okay, it's not related to wealth.
Doesn't justify having that sort of opinion, of course, but it certainly understands, don't you think? Certainly is part of the point, part of the problem, and the best possible way to probably get them to have a civil rights movement to give gays rights would probably be to stop fucking bombing them, as Joe Biden did, and as Donald Trump has done.
Yeah, that wasn't my chief criticism. Man, again, my criticism is that they are kidnapping civilians.
Yeah.
You want, yes, because that's the goal. Is we want the Houthis to accept the gays. You know, it's so funny that these guys talk about genocide, but they don't recognize how cultural practices are like part of. Like stuff like that is part of the culture. It's like Hasan is mad because he thinks that Israel's going to genocide the Palestinians. He'd be fine if the Palestinians got genocided, just so long as it was cultural, as long as they're still like the same skin color and called themselves Palestinian. But if they had nothing to do with like if we say that Islam is a core part of the Palestinian identity, which I actually don't even think that's necessarily true because Christians were there first. But let's say it is. Like that's probably what Hasan would say. Okay, well, if Islam is anti-gay, and then you make the Palestinians no longer anti-gay and therefore no longer Islam, then they're not Palestinians under your definition anymore. What I mean is that, like, it's like the which genocide do you support? The one where the Israeli soldier is shooting the Palestinian, or the one where the Palestinian goes and buys McDonald's? Because like they're very similar. They're very similar. At the end of the day, one of them they've lost essential aspects of what it is to be whatever their culture is by the end of it.
I know. You don't like their method, but you have no alternative method.
I said just do it without kidnapping civilians, dude. It's not rocket science.
Let's get back to the IDF. You said the IDF is maybe not a terror organization, but the IDF is a terror organization.
I didn't say that. Wrong.
Through and through.
Wrong again. A liar.
Okay, so you think the IDF is a terror organization?
I said yes.
I
think it's fair to characterize them that way.
Okay. Your wife was in the IDF.
Yeah.
Do you believe your wife is a terrorist?
Of course not.
You have considered a 19-year-old Yemeni TikToker who is not even a part of the Al-Houthi family with no Houthi affiliation, but simply a person that says he stands with the Houthis, and I do too, a terrorist over and over again because he has a gun in the second highest gun ownership density per capita, and because he responded to a fucking Instagram comment saying he's a soldier, a dude who doesn't even speak English. You kept claiming that he's a terrorist over and over again. His name is Rashid Al-Haddad. He is not even a fucking Zaidi Shia. He's not even a part of the Houthi family.
Let's watch that evidence.
His last name would be Al-Houthi, not Al-Haddad. Okay?
Let's watch that
You looked at a 19-year-old fucking teenager who's a TikToker
terrorist
in the poorest country on the planet who's only known death and destruction and spent countless fucking hours looking through whatever his social media was to be like, this guy is bad. This guy's fucked up. Yeah, of course he's fucked up. He lives in goddamn Yemen.
Do you know what the bigotry of low expectations is?
Like you, dumbass.
Do you know what the bigotry of low expectations?
Yeah, I mean, it's a good point by Ethan. I don't like this implication that because Yemen is poor, that's why they think the way they do. This is like a classic leftist, like materialist perspective where if you can just get the right material inputs, you can turn everybody into a gay luxury space communist. But that's not how it works. And the reason why they think that is because they don't think that there's any non-material primordial aspect to morality or principles. They don't think that there's like a summum bonum good that exists regardless of the world or anything. Everything is just an equation. So obviously Yemen is poor, so they don't agree with me, right?
Patience is? You're saying because he's poor, he hates Jewish people? Let's watch. Ready?
No, it's not because he's poor that he hates Jewish people. It's because he lives in fucking Yemen. And in that part of the world, the only thing that people see is the dangerous conflation of Zionism and Judaism.
I'm sure
because the fighter jets that blow up their fucking schools have a Star of David next to them. And when the Palestinians are kidnapped, when they're fucking forced to go through military trial detention, they get fucking Stars of David carved on their heads. Israel is the one that dangerously and falsely claims to be the nation state of Jews. Israel is the one that makes everybody think that this action, all of the action, the genocide that you called a genocide, is actually being done at the behest of Jews.
That's not true.
Of course, for everyone in that side of the fucking world,
it's on the behest of Israel, which is a Jewish state. So, like, indirectly, it is done for Jews.
They say Jew, it's interchangeable with Israel. Many of these people,
Do you
including
think he's like Anne Frank?
What?
Do you think he's like Anne Frank?
Oh, of course.
Why did he say that? That was stupid. He should have thrown that back at him. He should have been like, not every genocide is the Holocaust. Like,
absolutely.
the Holocaust is not the genocide upon which all others are judged.
He has withstood genocide by the Saudi government. Of course I do. I think that talking to, but my point that I was fucking presenting,
Anne Frank is famous for being a pacifist and seeing the good in people despite a fuck.
I thought Anne Frank was famous for writing her journal with a pen that wasn't invented until 10 years after the Holocaust.
The Holocaust that took every member of her family but her dad. That's why she's inspiring. This guy went on Twitter and said, fuck Jewish
people. Would you think
people.
Anne Frank would be less inspiring if she somehow was able to get out?
To be clear, the official explanation of that is that the dad wrote the journal later, based off of her original journal. You can believe whatever you want about that.
If she was like, I want to kill Germans and hang them,
She took up arms against the Nazis? Would you say that Anne Frank is bad for that? Say Anne Frank is bad for that, Ethan.
For something that
didn't
happen?
Anne Frank would be bad if she took up arms against the violent Nazi occupation. Say it.
It wouldn't be the same, for sure. It
wouldn't be the same.
She's
Why
famous for being a pacifist and seeing the good in people despite living through a Holocaust. You understand that? That's not what... Let me show you. Let me show you.
Do you think that if Anne Frank... Do you think that if...
This is such a funny argument. They're screaming about it. Okay, hypothetically, if Anne Frank was in a self-defense situation and had a Mosin Nagant and could shoot, could join the resistance, like...
Anne Frank
he's like the Confederate Anne Frank.
Arms against the Nazi occupation.
Israel isn't occupying Yemen anyway.
What?
Israel's not occupying Yemen.
Israel isn't. But for every single country in this region, American imperialism is all they have known.
You said this. Why don't they say death to Saudi?
Yep. America rules the world, bitch. That's why you live here.
Saudi Arabia on their flag. Why is it Jews? Why is it damn the Jews?
They're directly fighting Saudi Arabia.
You see the Star of David. Of course they hate Jews. What about why does their flag say death to fucking Israel and damn the Jews?
Their flag says death to America, death to Israel, a curse upon the Jews.
Damn the Jews,
I have
curse
said
upon
time
the
and time
Jews.
again is kind of gauche, not acceptable, not appropriate by Western standards. But if you listen to
Saudi
Norm has a
Arabia?
clip on that too. Norm has a clip on that too. Do you want to see?
No, let me show you this because you've been going on and on.
Finkelstein explain that?
No, I want to show you this. Okay, you've been talking. Very good. Let's watch this.
You condemn the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising, Ethan?
You got to stop.
Do you condemn the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising?
I'm gonna play this video. Okay.
Hey, are you going to talk about how the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising was sabotaged by the Soviets, Hasan? Because I know that you're like a tanky and you've like defended the Soviet Union before, and now you're bringing up the Warsaw Uprising, which was directly sabotaged by the Soviets and allowed to fail by them when they could have saved them. But that was good, right? Because it meant that Poland... Because if the Soviets had intervened, then you would have had a Polish Polish power in Warsaw that wasn't communist. They let it get crushed so that way they could swoop in and put in their own government, which you would think is good, right? Because it's communism and anything's worth like the utopia, right? Again, probably not something you want to bring up.
He says, ready for sacrifice.
Maybe I sacrifice and eager for martyrdom. Maybe he's talking about football. Here he is singing a song with the words, "Do you threaten us with what we are waiting for, son of a Jew?" Meaning of Houthi is a title, and it's not something to fear, but for the Jews. They are very afraid of this title. The execution we will carry out on all Zionists with the lovely depiction of a man impaled through his asshole and out of his mouth with a pike, or how Hasan likes to say it, a pike for a cut. Okay, why would he retweet this article called Houthis use social media to boost global prominence and support? Israel falls. Wait for the new operation in Tel Aviv. The Jaffa drone, which no Israeli defense can stop. The ships we bombed and sank. I know the red arrow is supposed to be a cool military Hamas thing. This is a butt plug. Just saying. To every Zionist, I will put this into your stomach. And let me state the obvious. Jew and Zionist is clearly interchangeable to this guy. Okay, but picking Jews doesn't make you a Houthi. Are you a soldier? Yes. That seems pretty definitive.
Why did he say yes? Are you a soldier?
Bro, he doesn't even fucking speak English. You're like, oh, he's a soldier. Wait, even if he is, I'm gonna ask you a question very clearly and very deliberately. If Anne Frank,
just like Anne Frank,
good job, Hasan. That's what we needed. We needed to get back to the Anne Frank hypos.
If we had the internet during the time of the Holocaust, and Anne Frank posted about this is what we're gonna do to the Nazis, would your analysis of Anne Frank change even a little bit, even an iota?
Yes, of course it would, because she's
because it's a double standard. Because again, the belief among the high elves is that the Holocaust is a unique, once in forever history event, upon which all others are compared to.
She's famous for being a pacifist, not tweeting out death to all Zionists. She's famous for seeing the good in people, not fucking tweeting out that we want to nuke Israel.
On that one, because I would not give a fuck. I would be loud and proud, going, "Hey, that's what she said. That's what we're gonna do to the Nazis. Fuck yeah, girl."
So after watching that compilation, you still agree that he's just like Anne Frank?
Did you not hear what I asked you?
I'm just summarizing.
Yes.
Okay, very good.
Anne Frank died before.
Anne Frank was a Houthi. That's the conclusion we've come to.
She could resist, but if she did, I would never
was
hold that
fucking killed
against
in a
her.
concentration camp, you
Exactly.
psychopath.
But if she
was
did,
exterminated with her whole fucking family. Her dad's the only one that survived and recovered her journal. Are you fucking mad?
Either, Ethan, right? Would you hold that against her? Would you hold that against?
I would hold it against her, but she wouldn't be the same historical figure that said, despite my family being killed.
Okay, Ethan is right about that. Is that the pacifistic aspect of Anne Frank does make her story unique?
In a concentration camp and everyone being murdered. I'm still a pacifist that sees the good in people. What the fuck what's so confusing about that? Not kill Zionists, not nuke Israel, not.
It is funny that he says good in people when really what he means is good in Gentiles. Like that's the implication here, is that she's special because Gentiles, killed her family, but she still doesn't hate them.
Pike to Zionist assholes.
I can't believe we're once again discussing the posts of a dude in Yemen
you
who
really
is
like to do
90
that.
fucking years old.
Well, you said he's not a Houthi. You mean you went on and on and on and on about how he's just some random fucking innocent kid that you platformed and blazed the fuck up, by the way. Which is, by the way, just terrible journalism. Like, you have KFC in Yemen? Is that the fucking best question you have for someone who's apparently...
That was really funny, honestly.
Surviving a genocide in Yemen, who's been with the crew of kidnapped hostages, who's apparently partying with the captains. You say, is there KFC in Yemen? Are you fucking kidding me?
Here's some clips that you haven't
besides
shown.
being like wrong, it's insanely
We're going
incompetent.
clip for clip. Can you please play this? It's from my subreddit.
Sure. Give me a sec. Dan's got to pass it to me. Okay, after this, please, we got to move on to the Nakba thing.
Yeah. Every single victim of Israeli or American violence has to be a pacifist.
Okay, do you want me to watch this? I mean, what the fuck, bro? It's 4 minutes, so I'm not going to watch the whole thing, but I'll watch like a minute or 2 minutes. Okay?
طبعا جاتني اسئله كثيره ماذا الى اليوم يرون يعودوا الى اليمن يعني ما نسمح لهم ولا طبعا طبيعي يعني احنا اليمنيين يريدون السلام يعني اليمن مسموح لاي شخص يعيش فيها.
This is like shot like by a fucking like propagandist. Yeah. What are you talking about? Like he's all fucking dolled up, he's got makeup on, the lighting is perfect.
This is obviously
guys, please,
like
we love the Jews. Give me a break.
يعني مشكلتنا مش مع
Our problem is not with the Jews,
like a big
guys.
man, buddy? Dunking on a fucking 19-year-old living in Yemen? You pick and choose what you...
Okay, well, you dragged him into this, man.
You think?
I mean, what do you think is appropriate? What do you think about all the shit I showed you?
Like, you can't both say, "Oh, he's just a poor little 19-year-old," but also, I'm going to
believes the Jews are our friends, and also we need to murder them. He believes the Jews are our friends, and we need to murder them all. Is that correct?
The problem is you conflate.
No, he said Jews. He and the tweet said this is what we're going to do to
from
Jews.
a Western perspective, for them, when they talk about Israel, they sometimes reflect.
And that's the Jews' fault, right?
But listen to
me. Blaming the victim.
Because in that interview that I conducted with him, I asked him about how he felt about Jews, anti-Zionist Jews specifically.
I remember.
And he said he loves them.
That is such a lie. You're such a liar.
You don't know this person.
I watched it. That's not what he said. He said if they support Palestine, then I like them. He didn't. You're lying. You're just lying. You're lying about what he said. You're lying. I've seen that interview. You're lying. He didn't say that. He said if they support Palestine, then that's good. Look, that's what he said. It's a fucking materially way different than I love Jews. What the fuck you said?
No, you didn't hear my. You just repeated what I said.
What'd you say?
I said love, but I think he didn't. I guess he didn't
say love.
What did he say?
Hold on. Like, what did you say? He said.
I said that I don't care what anyone's background is. I love them. Jew, Christian, Muslim, doesn't matter. If you are against Israel, I love them. That's what I said. He has no problem with Jews who are pro-Palestine.
That's nowhere close to what you said.
Dude.
Well, you realize you're wrong. You got caught in a lie, so you're revising. It's fine. Right, let's move on to the Nakba thing.
Dude, I don't care.
We got to move on, bro.
Ethan, listen to my words very carefully. If he had told me, okay, I hate all Jews unconditionally, I am an anti-Semitic person.
He did tweet stuff like that.
The conversation would go very differently. But even then, I probably wouldn't be as vicious as
you literally said that on social media.
Or you want me to be. Because I understand the conditions. And lust plays a role in people's recognition of the world.
Nobody needs to fear for Jews, he said. I'm going to shove my gun and kill Jews.
What? No, he didn't say that.
I'll play it again. You want me to play it again?
He did.
Oh, God. Okay, dude. You just play the fucking clip then. God damn it. Just play the clip. He said Zionist, but play the fucking clip, Ethan.
He says
I'll play it.
Play the clip I sent you without fucking complaining. It was too dolled up.
Well, you want me to watch your clip? I thought, no, we're going to watch my clip.
No, play the fucking clip I sent you.
By the way, I don't know if this music's claimed, by the way. We can. It does matter, unfortunately. You're on Twitch where stealing content is fucking regular, but on YouTube there's standards.
Yeah, now they're going to piss about it.
Someone might copy strike you, and then their lawyers might demand erroneous.
Which you admitted is sometimes warranted. Where's the link?
Mr. Fair Use. Mr. Fair Use.
Yeah. Do you know what fair use is? You fucking moron. It's using it fairly. There's a big difference between.
No, I know.
Do you know what fair use is? It's using it fairly. You think being a high elf, Ethan would have a better background in the law.
Fair use is when you get mad at Redditors criticizing you, so you fucking get
your high-powered party to fucking
sue them and make demands about how they have to release information about their
about their. Let me play this for a minute, and then we'll move on.
I wonder if Hasan even believes in copyright. Sometimes like a leftist position.
This is the most pathetic terrorist propaganda bullshit I have ever seen. And the fact that you actually think this is credible is so hilarious to me. Wow. I love this. This is great.
All right, just keep playing it. Keep playing it.
Sorry, I'm trying. I don't know where the audio went. Oh, why was it? Sorry, hold on, we're having.
I pulled it back up.
Taylor Lorenz tweeted, "What's so crazy is that we tried to nab an interview with Rashad, the Yemeni teen who went viral for WAPO before Hasan Dahan got the scoop. Ethan continues to chastise Hasan for legitimate journalism and an interview that half of MSM was chasing."
Well, first of all, Taylor Lorenz is a fucking hack loser who's obsessed with you, okay?
Imagine quoting Taylor Lorenz.
Of course she would say that. She, by the way, what was the legitimate... Name one question you asked him that represents legitimate journalism.
Okay.
One question.
Great question.
Good question.
What do you feel about anti-Zionist Jews leading many of the anti-Israel protests in the United States of America?
That's your most important journalistic question, which he basically said.
No, you gave me one. I gave you one.
I don't think that... I mean, I find that to be insignificant, especially considering his answer. No follow-up questions? Why don't you ask him why don't you ask a follow-up question like, do you not care if they're Zionist Jews? That they're Israeli Jews that support you?
I don't give a fuck if he cares if there's Zionist Jews or not.
What about what was the hard-hitting part about asking if he likes One Piece? Was that hard-hitting journalism?
No, it was called humanizing.
It was called cringe as fuck.
Of course, this wasn't a neither of you are journalists. You're guys talking shit online.
Because you don't like when a fucking brown person gets a little bit of airspace and they look like a human being.
So you're resorting to calling me racist now. By the way, this is white as fuck. What are you talking about? This is whiter than I am.
Okay. I don't know about that.
What the fuck are you talking about,
dipshit? The IDF.
Hold on, you accuse me of being racist. Are you talking about this guy? Are you talking about this guy?
Your wife is a part of the IDF. Do you think it's appropriate to call your wife a terrorist?
I think you do. No, I don't.
You don't think it's appropriate?
No.
Okay. You have stated time and time again that you believe, to show how pro-Palestine you are, that you believe settlers are valid military targets.
Right.
Who do you think is protecting the settlers who you claim are valid military targets?
In the
process of the bombs that you're doing.
Sorry, was Ela out there protecting settlers?
No, she was doing a night raid, as a matter of fact. And I didn't know any of this until recently, for the record.
She was
a couple months ago.
Yeah, you're going to do the Raider of Ramallah snark bullshit? Go on. Yeah, your community doesn't harass anyone. She was 18 years old. She went on a ride along to Ramallah for some kind of fucking mission. She stayed in the car, and then they went back, and that's all that happened. She's 18 years old, bro. She's a secretary.
Of taking someone hostage, you called him it, by the way. That person was a Palestinian living in his own fucking home, and your wife went on a raid to Ramallah, which you have called a terror city.
Yeah, that was.
This is not a winning thing for Hasan, going after his wife like this, because it's just like, you know, Israel has conscription, right? She didn't really have a choice. Well, you always have a choice, but my point is that, like, it just doesn't make him look good, and like the facts of exactly what occurred are probably never going to really be known.
That was an old clip. I don't think
Ramallah is your wife a valid military target in that process? Because you've said that settlers are valid military targets.
What are you trying to get? Like, what is your goal here, son? You really think you're going to get him to say that, yeah, my wife's a terrorist and I want her to, like, she should have been shot? Like, that's insane. It's not going to happen.
Do you think your wife is a valid?
And you're going to look like a psycho for trying to get him to do that.
Military target? Do you think your
wife
is a
West Bank settler? She's not a West Bank settler.
But she's in the West Bank. Where's Ramallah, Ethan?
Bad Empanada thinks she's valid. Your friends over at Second Thought think that she's a valid target.
You think she's a valid military target?
Do you think she's a valid military target? Do you think she's a valid military target?
I do not, as a matter of fact. I don't. Okay.
Can we please move on to this Napa thing?
Listen to me.
Hasan, bro, you're making this unwatchable.
Listen to me. Okay.
Hold on. What? He said he doesn't think she is? I mean, obviously she's not, but what I mean from his perspective. So you're telling me that the Filipinos who got taken hostage, you said that was valid because, you know, they're fighting the cause and that's how you fight it, but you don't think a member of the IDF, regardless of what they were doing, is valid? Like, that's directly contradictory. Either you think that the Houthis can do whatever they need to do to win, including taking random third-party civilians hostage. If that's true, then that means that you would think that Gila is a valid target. But he doesn't want to say that because that would sound fucking crazy, right? Which is why he never should have brought up this issue. That's what my point. That's why I said, like, he never should have gone down this dialogue tree because it doesn't...
We gotta move on.
How does this make sense in your mind? You say Israel is doing genocide. She has participated in the kidnapping of a Palestinian in the West Bank.
You don't know who was kidnapped for what reason.
You say you hate the settlers.
We don't know who was...
First of all, settlers, Ethan. Your wife did.
Kidnapped. They arrested somebody. We don't know what happened or what they did. What if he fucking stabbed civilians? Does that happen? Do Palestinian terrorists never stab and blow up civilians?
They're placed under military detention. They are not actually placed. They do not go through a civil court process.
Palestinian terrorists ever commit violence on civilians that weren't being arrested?
They are not in the West Bank.
You don't know anything about this person or this raid.
In Ramallah.
Exactly. This is what I mean. Like, we don't have enough information to judge. And not only that, but... like, even Hasan's victory condition here would just make him look like a hypocrite and crazy.
Palestinian territory, your wife was an illegal occupier of a terrorist organization, also known as the Israeli Occupying Force, Ethan. Now, I know people that also served in the Israeli Occupying Force, as a matter of fact. I've relied on breaking the silence.
By the way, my name is Gila. I don't know if you keep doing your wife. Why do you do that? Why do you keep referring to her as my wife? It's bizarre.
Okay, Gila, whatever, who cares?
It just belies some really bizarre thing. It's not random at all.
Listen to my words. Listen to my words.
Well, because he's talking about her in relation to you.
I have no issue with someone as long as they have recognized their mistakes, as long as they recognize that was wrong. What I take issue with is consistently defending Israel. You have also participated in the defense of Israel. It makes no sense. You're inconsistent. You say it's a genocide, but people can't resist militarily. You say it's a genocide, but all the people who are outspoken are vile anti-Semites.
Hila was doing
mandatory. Supposed to be able to resist against this genocide. Do you actually think it's a genocide?
Hila was doing mandatory military service. What should she have done?
There's numerous options. One, religious exemption. Two, refusing to serve. But even then, I don't have a problem with her being socially conditioned into thinking that this is appropriate. I have a problem with what she's saying now. I have a problem with how she reflects on that and doesn't realize that was an unjustifiable thing to do.
Okay, well, listen, you can talk to her and debate about it. I don't know what you're even referring to. Okay.
What?
I don't even know what the fuck you're referring to. You're just calling my wife a terrorist. Like, give me a break, dude.
No.
She did mandatory.
Yeah, exactly. Like, what is the victory condition for Hasan here? It's like, yeah, if you're fighting against this thing, you can take civilians hostage. But no, totally, your IDF wife totally isn't like a valid target. Again, that's not my position. I'm just saying, like, from Hasan, like, what Hasan has said, he's directly contradicting himself.
Let's talk. Let me ask you a question.
And like I said, he just looks crazy, and you're not going to get Ethan to say that, like, my wife's evil. Like, it's just not going to happen.
Hasan,
she's talking on your podcast about how she went on a raid.
You have to let me talk. The fact that you're just talking over me and being louder does not mean you're right. I promise.
What?
Being louder and talking more does not mean you're right. Okay, to listen to what I have to say. She's part of mandatory conscription.
Did Hila not volunteer? Did Hila not volunteer to go to the West Bank on a raid because she was bored? In Ramallah.
Yeah, she's 18. It's understandable. We don't know what that guy did, though. We don't know what the raid was for.
He could have been a terrorist monster.
What if he killed people? Of course. If he killed people, of course he would be worthy of being arrested.
Ethan, is Ramallah a part of Israeli territory?
I mean, it's complicated, right? It's under occupation. No, I don't think so, but it's under occupation, right?
Okay, so why was your wife in Ramallah?
Maybe getting a terrorist that killed civilians. She sat in a car.
It's not complicated.
She sat in a car and didn't even leave it and never did it again.
Your wife participated in an illegal raid according to international human rights. That is the reality. Now,
according to international human rights, and who makes those? Again, this gets down to, like, the authority issue I was talking about, where it's like, this guy believes that we're under, like, a capitalist American imperial world system, and yet also is appealing to international human rights organizations' definitions, which ostensibly are founded to serve that supposed world empire. Like,
You upset if this person killed like a child? Would you be upset if this person they arrested like stabbed people? Like you don't know what you're talking about.
If she were to talk about,
okay, fine. My wife's a terrorist, bro. What the fuck? It's so boring.
No, stop.
See, this is what I mean. It's like, what is the? There's no victory condition for a song on this.
Listen to my words.
No, my wife is a terrorist.
As many former IDF vets have on breaking the silence. If she talked about the night raid that she participated in the same way that
just like Frogan says, I don't hate only ones that regret it.
Talk about, I would have no issue with her.
Do you hope she gets PTSD too?
People can change.
I don't condone the raid, but I mean, we neither of us have any information about like what actually happened. You know what I mean?
There is no. You don't understand. If she is illegally there, she is not supposed to be there. It doesn't matter. Her and her entire brigade.
I think you're illegally here. Son, I think you're illegally in the U.S.
Was not supposed to.
Just because by the very nature of your existence, it's kind of what he's arguing here.
Be there.
I don't think she knew what they were doing.
As a matter of fact,
I don't think she knew what they were doing or where they were going.
What she participated in.
I don't think she knew where they were going or what they were doing.
What she participated in.
Okay, she's a terrorist.
Please,
we got to move on. This is
the reason why. The reason why the Israeli occupying force. The reason why the Israeli occupying force participates in these night raids in the West Bank is to create a constant feeling of terror.
Talking more does not make you right. Okay, you got to understand.
The reason why the Israeli occupying force participates in night raids is to create a constant sense of terror.
We don't condone it. She was 19. She was doing military conscription. She didn't know where they were going or what they were doing. Okay, thank you. I'm listening, but you just keep repeating yourself. This is what you do. You got to move on.
The reason why I know that. You want to know why I know that?
You want this to be unwatchable? Is that what you want?
What?
Do you want this to be unwatchable?
The reason why I know that, Ethan, is because of Breaking the Silence veterans who have come out and spoken out against this practice. That's why I know that.
Hasan, you say that Ela could have gone to jail and done a conscientious objection instead of joining the army. Why do you pay taxes?
Yeah.
What?
Why do you pay taxes to the United States
government? This is your big argument.
Answer the question.
I pay taxes and I know. That's why I try to fucking fight against the goddamn government.
Why don't you stand up for hold on? Why don't you stand up for your principles and go to jail for it?
Yeah.
Because it would not actually stop. Okay, it would not actually stop.
Well, it wouldn't stop if she had done that either.
The reason why I'm saying, I don't take issue with Hila's fucking actions then, as long as, just like you said, she was just 19 years old. I take issue with the fact that she still defends it on principle. She says the Israeli occupying force is...
When has she defended it? I don't think she talks about her time wisely because of stuff like this.
Not a terror organization. You have a disagreement with him.
Well, I think I can see it from her perspective too, which is like, the problem with you is that everything black and white.
You can't see it from Rashid al-Haddad's perspective.
Yeah,
and
he's
you
a
know
fucking terrorist.
For a fucking fact your audience also doesn't see it. And that's why you can fucking constantly claim that he is a terrorist.
Oh my God, bro, please. I want this to be watchable. Okay, let's move on, please. Thank you. You made your point. Okay. So specifically, you said this, which is, you said in the context puke, you said this was the worst thing I did. So let me play it, okay? And then we can discuss.
More Jews displaced than Palestinians. Let me go back to 1948 countries that expelled them in massive amounts following the 1948 war. In fact, there was more Jews displaced than Palestinians.
This was one of the worst pieces of misinformation I've seen in the fucking context puke. For the record, it was crazy.
So Mike, again, nicely done. Let this guy hold your hand and formulate your opinions, but he's not here to help you, okay? So you tell me what was wrong with what was misinformation about saying that 900,000 Jews were displaced?
You make a comparison between Planned Dalit, which is a planned ethnic cleansing campaign, to one, horrify Palestinians inside of villages that had actually no arms whatsoever because they had specific peace agreements that they've done with Jewish villages.
What was the exaggeration?
Killing them,
this isn't a comparison
by massacring them,
and
then letting survivors tell the tale.
Well, it is a comparison question.
You asked me a question and I can't even fucking answer it.
What are you doing? You're not. You're just going on and on.
I am answering it.
What was the exaggeration?
Ethan,
about the historical fact.
Okay, you're gonna learn a little bit right now. Okay, the Deir Yassin is Tantura. These are two very famous massacres that took place. The brigades, the militant brigades, the Zionist brigades that then formed the IDF, including some that personally called themselves terrorists, by the way, Lihi and Irgun, went in and did horrifying mass rape, kidnapping, throwing people in ovens, and then the survivors left to tell the tale. In that process, these brigades would go to each individual city and forcibly ethnically cleanse 750,000 Palestinians. This is known as
what the fuck does that have to do with the Jewish refugees? Answer that question.
The claim is that you're saying that the Nakba didn't happen.
I don't deny it.
Do you think that is even remotely comparable to Jewish people leaving, sometimes voluntarily, and sometimes because their governments had made deals?
Okay. Again, I hate to be High Elf Defense Force here, but no, there was a lot of forcible expulsions across literally the entire Middle East. Like there was hundreds of thousands of High Elves that were living in like Algeria and Tunisia and stuff who got expelled.
How many of the 900,000 left voluntarily?
I don't know the exact number of how many left voluntarily. Do you?
Take a guess.
I would suspect that a big chunk of them, you're going to say, did not leave voluntarily, but that is not the case.
Well, you're lying and you're fucking dead wrong. You brought up the fact that I talked about what happened in Iraq. So let me give you a timeline of what happened in Iraq. 1932, they gain independence. 1934, Hebrew is banned. Jews are fired from government positions. 1938, Zionist activity is outlawed. Crimes as trivial as possessing a biblical map of the Holy Land will send you to jail. The Farhud program, inspired by neo-Nazis, Rashid al-Khalini, killed 180 Jews, hundreds were injured, widespread looting, property damage. 1947, Jews were banned from immigrating because they didn't want them to go strengthen the state of Israel, and they wanted to hold them prisoners against Israel and the West. In 1948, the war begins. Jewish banks were forbidden to transact with foreign countries. Jews were arrested for Zionist activity, for economic crimes. They were fines that were paid to the Ministry of Defense. In 1949, a month after taking office, the British learned that they were planning to expel the Jews from Iraq before they even left. Does this sound like voluntary? Does it sound voluntary? Does that sound voluntary?
Dan, I sent you a clip.
No.
One of the most important scholars on this issue is an Iraqi Jew by the name of Abi Shlaim.
Yeah, I love this. Let's listen to him.
Okay, let's listen to it.
Jews were convinced that Israel had a hand in uprooting them. After the 1948 war, there was mounting popular hostility towards the Jews in Iraq. 5 bombs exploded in Jewish sites. The series of bombs created a panic which led more and more Jews to register to leave the country. I met an elderly friend of my mother's, an Iraqi Jew called Yaakov Karkukli, who had been in the Zionist underground. One member of his group, Yosef Basri, a very, very intelligent Jewish lawyer, and his assistant, Shalom Saleh Shalom, were responsible for 3 out of the 5 bombs.
Okay, so is he trying to bring up false flags here? This is another, like, you see this on the other side too, is the, like, what you doing, Rabbi meme, where the theory is that certain, like, anti-Semitic actions are actually done by high L's to, like, justify kvetching about oppression or whatever. Is that, like, what he's saying here?
Controller was an Israeli intelligence.
The problem is, even if this is true, I still think Ethan's point stands, which is it's like 900,000 high elves. Like, this is like one incident, and it certainly, like, is informative. Like, I'm not right, but
and so let's grant that what he's saying is true, and that 3 of the 5 bombs were done by Zionists, right? How does that explain 150,000 people leaving the fucking country? Thousands of years of civilization that have been there, 2,000 years, just picking up and leaving, almost virtually gone. How does that explain that?
Why is it that the Israeli government benefited from creating instability and making it seem as though these countries were uninhabitable? And why do you think that, despite the fact that Iraq and numerous other countries have offered Israelis or Jews a right to return,
because they were being
failed on the Israeli?
Yeah, but Iraq has been invaded by the most pro-Israel entity on earth, America, twice.
Israeli front for numerous
reasons.
Let me tell you an inconvenient fact for you, Hasan.
That conclusion.
Let me tell you an inconvenient fact.
I wonder why that happened.
Before the bombs went off, 100,000 of the 125 Jews were already registered to leave.
Yeah,
do you want to explain that?
Yes, Jews wanted to go to Israel, Ethan. They liked
the
idea
so let me hear what
of Israel. You like Israel.
Yeah, you're a liar. You're a disgusting fucking propagandist liar. Here's what Avi Schleim actually
My
said.
research, I established that one bomb was lobbed, one hand grenade was lobbed by a young activist in the Istiklal party, which wanted to expel the Jews from Iraq and confiscate the properties.
Well,
and another hand grenade was lobbed into the Masoud Shem Tov synagogue, and there 4 people were killed. And he was a criminal who had a grudge against the Jews, and it had nothing to do with the Mossad.
Did you hear that? The first 2 had nothing to do with the Mossad. But let's continue to listen to the respected scholar, Avi Schleim, you fucking liar. No, you listened to this fucking historian. Yes, you said they left by choice. They left because of Zionism. They left because they were being threatened. Let's hear what your
He said in this clip that they were being planned on being expelled. I think that's all Ethan needed to play, and he wins.
The historian has to say, you liar.
That's right.
Wait,
even
listen.
if all this is true, the main reason for the exodus was not the bombs, it was persecution by the government. And I concede that it's not part of my argument that the bombs were the main reason for the liquidation of this community. But my answer to my Zionist critics is, even if I knew for certain that not a single Iraqi Jew left Iraq to go to Israel because of the bombs, I would still think this is a real indictment of the state of Israel, because Israel was created to provide a safe haven for Jews, not to be harassing and threatening Jews in other countries.
By the way, he said, and I'll quote it for you, we did not leave Iraq because we were Zionists. We left because we were no longer safe. He wrote that in his book, 3 Worlds. Have you read that book?
No, I have not read 3 Worlds.
Okay, well, you're using a lot of source from it. It's a book that he wrote about his migration.
It's not the only book he wrote about this. But go on.
Have you read any of the other ones?
Yes.
Really? Which ones?
The book that I'm referencing is from the Iron Wall.
3 Worlds, okay? He writes about his time in Iraq. He writes about his time in Israel. He writes about his time in the UK. In 3 Worlds, he writes about his own family, and he describes their departure from Iraq as traumatic, disorienting, and
This is just a battle of
They were not proud
Google
Zionist
at this
migrations. They were
point.
leaving out of fear.
Neither of them have read any of this shit, obviously.
Ethan,
like,
he
come
said,
on.
we did not leave Iraq because we were Zionists. We left because we were no longer
My
safe.
friend, you are failing to comprehend a very important reason why I brought up Avi Schleim, by the way. And
yeah, because you think he supports your claim, but he absolutely does not. That's
No,
why, because you're a fucking
first of all,
liar.
he absolutely
Contend
does,
with what I
but
said.
hold on,
No,
let me explain.
contend with what I'm
Ethan,
saying. He said we did not leave Iraq because we were Zionists. We left because we were no longer safe. Do you want to explain what he meant by that? Explain what he meant by saying we didn't leave because we were Zionists. We left because we were no longer safe.
Okay,
explain to me.
I can't wait to bring up Avi Schleim on the broadcast to make you fucking look like a dumbass.
I can't wait to. Now explain what he means by that. We did not leave Iraq because we were Zionists. We left because we were no longer safe.
Iraqis are not Palestinian.
Here we
You
go.
fucking moron. Racist piece of shit.
What?
Because Iraq and the Pan-Arab
Hey,
nationalist movement.
we waited 4 hours for
You're
this.
out of your mind.
It's not about Palestinians.
Okay, so what did the Jews in Iraq have to do with fucking Israel?
Here we go.
You bigot. You are so out of your mind.
And then Iraqis,
Dude, you screaming and grandstanding doesn't mean you're right.
Iraqi government's racism during the Pan-Arab nationalist movement.
If this was a right-wing debate on D-Live or whatever, this point would have been reached literally in 10 minutes. We wouldn't have had to wait this long.
Vindication for why, or a comparison to why Israel had to do the Nakba.
Do you think
You
that...
fucking racist piece of shit.
Thanks, Hasan.
Do you think Iraq?
Do you
think all Arabs have one fucking mind?
Why
Is that
the
what you
fuck
think?
were the Iraqi Jews leaving Iraq in fear?
Of course there were Iraqi Jews that left
Because
Iraq in fear.
why?
I've never said that there were no
Answer the
Iraqi Jews
question.
that left
You want to
Iraq
call
in
me
fear.
racist? Why were Iraqi Jews leaving to go to Israel?
Because you're a fucking moron.
That's why they left. They left because I'm a fucking moron.
That Arabs are
Hasan,
not
you
one-minded.
coward.
That there
You
were numerous
coward.
Pan-Arab
Answer the question. You're going to call me racist, but you won't answer. Why did the Iraqi Jews leave Iraq?
There were numerous
because of
reasons.
anti-Semitism.
Because
They
like
hated
the
Jewish
food.
people. They had nothing to do with Israel. They were forced to leave. They were chased out. They lived there for thousands of years.
Because of
They
the
had
KFC.
no homes, and they were
It's
forced
weird.
abandoned to go to Israel because it was the only fucking place they could. Why would Iraqis hate the Jews living there if they had nothing to do with Zionism or Israel? Why?
Because settler colonialism.
That has nothing to
Settler colonialism. Yeah, that's how you know he's running out.
You would tell you absolutely fucking dumbass.
Palestine,
What does that have to do with the Iraqi Jews?
These guys are all colonists.
You think the Aliyahs were happening?
It's not just
So it was
initially?
there,
You
so
think
you're
the
blaming
Aliyahs were
them? Are you
happening
blaming the
in
Iraqi
one-
Jews who had nothing to do with it? What the fuck is your point? You call me
I'm not
racist.
justifying the racism. I'm not justifying it. You're not
Yes, you
comprehending
are.
my point.
They left
I've never
because
justified
the
that.
Iraq
And I've
turned on
also
them after
openly
1948.
recognized-
You're
I
materially
have
wrong. You're
openly
lying.
recognized that there were numerous reasons why other countries, I know hard concept, all Arab,
Yeah.
they all have the same
I know,
rights.
let's go
Other
over them,
countries and their
genius.
pan-Arabic nationalist movements as states
Let's
were
go over
being
them.
designed.
No, but the reason why we're talking about Iraq is because you both accepted the authority of this guy who talked about the experience in Iraq. It's one example. I brought up like Algeria and Tunisia. They had the same thing. They had like a large like 250,000 Jews, I think, lived in Algeria, and they all left too.
In Egypt,
mostly by
you
Western
want to talk
nations.
facts? Let's talk facts.
Ethan,
In
you,
Egypt.
know, you got fucking a ChatGPT summary. Let me explain to you,
Hasan,
so you can fucking not look like a dumbass.
Okay, do you want to listen or do you just want to add hom?
No, I want to tell you my
No, you
perspective.
want to
This is
talk.
supposed
That's
to
the
be
problem. You
an
don't want to listen.
argument.
You've talked
You're supposed to
plenty.
be attacking my perspective.
You called me
Let
racist, bro.
clarify
What
my
you do is
position
shut the
so you
fuck up and
understand.
listen to me talk, okay? The Iraqi Jews left because they were in fear of anti-Semitism. They had nothing to do with Israel or Zionism. The Arabs in Iraq, the Iraqis, turned on them because of what happened in the war in 1948. That had nothing to do with them. So if you want to blame the Jews for their own anti-Semitism, you go right ahead. But that's racism. Now let's talk about
I
Egypt.
also recognize that.
No, you're not. You're absolutely not. In Egypt, 75,000 Jews were displaced. Okay, following
Ethan,
anti-Jewish
is
riots
Egypt
and bombs in
Palestine?
Egypt.
Is Egypt Palestinians? Is Egypt Palestinians?
Okay, come on, Hasan. We're talking about the Wood Elf religion. We're talking about Muslims here, dude. And like, or are we talking about Arabs? Because in that case, you're a Turk. Like.
Iraq Palestinians. Why were the Palestinians
It's got
never
nothing to
allowed
do
to
with that.
return?
They were forced to go there by
Every
the Arab
one of these
countries.
countries have offered the Jews that were expelled or left on their own
It's time to listen,
voluntarily.
Hasan.
These are completely separate
Nobody's
countries.
justifying
You
the
are
Nakba.
packaging them
It's funny that he brings up Egypt, considering Egypt is like one of the greatest examples of Arab colonization, considering that the actual indigenous population of Egypt was Christian, and they're called Copts. But neither of them are going to want to talk about that because they both hate that. They both equally hate them.
together
No
to
one
make
is
a
justifying the
horrifying
Nakba. I'm
position.
explaining how it's fucking insanely racist to discredit the plight, the running
No, you're
of
fucking racist.
discrimination.
Don't discredit the plight.
But I'm not
You're racist. No, you're racist.
justifying the Nakba. You seem to be
We've
justifying.
had a couple of that. It was like, you're a rapist, or I rape better than you. Like, my side rapes better than your side. And now it's you're a racist.
And why Jews were chased out of their home country.
No, I'm not, Ethan.
Why'd they leave?
I'm not
Why'd they
justifying
leave?
that at all.
Why'd
You
they
think
leave?
that? You think that because you want to drive home a point that
Why
this
did
is
they leave? Their
anti-Semitic.
communities that have
You
been there
are
for
making-
2,000 years, leaving their money, their
You
businesses,
will
their
never
homes. Why did they
understand. I
leave?
don't understand. Do you think Iraq is Palestine? Do you think Egypt is Palestine?
Nobody's
do you think,
defending the Nakba.
Do you think that all Arabs are operating on antiquated anti-Semitism? And if your answer is yes,
You're
why the
complete-
fuck did Jews find the Ottoman Empire to be a safe haven for
Where's the
fucking
Well, antiquated is a stupid way to put that.
Hundreds of years.
Let's talk about the last
when
100 years.
Christians
That's
in
great. Yeah, the
Western
Ottoman
Europe
Empire was
were-
great for the Jews. Let's talk about the last 100 years. Let's talk about 1948. Anti-Jewish
of
riots
course
broke out
Israel is-
after
of
the
course-
war. Hassan, you need to shut the fuck up and listen, okay? After the
Oh
war,
my God.
after the war, okay, 1948, there was anti-Jewish riots and bombs in Egypt. Why was that? Because of the Jews? The Jews brought it on themselves? Following the establishment of the
I
Israel.
never made that inference. What are you talking about?
Of course you did.
No, I didn't. I did not make that inference at all.
So they left because Zionism.
No, Ethan, if you were to listen to my words, and I use them very carefully, even though I get
Yes,
heated
go for it,
sometimes.
right.
Okay? Egypt, Iraq, Morocco, each of these countries where Jews lived in the MENA region all the way to the Levant had different reasons. Some of them were direct pogroms.
Lie.
Others were
You're a liar.
the colonial.
You are a tangibly, historically
Do you think
proven
that, wait,
liar.
you think that
And I
Jews,
feel
I
heavy.
just said that some of them were because of pogroms. You're not hearing anything I'm saying. You're so conditioned
No,
into
no,
saying
no.
liars.
The amount
You're
that
undermining
left,
your own point.
the amount that left because of Zionism was minute. They were chased out. They were forced to
Ethan.
become Zionists.
Does it matter what the proportion is to like? This all started because Ethan said the Nakba happened, and then Hasan laughed and said it didn't. Like, it was, as long as you can count a single Jew who got expelled, like, Ethan wins this argument. It's like they're piddling about the percentage, but it doesn't really matter, at least for the purposes of what they're saying.
By their oppressors because they had nowhere else to go. In Egypt, following the establishment of Israel in May 1948.
Ethan, none of these countries are Palestine.
That is
None of
an
these countries-
insanely
these
irrelevant
countries
point. A series of bombs
Dude, you
targeted
can't
Jewish
make
areas in
comparisons
Cairo between June
between
and
a planned
September.
ethnic cleansing campaign
They
and
killed
other
70
countries.
Jews,
That's my point.
injured 200. They
Doesn't matter whether it's Palestine or not. Like, the original claim is Ethan brought up the Nakba, and you said it wasn't real.
confiscated Jewish-owned businesses and synagogues were attacked and destroyed. Okay?
Ethan.
In 1956,
listen to
the
my
Suez
words.
Crisis.
One is direct
1956,
violence,
when
direct planned violence and an extermination campaign. The
approximately
other is
25,000 Jews were
hostility.
expelled
The other
from
is
Egypt.
Falsely misplaced hostility.
25,000 Jews were expelled
from other countries.
So are you blaming them?
You don't understand.
Are you blaming the Jews for getting?
Are
Are you blaming the Jews for being expelled from Egypt? 25,000 of them.
No, Ethan. If
Okay.
you listen to my words, you would
So
understand.
what is it I exaggerated about? 900,000 Jews were displaced.
Because you are making a comparison with different countries versus one singular force that planned an extermination campaign, planned an ethnic cleansing campaign. Other countries and the reaction to it, or other countries and the previous hostility towards Jews have nothing to do with Palestinians. So making this comparison is gross.
That's why it's anti-Semitic. It has nothing to do with Palestine, but they still got kicked out for being Jewish. That's literally what anti-Semitism.
I don't think you understand.
1,000 Jews in Egypt were arrested and detained without charges. The government seized 500 Jewish-owned businesses and froze bank accounts. The expelled Jews were compelled to sign a declaration donating their property to the Egyptian state and were allowed to take only minimal personal belongings. In Algeria, 130,000 Jews were expelled. Upon the independence,
that's not Palestine. They're not. They're just Arabs. They're not the same fucking people.
My point is very simple. They were expelled from their homes because of anti-Semitism.
Ethan, you used
Sorry, what is wrong about that?
Half of these countries
what is wrong with
when
the
time when Jews were leaving,
they
were literally controlled by
English
and French. By English and French colonial occupations. What are you?
Yeah, somehow we're going to say that this is all actually Whitey's fault. Amazing. Incredible. We're talking about all these Arab countries that were independent and expelled Jews. You know who didn't expel them? When they were colonies, when they were English and French colonies. And yet somehow we're going to find a way to blame Whitey for this.
They were expelled because of anti-Semitism. What did I say wrong?
Again, I made a prediction earlier. I was like, maybe they'll just commiserate over their shared hatred of white people. Maybe we'll finally get there.
Go ahead.
Algeria was under French occupation. It is the design where the French occupied Algeria did not squash the attempts of expelling Jews. I'm not saying that they're...
Okay, do you understand what you're saying here, Hasan? When Algeria was ruled by the French, that's when the Jewish community was allowed to be there. When they got independent, they got expelled. Okay.
There wasn't.
Most Algerians were French citizens and went to France.
That caused Jews to feel unsafe.
95% of Algeria's 140,000 Jewish population.
Individual, often sometimes Western powers, and what they allowed in those countries on the Palestinian plight. When you make this comparison, that's what I'm saying.
Is it anti-Semitic for Jewish people to get kicked out of their
the
home?
Armenian genocide, right? The Turkish, the Ottoman Empire, and the forces, and the Ottoman genocide that they conducted a mass extermination campaign is because other fucking random countries were Armenians.
Talks about Ottomans and genocide and doesn't mention the Armenians. Incredible.
After independence, and as
Turks were getting dispelled in other countries.
The pogrom happened as a direct result of the war, bro.
In the past, that it was a necessary voluntary migration.
By the way, did you? Oh my God, bro! Did you say Anne Frank died before she could resist? I don't know if that was a fever dream.
Wait, I'm saying that would you have an issue with Anne Frank if she actually was?
Sorry, I just thought it was an insane thing to say. I'm not trying to litigate it. In Tripoli, anti-Jewish rights broke out amid post-war unrest. Synagogues were burned. Jewish institutions were shut down.
What's your point about Anne Frank? Why are you trying to deflect away from what I'm saying?
Yeah, Hasan's like, wait, we can get back to talking about Anne Frank.
No, I just think that statement was insane. The Six-Day War backlash. In 1967, another Israel victory. Jewish communities got mobbed. 6,000 Jews were evacuated. Homes were destroyed. Synagogues were burned. In Morocco, 250,000 Jews were expelled. Anti-Jewish riots broke out in 1948. You'll notice most of these pogroms are happening in 1948 as a direct result of the war. The Arabs turned on their Jewish populace out of anti-Semitism. Period. Point blank. June 7 to 8, 1948. In northeastern Morocco, following the Declaration of State of Independence of the State of Israel on May 14, 1948. Anti-Jewish riots erupted in the town of Jarada. These towns were significant transit points for Moroccan Jews seeking to immigrate. 47 Jews were killed, many were injured, Jewish homes and businesses were looted and damaged and destroyed. In 1950-1960, harassment and immigration. The year following 1948 riot, Moroccan Jews faced increased pressure. These factors contributed to a significant immigration of Jews from Morocco. Immigration to Israel was banned in 1959, but before that, 274,000 Moroccan Jews immigrated primarily to Israel. Yemen and Aden.
Remember when you said you weren't a Zionist?
50,000.
Remember when you said you weren't a Zionist? These are direct Zionist talking points.
This is historical.
Okay, so because Zionists say it, you're not allowed to talk about it. Okay. Very cool. I wonder if we applied that to Mr. Turk, how that would go. Remember when I was making the arguments before about how some of the stuff that Hasan was saying sounds straight out of like the fucking kill stream in 2018? Oh well, you're using neo-Nazi talking points, Hasan.
Historical facts literally spread by your very own Avi Schleim, who, if I'll quote it back to you, said we didn't leave because we were Zionists. We did not leave because we were Zionists. We left because we were afraid.
He was there. I wonder if he means we when he's talking about Anne Frank, too.
Ethan, that's the difference. If you ask Avi Schleim whether it is comparable to say the Nakba and the 900,000 Jews that
I'm not defending the Nakba
from separate countries, he would laugh
your
at you.
failure
Do you not understand?
to acknowledge the trauma of both groups is the reason why you are a radical fucking propagandist liar. Both trauma needs to be acknowledged by both groups. There's two things that need to be
acknowledged. What does that even mean?
Be true for this ever to be resolved peacefully.
What, that it's wrong? Why is it wrong? Like, again, if you like take any of these guys, like, dude, look at his face here. He looks like he's about to. Looks like Gila in that night raid. But if you take any of these guys like moral condemnations and you start pulling the thread even a little bit, it all kind of falls apart.
You're right. Palestinian self-determination and Israelis' right to have secure borders. As long as you ignore that, there will always be war. Palestinians will always die, and you will continue.
Yes, but that's always going to happen anyway. Like these are two groups that believe that they have an unalienable right to the places where they live. It is mutually exclusive. One of them is going to die, and the other one is not. And neither is a good outcome, but it's what's going to happen. And like I said before, I think Hasan would look stronger if he just accepted that and just told Ethan, yeah, like, I'm, if he was just honest and just said, yeah, I want Israel to be destroyed because I'm Muslim, and so I want my side to win. Like, it'd be bad, like, he'd look terrible, but it would be more honest. I guess the most honest thing for both of them to say isn't even that. It would just to say, we're two LA millionaires who have no actual stake in this, and that's why we have to debate about the morals. And then they would go down to West Hollywood to some, like, gay bar and have a drink.
You to make money from it. Operation Magic Carpet. Jews were secretly airlifted to Israel due to rising hostility. 50,000
so interesting
50,000 were relocated to Tunisia. 130,000.
No, I got expelled. Meanwhile, the Armenians dying at the Battle of Von.
As a matter of fact, the PLO did recognize that, and they wanted those countries to actually do a right to return for all Jews. Why did Israel stop that from happening, Ethan? Don't you think that Zionism is the problem here?
Avi Schleim said,
what happened? They didn't fucking send you that clip? They didn't send you that piece of information? So
Avi
the PLO,
Schleim.
Yasser Arafat, the people that don't care
Avi Schleim, Shlomo Schluckenberg.
about Jewish plight actually did see
the guy who oversaw the second Intifada. What the fuck are you on about?
Be able to go back and do a right to return if they want.
This stream is the third Intifada.
To do so into their nation of origin.
I'm talking about the flights, bro. You deny the flight of Middle Eastern Jews. No, you deny the flight. You deny the trauma.
Yeah, exactly. And this is what I was saying. All Ethan had to bring it back to is literally all this was set off because there's a clip where Ethan talks about the Nakba, and then Hasan said it didn't happen. Like the debating about its magnitude or all that stuff is just a distraction.
Of Middle Eastern
I don't
Jews.
deny the flight,
You
Ethan.
absolutely
You
deny the trauma.
You are
no, you deny that they left by choice. You tried to say that they left by choice. That is a gross historical inaccuracy.
There are Jews that left by choice.
Yes,
that
some
is true.
did. Of the 900,000, the vast majority left because they were afraid.
Yeah, so see, they just agree now. Great.
Because they were being discriminated against. That is a historical fact. 6 Day War
Have you ever
aftermath.
actually listened to a clip of me talking about this?
What?
Oh my God, you have no idea what my perspective on this is. You're
Of
just
course,
fucking yelling at nothing.
What are you doing right now? What are you wasting
Oh
time
my
for,
God.
buddy?
This is the reason why you're
I have heard you
shit that
talk about it time and time again.
that I don't actually believe.
Bro, you are continually, not acknowledging
my
the
God.
trauma of Middle Eastern Jews.
Oh my
You characterize
God.
it like they left.
Have you ever listened?
Yes, I've seen it.
Have you ever listened to anything that's not 30?
Yeah, the dangerous part about Ethan's point is here. So I guess what he's saying is you have to acknowledge the trauma of both these groups, but then they completely ignore like Middle Eastern Christians. Like they don't even enter the discussion. The closest they got was them bitching about how somehow the Jews being expelled by independent Algeria was actually the French government that allowed them to live there's fault.
Yes, bro. That's so ironic that you're saying that as you misquote Avi Schleim, who said he fled because he was afraid and not because here's the clip.
Over and over again, but you're too busy trying to get here, so you're just like a clip. But everyone's still gonna think you're a fucking loser, dude. I'm sorry. Just shut up and listen. If you want to actually hear my perspective.
I'm shutting up and listening to you.
Okay, thank you. The Iraqi Jews, because when anti-Semitism increases in the West, Israel sees that as a complementary tool to its Zionist project, the Zionist mission of bringing either all Jews to Israel or at least make Jews in the Western world that are outside of Israel, Jews in diaspora, support Israel because it gives additional credence.
Yeah, it's called hypervigilance.
The argument. It gives additional credence to the argument that no Jew is ever safe if there is no Jewish state. That is the underpinning of the Zionist project in general.
Why did you not mention the anti-Semitism? You exclusively talk about Zionism being the reason for forcing them out. Why do you deny that they were expelled by force, the vast majority of them?
Ethan, if you think that is the entirety of my perspective on this matter,
illuminate me.
You please need to stop talking and listen to the amount of times that I've talked about this.
Bro, just explain yourself.
I'm trying.
I just watched the clip of you being pretty dismissive about the flight. And by the way, you've done it this whole time. You say that Zionism was the main force.
No, I'm dismissive about the aspect that this is beneficial to the Zionist project across the board because Israel wants all Jews to be constantly fucking terrified in any other country that's not Israel so that they can actually go and either support Israel if they're not in Israel or just move to Israel.
Yes,
that is the entire point. That is what Jabotinsky wanted. That is what Herzl wanted. And that is precisely what Benjamin Netanyahu wants as well. So in terms of my explanation, or what I come across as dismissive, is precisely the role that Israel itself played in this process.
Was minuscule.
It was a mutually beneficial relationship that anti-Semitic pogroms.
Minuscule.
See, here's the problem. Hasan made the argument before that Ethan always talks about how he's pro-Palestine, but then only ever criticizes the Palestinian movement. And Ethan essentially is making the same argument back to Hasan, saying like, oh, sure, you acknowledge the expulsions, but you only ever talk about how it benefited Israel. And so that makes it seem like you're saying it was all a Jewish plot.
What you fail to acknowledge is that the Jews were forced to become Zionists, not by choice, but by necessity, because the Arab countries turned on them after the war and forced them to go to the only state that they could go to.
It's a necessity for Israel to exist, which is what your position is, right?
No, it's not about what was allowed or not. The Arabs created 1 million Zionists because they're anti-Semitic after the war of 1948 and fucking the rise of Arab nationalism. Do you deny that?
You brought up the. Do you
deny what I just said?
Wait,
do you deny what I just said?
Wait, say it again. I wasn't listening.
900,000 Jews, approximately 700 to 900,000, were forced to become Zionists, not by choice, but because they were forced out. The vast majority went to fucking Arabs. The anti-Semitic Arabs.
There you go.
There you go. What? That's my point. Are you okay?
I rest my case.
Okay. Well, I mean, you can.
You're both going to say they're both victim blaming.
You're too fucking delusional to realize what kind of racist nonsense you're fucking
unbelievable.
That was my entire point.
Thank you.
I
mean, it's historical. You don't know any.
Okay, but here's the thing, Hasan, is like when you say that. Ethan brought up earlier is like you're trying to blame the Jews for their own oppression, and that's like now you're whining about that.
I think what you're talking
about. That Ethan's trying to blame the Arabs for their own, the response or oppression by Israel now.
Slime, once again, because you don't want to contend. You like to.
I just don't understand why these guys can't just accept that they're just two factions here and they're mutually exclusive and they have to fight. and only one can survive. And then it's not about like who shot first. It's not about whether one is inherently more moral than the other. They're just two groups that are fighting over land and resources. That's it.
Use him when it's convenient. He left not because they were Zionists. They left because they were afraid.
Fucking Arabs. What was Avi Schleim, by the way?
Yeah, he was an Arab Jew. They didn't see him that way. They kicked his ass out. I'm not saying fucking Arabs. There's a reason for it. There was a rise in Arab nationalism following the 1948 war. They blamed their own Jewish populace for what Israel did. That's anti-Semitism. They have nothing to do. Do you think the Iraqi Jews left their 2,000-year-old communities, left their businesses, left their houses because they wanted to go to Israel? Are you fucking mad?
Ethan, you remember a while back I tweeted and you got really mad when I said that there's a double standard between Islamophobia and
absolutely a double standard, and you exhibit it, my friend.
And you're participating in it right now without even recognizing that you're doing so.
I mean, I'm just telling you literally what happened.
Historical racism. All Arabs
they were
are not
racist.
responsible.
Do people never get racist? Do people never be? I'm explaining why. I'm not blaming anyone. I'm just explaining why. After the 1948 war, the rise of Arab nationalism created a lot of anti-Semitism, and that's why the vast majority of the Jews, the 900,000 of them, were forced to immigrate. That's a fact. That's a historical fact.
Ethan, I'm sorry to say this, and I don't know if your audience gets this as well, but what you just said earlier is not an accurate reflection of history. It's just pure racism.
How do you know that?
You are shifting the blame over to the
absolutely was the blame of the Arabs.
When every single one of these Arab countries,
absolutely,
their own version of Pan-Arabic nationalism.
Dude, the blame is the fact that you have a piece of land and two groups want it. Like, these guys are talking about this like it's the fucking Garden of Eden and original sin, and we're talking about whether it's Adam or Eve's fault who ate the apple. Like, it's so fucking out of touch about why these groups actually hate each other.
Nationalism. Half of them were already still controlled, by the way.
And the reason why, of course, is because they're not there. Like, right? They're just here in LA, and they only have like a theoretical understanding of any of this.
By fucking European colonial powers like Vichy France.
That was literally just...
And, you know, obviously me too. That's why I'm not telling... That's why I'm not saying, like, one side is more moral than the other. Because I don't... Like, none of us live in these situations where you have to support, like, some of the really terrible stuff either Hamas or the IDF does, because if you don't, your entire people are going to get wiped out.
Just in the Moroccan expulsion program, and you're
maybe both of you should be thankful that a place like America exists where both of your groups can come and live here and make money and be successful, so that you don't have to like make that decision. But instead you've decided that you're going to make that decision anyway, even though you have no legitimate reason to.
Using that as a similarity between the planned expulsion of 750,000 Palestinians.
The details are different, but you're denying. Like, once again, you're still not disproving me. What did I say that is hilariously racist and wrong?
Anti-German racism.
Don't make an analogy. Tell me why I'm wrong.
Pointing to anti-German racism.
I need facts from you. Why am I wrong?
Was he about to say pointing to anti-German racism for the Holocaust? Has he been watching The Greatest Story Never Told?
It's as though you are pointing to anti-German racism happening during the fucking German conquest.
Tell me a fact, right? That proves that I'm wrong. That the vast majority of Jews fled because of anti-Semitism
in the Arab states.
Oh, really?
It's not what you're saying that I take issue with.
I didn't say anything wrong. I didn't say anything wrong, but I'm racist.
It's the idea that all Arabs are fucking one-minded and have something to do with Palestinians in general. Yes, I never said that there wasn't any fucking anti-Arab, anti-Jewish sentiment. That also...
Were the vast majority of Jews, did they leave because of anti-Semitism or Zionism?
The vast majority of Jews,
did they leave?
Regardless of whether or not
Zionism
they left for anti-Semitism or Zionist purposes, is not comparable to the Nakba.
You're not answering. Did they leave
because of anti-Semitism? It is not comparable to the Nakba.
I don't care. That's got nothing to do with what I'm talking about. I'm not comparing that.
What are you talking about? You made that comparison to say, like, to make it seem as though it was a much larger
because
crime.
People like you ignore the trauma of the fact that you want to tell that people in Israel
crime too. Again, we're referring back to like this amorphous concept of international war crimes, a concept invented by like a world government that you think is evil. Great.
Go back to where they came from. This is where they're from. They were forced to go to Israel.
They could right now. They could go tomorrow.
Really? The Iraqi Jews can go back to their home tomorrow. The Egyptian Jews can go back to their homes tomorrow.
Absolutely.
That is insane. You are fucking out of your mind.
Well, even if they could, what Ethan would just say is it doesn't justify the initial expulsion.
Absolutely can.
How did the Jews go back to their...
They don't want to, and I understand why they wouldn't want to.
No, they want to.
Why would yes, they could.
How? How would they go back and reclaim their lost assets, their lost property?
There were literally different schemes designed at different points throughout this.
Yeah, I'm sure the fact that both Egypt and Iraq are major American partners, and Iraq's a partner by force, obviously, has nothing to do with their changing laws regarding high Ls.
76-year-long, drawn-out apartheid structure. There were numerous instances where, yes, there was a right to return offered to Jews, and even restitution for the homes that they lost in the process. So yes, you're wrong. You simply don't know the facts. You are wrong.
You won't say what fact I'm getting wrong.
I just told you.
Did the vast majority of Jews immigrate to Israel following 1948 because of Zionism or because of anti-Semitism?
No. Don't run away
answer
from
the
this
fucking
point.
question.
I don't discount anti-Semitism as a direct consequence of Pan-Arabic nationalism that took place in numerous countries.
Answer the question.
I have issues with your comparison. Okay.
Who's comparing? You keep saying that. I'm not talking about the Nakba.
I'm
talking about your unwillingness to recognize Jewish plight.
And really
deliberately unwillingness to recognize Jewish plight.
To say more Jews were displaced than Palestinians.
I think that's
an
interesting fact that you clearly don't fucking ever want to mention because it really messes up your beautiful little narrative.
Why did you bring that fact up right after you talked about the 1948 war?
Because the point is that two people were traumatized. There was two people that were traumatized. There was two people that were displaced unfairly. It was the Palestinians.
No, there's three actually. But again, you both agree on that third group not apparently deserving any any oxygen in this conversation.
And it was the Middle Eastern Jews. They both have trauma. You failed to acknowledge one group. You shit on the other one. I acknowledge
all
both
lives
groups.
mattering the
I
Nakba,
acknowledge
Ethan.
both groups.
You're all lives mattering the Nakba.
What? That isn't.
That's what you're doing. And you're also attributing.
How am I doing that?
You're attributing anti-Semitic violence in different countries.
At the same time, following 1948, pan-Arab nationalism.
Random. They just all happen to be Muslim majority.
You said that yourself. These 5 Arab countries were defeated in 1948, and they turned super fucking anti-Semitic as a result. They became ultra-nationalist Arabs. It became popular. As Israel declared independence, they said, "Fuck no, we don't want this country here." And yeah, they all became anti-Semitic. That's a historical fact.
You also
deny.
failed to recognize that the Iraqi Jews have been allowed to return to Iraq, and there have been numerous instances where Jews were given an opportunity to return if they wanted to.
How many Jews live in Iraq?
What?
How many
I don't know,
Jewish
I think
people?
0 right now, but they can.
How many Jews live in the Middle East outside of Israel?
Why would
virtually none? Where'd they go? If it was so fucking great for them.
Why would Iraqi Jews not want to go to Iraq, you think, right now?
0 Jews, almost virtually 0 Jews live outside of Israel in the Middle East. Why is that? You don't think that none of them wanted to fucking stay at home?
If I was Ethan, I would just say, of course I'm not going to go back because Iraq's a shithole and Israel's a functional state. Like, I'd just take pride in that, honestly.
I don't know. Maybe because there was a religious ethno-supremacist state that was backed by a lot of Western states as a direct destabilizer in the fucking region with mass migration happening, especially, of course, mass migration happening, and then in the aftermath of the Holocaust with a shit ton more refugees coming in was a much more viable state for them.
Yeah, and then if I was Hasan, I would say, well, of course you're not going to go back to Iraq because the U.S. flattened it twice on behalf of Israel.
Problem.
The viability of said state, of course, is partially a consequence of the other countries and the hostility that people felt towards Jewish people.
But
this in and of itself, is the heart of the problem because people conflate Zionism with Judaism, and
that's what the Arabs did when they kicked them all out.
I know, and I don't think it's appropriate.
And so why are you blaming the Zionists, not the fucking Arabs, for being racist? Why do you deny the Jewish trauma? Why do you deny the 900,000 traumatized Jews that were forced, including, by the way, what you keep ignoring, Avi Shleim. Avi Shleim said we didn't leave Iraq because we were Zionists. We left because we were.
Why do you deny? You know, Egypt going from being 95% Christian and Copt to like 10% in 300 years. That doesn't have no oxygen in this conversation.
Afraid. Are you hearing that?
Like what both these sides are talking about is happening in Gaza, and maybe it is, and that's that's a bigger conversation. Actually, already did happen at 1,000,000 times the scale across the entire Middle East.
Ethan, do you blame the English for the Holocaust?
No.
Who did the Holocaust?
I do.
Ethan?
Just fucking make your point. I'm not playing this silly game.
Come on, who did the Holocaust? Just say it.
Just make your point, dude. I'm not a fucking.
Why not? I'm asking you a question. It's a super simple question.
Avi Shleim said we left Iraq because.
I asked you who was responsible for the Holocaust.
Why would I answer such
the English? He said it.
Stupid rhetorical question. Just make your point.
Wait, you know the answer to this, right? Like, come on, what are you looking at on your fucking computer? Like, which country is responsible for the Holocaust?
Anytime you want to make your point. I would appreciate if
you. What's happening, dude? When you already okay, here, whatever. You said
I would appreciate if you just listen to one thing.
You already said that it wasn't the English, right? It's not the responsibility of the British that the Holocaust happened, right? You understand that? You recognize that?
I don't know. There's some people who.
Well, I would say the nation most directly guilty for the Holocaust was probably
the
Nazi
idea
Germany.
is that any Gentile nation should be willing to jump at any moment to save the chosen people, right?
Did you just read that from your laptop?
No, I'm eloquent. I'm like your dumbass.
Of course, that's not like a universal position. I'm just pointing that out as like an extreme weird narrative.
I mean, yes, it is. Okay. Notice how you don't actually put every single fucking country. There was plenty of anti-Semitism in England too. Notice how you don't fucking say all of Europe is responsible for the Holocaust, but you say all Arabs.
Okay.
Okay, but here's the thing, Hasan. There are like people who like blame white people in general, like not just the Germans, but white people in general for the Holocaust. And there are quotes from like post-war high elf people who talk about like why you need the EU so that you can like suppress European fertility so that the Holocaust doesn't happen again. Or they blame like all Christians, which like is they try to use that as like a fill-in for Europeans. Like, I'm not saying these are like the majority positions among all high elves, right? But I'm just saying that like this does exist. Like this idea does exist, and so like using it as a comparison as something ridiculous is disingenuous.
The point is,
there's no Jews in the Middle East. None.
Okay, I don't know about that, buddy. What about Israel?
Can you listen to one thing? I have one thing important to say that I really want you just to listen to, okay? Avi Shleim said they did not leave Iraq because they were Zionists. They left because they were afraid.
Yes.
You are denying his family's trauma. You are blaming his family's trauma on Zionists.
Will you talk to him about this?
Sure. I mean, he's going to prove it. I read it from his fucking book.
If you're so confident in everything, if you're so confident in all of this, okay, that would be great. All right, perfect. Okay.
So, listen, I'll
you
debate all these
and
people
more
instead of
people
you. I have time. Unfortunately, like I said, it's getting late, so I just want to make one last point before we go, which is that always remember, Hasan, that when people criticize me, I watched it on my stream by myself live, unlike a bitch-made coward like yourself, who needs someone to hold your hand, make all the excuses in the world before any single criticism, any response. You, my friend, are a coward, and I am the fucking legend that responded to it live with zero hesitation. But you know why? Are a coward, and I am the fucking legend that responded to it live with zero hesitation. But you know why? Because I'm not a liar. I don't have to think about the shit that I say and justify it. You lie. That's why you can't do it, because you don't get caught in those lies.
Our endeavor made you look good, then congratulations.
You don't think it was good that you don't think that it was a supreme confidence that I responded to it immediately live?
Ethan, it took you 4 months to actually entertain the notion of having a conversation with me. I don't give a fuck about watching YouTube videos. I don't know why you think that I'm afraid of watching
hate videos on your channel.
He's been asking
I watched a serial about you, Hasan. Do you want to actually discuss who's the coward?
You made the hate videos, dumbass! Your fucking community is the hate community. Why the fuck would you have to watch hate videos or whatever? You are the one who's doing it.
When criticism comes, I confront it.
Well, thank you for backtracking on these points. Maybe we should go through the context puke one more time so we can
if you want to watch it,
continue this conversation later. Okay?
Listen, if you want to watch it,
through all the other dumb shit that you said in it. It's not because I'm afraid. It's because you were crying.
No, it is definitely because you're afraid. Why is it you love Banana Banana, but when he makes a video criticizing you, you say I'm not watching that?
That was the one thing that he did not cover that he really needed to. He needed to go into the stream where Banana Banana streamed with Denims. And like I said, they straight up looked in the camera and said, Ethan's trying to kill his kids, call CPS. Like, they pretty much said exactly that. And that would have been the way you connect Hasan to all of this. It's not by the stupid anonymous Redditors. It's not by the chat or whatever. It's the fact that two of his minions, who he like just appeared in a video, an anti-Ethan video with, did that. Like, that is why he's been associated with all of this. And that's like literally Ethan's strongest argument. The reason why generally he's in the right on this stuff.
Because I think it's
nothing to do with Israel and Palestine.
You want to know why? Because I think it's fucking unproductive to
watch criticism of me, you fucking coward. What are you saying?
Because you're fucking presenting yourself and developing an audience that is literally, without even realizing it, because they are only drama obsessed, without realizing it, they're literally positioning themselves to be pro-Israel, to be pro-Israel talking points. Yes, that is the only reason why I started talking about you. Because you.
Yeah, so you're mad that his ideas... Okay, let's assume that Ethan was pro-Israel. He's not, but let's assume he was. You're afraid that he might be too good... He might make his arguments too well and convince people. This is the same thing that Hasan said back in like the 2000, like a couple years ago when they were trying to get all the right-wing people banned off Twitch and stuff. Is that I can't talk to these guys who I disagree with and debate with them because I might platform their ideas. It's like, why are you so afraid of people hearing these ideas? Is it maybe because they're more compelling than whatever the fuck you're saying?
You went on a fucking deplatforming campaign.
Why did you not watch Bad Banana's video about you?
You criticize you. You did 110 Instagram stories on me since January 31st, 2025.
24 hours, bro.
You didn't even recognize.
You need to at least admit that it's reciprocal. I am not upset. You make 24 hours of nonstop content, bro.
Ethan,
24.
Yes, you're both obsessed with each other. That's why this works. That's why it's entertaining.
Hours in the last 2 months.
Just on your own personal.
We talked about each other equally as much, bro.
January 31st. 2025, 110 stories. It was so insane, you didn't believe it.
Even
you
if
don't even believe your own mania. Please, for the love of God.
Hasan, if you talk about me 24 minutes a day, every day, 7 days a week for 60 days. Does that sound fucking reasonable?
After you presented,
yeah, and you've just had a 5-hour debate where both of you have had like a bazillion things to talk about. These guys should honestly remake Leftovers, and it just be this every week. just total blood sports with each other. Honestly, they'd probably make a lot of money. Honestly, the thing is, they're both so egotistical that they can't accept the premise of like doing something where one of them isn't clearly the superior for the sake of like the audience entertainment stuff.
Yourself as a fucking significant force trying to literally deplatform pro-Palestinian.
How much money do you think it makes an Instagram story?
That's why. And that's you literally.
Why didn't you watch a Bad Banana video about yourself?
Your own producers were begging you to stop talking about me, so much so that you had to set up a separate war room where you only talked about me. And that's what happened, right? Because you couldn't shut about it. Your fans were fucking going, Ethan, we get it.
Okay, well, you hired like 5 minions. You ruined Ian Jama, Anissa's wife's entire charity event that he's been planning for 3 months just so that he would do a suicide mission against Ethan. So like you're the same level of obsessed here, buddy.
My fans are fine, bro. Don't worry about my fans.
The entire time you framed this as though it's petty fucking drama.
It's not petty drama. You are deeply anti-Semitic, hateful, fucking propagandist liar.
And it only took you now to fucking openly say 10 toes down that it is a genocide. But
Come
also,
on,
I've said that consistently.
You've only got 20 minutes left to pull out the case.
You don't want anyone to resist against genocide. It is a fucking untenable position.
Kidnapping civilians. You're so pathetic, bro.
And you constantly keep smearing me as a fucking anti-Semite at a time when the Trump administration is blackbagging people.
Yeah, that's bad happening. Don't call me out. That's bad happening. Don't call me out. That's what you're doing.
Dude, how do you not understand that you are playing a formative role when you don't talk about Mahmoud Khalil?
Just remember, everybody watching.
Yep, Ethan is single-handedly killing millions.
When you don't talk about the mass starvation of
Gaza. I advocated for Kamala to get elected. What'd you do? I told people to vote for Kamala. What'd you do?
Oh.
No, seriously. What'd you do?
Ethan,
did you?
Congratulations.
Do you think Kamala and Trump would have been equally bad?
I won't change anything from Joe Biden's policies. Harris.
It's not Joe Biden. It's Kamala Harris.
Not only did I go to the DNC, but I actually offered some pretty fucking valuable criticism to the Democratic Party that they didn't listen to. Unfortunately,
they didn't
listen to that valuable
criticism. Honestly, it would be better because it would be more authentic. Because the thing about Lookout Live is it's all fake, right? It's all completely scripted. Whereas these guys really do hate each other, and that's pretty keynote.
They lost. Why have you lied about me voting for Jill Stein, by the way? Can we talk about that?
I don't know.
Why the fuck do you keep saying I voted for Jill Stein?
Who'd you vote for?
Countless hours shitting on Jill Stein.
I said I think you did.
Not to vote for Trump. I've said that Donald Trump is significantly worse than Kamala Harris. And I've also, on top of that, called Jill Stein over and over and over again. But for some weird reason, despite the fact that I voted live, mind you,
and you didn't say
lying
who
to your
for.
audience, and you kept lying to your audience.
I said
and making it seem as though I didn't even fucking vote or urge people not to vote. There's never been a moment where I said do not vote.
Who did you vote for?
I voted for Kamala Harris. You got a problem?
So we went through this whole rigmarole about don't vote Kamala because we need to save Palestine and you need to be principled. And then here he gets riled up enough to admit that he ended up voting for him. You're such a fucking stooge, man. You know, it's like, I know a lot of like people on the left make fun of the people who didn't vote for Kamala out of principle, but I kind of have some respect for it because it's just like that's the only way to get anything to change. And you have to break out of this mindset that every election is the last election. It's funny that he admits that, though. It's just further proof, like, just how fucking connected and, like, incestuous these fuckers are.
I got no problem, but I think there's people in your audience that would.
You don't have a problem.
Why didn't you endorse her then?
Why do you keep saying I voted for Jill Stein?
I said I think because you didn't say who you voted for.
Oh, you think? Oh, you think? Oh, you don't give a fuck, dude. It doesn't matter who I vote for anyway.
Neither of you give a fuck. Neither of you give a fuck because you will not be impacted by any of this. You are two LA millionaires living in West Hollywood. You probably pass each other by, like, at the bar every day and don't even realize it. Every single Gazan and every single Israeli could be wiped out tomorrow in their stupid fucking war, and it would not impact either of you, except for it would mean that you have to start talking about something else to grift money. That's why you should just make a podcast and just kick the shit out of each other verbally every week, because I would at least be entertaining.
You're out of your fucking mind. I did not endorse Kamala Harris, and I will never endorse Kamala Harris, and I did not endorse Joe Biden.
Trump's
because
president.
You want to know why? Because you want to know why?
Trump's building the Riviera in Gaza Strip, and guess what? You fucking love that shit because you get to keep making content about it, and you get to keep making videos, and you guarantee there will never be peace there because you won't acknowledge the trauma of both sides. Two things must always be true.
How much content have you made about Donald Trump? How much content have you made about fucking Donald Trump? You literally defended his terrorist regime. What the fuck are you talking about? And you have to apologize because you're an embarrassing figure.
You can't fathom.
Listen to me. Listen to me.
You can't fathom that somebody said,
"No, I hate Trump. No, I hate Trump."
Something wrong and come back and correct it.
And all of the producers or all the people that are giving you fucking talking points is not going to make you come across as smart in this process. Please, for your own mental sanity, stop trying to do this. You are basically brain breaking a shit ton of people into idiotic positions. You clearly don't.
You are brain breaking. Again, why does he? How can you? There's so many double standards that Hasan holds in this, or like two things at once that he holds. Ethan is both an idiot who like doesn't know anything about anything, but also he's brain breaking people to become a Zionist. Like this is the most eloquent man ever, but he's also an idiot. Like Hasan's entire worldview is predicated on the idea that every other ideology or idea set is better than his. And so you can't let anyone have, like, you can't even talk to even debate to like disprove it because people will end up following it. It's like, that's great, dude. That's really
care about people who actually voted for Donald Trump, considering your allegiance with people who have directly voted for Donald Trump.
Who's my allegiance?
Okay?
Who's my allegiance to?
What do you mean? You have fucking Trump supporters you're friends with, like Steiny in general.
Okay, so now Ethan is a Trump supporter. Great.
When I have a conversation with him, I'm actually directly fucking addressing some of the
Did you watch my interview with him? He fucking
like
did. Our entire conversation was me arguing with him and telling him why Trump's bad and why transphobia is bad. You are insanely
You're going
incompetent.
out, you're playing poker with people who fucking voted for Donald Trump.
He's playing poker with people who supported Donald Trump. I'm sure this attitude will only make you guys more likable and successful electorally. So you can't even play poker with people who voted for Donald Trump.
Steiny's podcast
is not actually Trump coded.
I spent hours shitting on Steiny.
I think they should keep doing this, honestly. Like, they should keep making arguments like this. It'll go really well for them.
It's just a admin goal.
We'll have the Fourth Reich by like 3 elections from now at this rate.
Has been a valuable figure shitting on me this entire time. And that's the only reason why you act like he's not that significant of a force. That's it.
When did I say that?
You will take help from anyone and everyone.
And this man is all written by Destiny, right?
You claim to care. You claim to care about rape. And you're hyping up a dude who has a segment on a show called Ultimate Rape Review. The reason why you're hyping up that dude is because you don't give a fuck. All you care about is petty drama. This is your only content. Stop doing petty drama content. Shut the fuck up about politics.
Are you for real? Stop doing petty drama content? You guys have sat here and talked about whether his wife is a terrorist for 5 hours. What the fuck do you think this is? You guys are no better than Nicholas Eats Oreos. And I'm not even like a Nicholas defender, really. Like, I think he's funny sometimes and he's honest about what he does, but you guys are literally the exact same thing, just with a bigger audience.
Politics and get back to goofs and gaffs, and it will be fine. People will forget that you have behaved in this way, but you don't want to do that. It's become a fucking personal agenda for you that people don't like you. It must be anti-Semitism. No, they don't like you because you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, and you have to be babied by goddamn producers as a 40-year-old adult. That's the reason why people don't like it.
Very good, very good. Now, why don't you watch Van Panona's videos about you?
Because he's pro-Palestine, and I don't give a fuck about.
He was criticizing you.
Because he's on my side. Got it.
And I don't care about the difference in methods that we have.
All right, very good. I'm at my depth. I should talk about
the movement. And if you were pro-Palestine, I would never talk about you either. That's the real reason.
Uh-oh. Can you please contend with the Avi Schleim quote that they left?
What did I say? Remember when I said that what this really is all about is like submission, that Hasan just needs you to submit to him? That's what he just admitted right there. He just said, if you submitted to my agenda, I would sweep for you. I would not criticize you. He literally just said that. Listen to this.
He was criticizing you.
Pro-Palestine,
Oh, you're
and I
such
don't
a
care about
coward.
the difference in methods that we have.
All right, very good. I'm
Because
out of my
there's no
depth. I
reason
should
to
talk
talk
about
the movement. And if you were pro-Palestine, I would never talk about you.
If you were pro-Palestine, I would never talk about you. So yeah, if you just admit that Hasan is the top commissar of the West Hollywood commissariat, then he'll never criticize you. Got it. Cool.
Either. That's the real reason.
So you're admitting that you criticizing him is like a form of political extortion. That's really great thing to say.
Uh-oh. Can you please contend with the Avi Schleim quote that they left not because of Zionism, but because they were afraid?
Dude, come on. Enough. You have Avi Schleim on the show. Talk to him about it, okay?
Sure,
Maybe it'll go down exactly like you thought with Sam Cedar.
How did it go with Sam Cedar? I think if anything, Sam kind of embarrassed himself. I genuinely do. I hate to say it because I like
dude,
Sam.
A 40-year-old man who needs a fucking button when he has like a little oopsie moment is actually the one who's talking about Sam Cedar embarrassing.
It's funny because he hasn't buttoned this whole time, and he says that.
Did I button during that
this
debate?
whole debate? He hasn't
talk
pressed
to you
the
man to
button
man and try to
That's what you
explain what's
wanted.
going on.
That's what you asked for. Why would you want to lower his status?
I wanted you to lower his status. I thought you could be convinced. I didn't realize you were this fucking drama obsessed.
Drama obsessed. We had an argument about fucking South Africa apartheid. What's drama about that?
What?
You're fucking dude. Listen,
I can't
enjoy.
Because it's not about what the stream is about. Okay, this is like how the Kill stream, they would have these debates where they have fucking Richard Spencer and Sargon debate about white identity or some shit. But then the actual debate is them shitting on each other about being retarded. Like, it's not about the politics. No one respects the political opinions of any of these people who's serious. Like, it's not about that. It's about it is about this. Two retards fighting. It is not about the politics.
What did you say?
It doesn't matter. Just remember, when it comes to criticism, I watch it.
Yes, Nelson Mandela was actually peaceful because you're going to clip chimp the fucking shit that Loner Box told you.
Why
and
was
then you're going to say
I'm mad they haven't shown
the violent things that the ANC did were in the Truth and Reconciliation Committee attributed to.
How many civilians died in 20 years in the ANC during the ANC's?
It was like 200, I think.
Less than 100. How many people did Hamas kill on one day? Nelson Mandela, which I'll read you a quote from his trial.
Are you comparing the apartheid structure in South Africa to 76 years of colonial occupation?
Don't you do that all the time?
No, the numbers are larger, and the militancy has gotten far more radical as a direct consequence of Israel becoming far.
Yeah, I mean that's why South Africa is a utopia now, right?
More radical, because as I told you, and you seemingly understood when we first had this conversation after October 7, that the maintenance of an apartheid is an inherently violent endeavor, and as a matter of fact, the resistance to said apartheid.
Being a sovereign state is a violent endeavor. It is about monopoly of force over a temporal field. There are no states that are not violent endeavors. It is the nature of statehood. That's why these two groups are fighting in the first place, to assert sovereignty over a particular piece of land.
Is only going to get worse and worse as time moves on. This is precisely the reason why the first Intifada was hot with stones, little children throwing rocks, and the second Intifada in the aftermath of horrific acts of terror.
Let me read you.
Palestinians were at a mosque praying.
I actually have facts. I have a historical quote. I'm not just grandstanding.
He's done the math. He's run the numbers. What we found might surprise you.
There were 4 forms of violence that were possible. One was sabotage, one was guerrilla warfare, one was terrorism, and then there was open revolution. We chose to adopt the first method as it exhausted it before taking any other decision. In light of our political background, the choice was a logical one. Sabotage did not involve loss of life and offered the best hope for future race relations. Bitterness would be kept to minimum, and if a policy bore fruit, democratic government could become a reality. This is what we felt at the time. This is what we said in our manifesto. We have always sought to achieve liberation without bloodshed and civil clash. We hope, even at this late hour, that our first actions will awaken everyone to the realization that the disastrous situation which the nationalist policy is leading. We hope that we will bring the government and its supporters to their senses before it's too late, so that both the government and its policies can be changed before matters reach the desperate state of war.
Notice how the end part of that is getting ready for rebellion.
Did they?
I feel like with yeah, because the apartheid structure dissolved as a direct consequence of pressure campaigns and also militancy, which Nelson Mandela not once but twice
what's Hamas doing for liberation?
And broken promises. There were promises made about how the apartheid would be dismantled that were broken.
Of having a sentence commuted, which he refused to do. They said,
on principle,
Mandela,
bro.
if you disavow
On
violence,
principle. He said, I will not remain in jail because a prisoner can't negotiate. A prisoner can't decide.
Yes, that was the
He
first
said
time.
no
In both
both times. He
circumstances,
refused
in
on
both
principle.
circumstances,
Less than
in both
100 people
circumstances.
died during the 20-year period. Anyone that attacked civilians, they were disavowed. The ANC repeated.
So did they disavow Nelson Mandela because he attacked civilians? This argument is not the way you think it is, Ethan.
Apologized and disavowed violence against civilians.
If anything, you're kind of making Hasan's point, which is that terrorism when conducted effectively works to achieve an objective. Now the question is whether you think that objective is worth all the terrible things you have to do. And if you believe the ends don't justify the means, then it doesn't. If you believe in the sanctity of human life, then it doesn't. But that would require acknowledging a God, which neither of you do.
Civilians.
When did they do that?
Less than 100 civilians died.
When did they do
Hamas
that?
killed 1,000 civilians on one fucking day.
1,000 civilians?
Yeah.
The poor civilian Israeli soldiers that died in their military bases.
There was bro, you're so dumb. 300.
What do you mean I'm so dumb?
Okay, how many civilians died? How many civilians died?
I believe the total number of casualties on October 7 was 1,200, with 800 being civilians, which is
Oh my God, I'm off by
100.
100. I was off by 100. Oh my God, dude, I can't believe that.
I don't know. If you're off by 100 about predicting another genocide, you can get thrown to jail for it in some countries.
Historical inaccuracies.
Well, you're the one who's bringing up numbers here, Ethan. And yes, I do think it's important to recognize something here that you are seemingly failing to recognize. Nelson Mandela was thrown in prison because he went and trained with the FLN in Algeria. The reason why he stayed in fucking prison.
And because he blew up a school bus.
Was because
we're just going to forget about that.
He refused to disavow violence because he understood that as long as peaceful revolution is impossible, that violent revolution is inevitable.
Yeah,
and violent revolution they did do.
You know what's funny?
In terms of the death and destruction on the apartheid structure, by the way, it is incomprehensible to compare that to Israel's violence against the Palestinians. What Israel has done to the Palestinians is far worse. And by the way, that's not my assessment. What Israel has done to the Palestinians for the past 76 years is infinitely worse.
Well, let's ask someone that lived through apartheid.
By the way, that is the assessment of Mandela. And for all the for all of the moments that he was able to
Mandela said what's happening is worse than what we went through? That's bullshit. Why do we say that? That's on your liar.
Why do we say that? Because it's true, Ethan. That's why.
Is Nelson Mandela a Zionist?
Yes, Nelson Mandela. Are you going to say in 1999 he said Israel has a legal right to exist?
More
in that
than
same speech, you're fucking clip champ.
Remember that you called this guy a neo-Nazi, not fit to be a dog catcher. That's what you said about Nelson Mandela.
What are you talking about? Whoa, you're jumping off like a million different points.
This is true. Hasan did say that. He said that anyone who has any pro-Israel feelings should be completely excised from society like neo-Nazis. Comparing it to that. Obviously, that's ridiculous in both cases, but like...
We have stood quite openly and firmly for the right of that state to exist within secured borders.
You disagree with that statement?
Israel has a right to exist, not in the way that it currently does.
With insecure borders.
Hold on.
Coward.
Do you know what he says after that clip?
Yeah, that he also thinks the Palestinians also need to be acknowledged. Which, by the way, is my fucking point.
No.
Yeah, that is Ethan's a two-state solution guy. Again, it's like a distinction without a difference between these guys on the actual like political question. It literally is just all about EP.
Not that.
Palestinian liberation and Israeli borders are two sides of the same coin.
He didn't just say Palestinians also need to be acknowledged. He says that if peaceful means of coexistence is impossible, then violence is inevitable, Ethan. Why did you clip that out of the fucking clip chimp?
Because it's irrelevant. Did you say that clip chimp Nelson Mandela?
Yes, you literally did. You cut him out of context.
No, he's a Zionist. What do you mean? Like
Clip chip Nelson Mandela. It's a very interesting thing to say.
He's talking philosophically. He's
irrelevant. We're having a conversation about Nelson Mandela. And whether or not he actually believes in violence, whether or not he actually believes in violence, you have said time and time again that he was a peaceful dove. He's never actually done any violence whatsoever. There are numerous instances.
Inevitability, a philosophical warning is not an endorsement. He was speaking as a warning to them, which was apt.
Brother, that is insane.
What?
Nelson Mandela was literally on a terror watch list since 2008.
Who gives a fuck?
Yeah.
What do you mean who gives a fuck? You like to use the terrorism watches when you're talking about the Houthis, or you like to use the terrorist watches when you're talking about
Hezbollah. Specific examples of why those organizations are bad.
Who do you think a philosophical point that he was making? The guy who was in prison.
Again, this is why, like, if I was both of them, I'd just avoid the term terrorist, because calling someone a terrorist doesn't actually inform you about their positions on anything. It just tells you like whether they're approved or not. It's just like a moral judgment. It's not like in a debate scenario when you're talking about specifics. It's not a useful term.
For violent resistance, by the way, who trained
violent resistance, you mean sabotage?
Ready for rebellion, by the way.
Sabotage.
Who do you think that was a warning to? Do you think that was a warning to Palestinians, or do you think that was a warning to Israel? Because that same Nelson Mandela has time and time again also repeated that no one is free until Palestine is free. That same Nelson Mandela that you're trying to fucking use in this situation has said that this is a united struggle, that Israel's actions against the Palestinians are abhorrent, that it is akin to what they have experienced.
I love that quote that no one's free till Palestine is free, as if the salvation of my eternal soul is based off of whether Palestine exists on a map. Imagine your understanding of like of human nature being so limited that whether this particular political issue in this part of the world, whether it's resolved in the way you want, that is the totality of human experience.
About South Africa, if not worse. So the idea that
again, it only makes sense if you don't believe in God.
You can make this comparison.
I want Palestine to be free, my friend.
Argument is so stupid, and the only way you can do that is by cutting it out of context.
No, I just explained why. Dude, I want Palestine to be free, but you know what? I don't think Hamas is furthering that goal. I think Hamas is counterproductive. They're making it worse. They're causing it to be inevitable. You refuse to criticize them, which is pathetic. Unlike me, I'm willing to criticize Israel. I'm willing to come to terms with the cruel reality. Hamas.
Walk through it. Why are they making it worse?
Well, what was the fucking objective there on October 7th, genius?
Kidnapping, which by the way I don't even agree with, which is an international human rights violation. But kidnapping is really
again international human rights violation according to an international body that you think is ruling a world, capitalist world empire.
Soldiers, Israeli civilians, to and
what part about that was slaughtering fucking families in their homes?
Ethan, I don't agree with the tactics. You know this already. We're not relitigating this over and over again. After 17 years, 17 months of fucking genocide. Okay. What do you think? One day
you're gonna watch a video response I make.
Probably not. When you apologize for all the fucking harm that you've done.
Apologize?
Harm. Again, this is like in my last video, I was talking about the harm he's done, as if he like has made ISIS execution videos.
Yeah. Listen,
I have the rest of the clip that you clipped, by the way. If you want to hear his actual
the harm of sitting here for 5 hours and talking about whether rape happens, like Schrodinger's rape. Great.
Fucking full-fledged
opinion. I'm not hiding from it. I literally acknowledge what he said. I don't care.
But so why did you say that he was actually
Not that
why did you say that he was
important.
actually a peaceful resistance
When
type
did I
of
say
guy?
that? When the fuck did I say that, you liar?
You've said it on numerous occasions as opposed
Lie.
to you said that on numerous
I
occasions
said
before
he
someone
used
told you, no,
violent-
actually, here's a better way to
You are
massage
a
that
liar.
narrative.
I said he uses violent means such as sabotage. He didn't kill civilians. That's what I said.
Will you stop talking if I show you numerous instances where you have said Nelson Mandela was peaceful?
I'm not going to. You get those together, okay?
I mean, there's.
You're going to do great. You're going to do great. Yeah, go ahead.
Ethan, you literally said he was a pacifist.
I literally never said Nelson Mandela was a pacifist.
Ethan,
That
you
is an
said it to-
insane lie.
You said it to Sam Cedar 2 days ago.
So you got to watch that back because you're once again a liar. You have no problem lying. You have no problem saying that I work with the ADL without any evidence. You fucking have
Ethan,
no problem
you said
discrediting
on numerous
the suffering of
occasions
Jewish
that Nelson
refugees.
Mandela is a pacifist.
Okay, well, prove it.
And the full quote, by the way, of Nelson Mandela is from when he visited
When
Gaza
did
in
I call him a
1999 that was
pacifist?
referring to
That's
choose
insane.
peace rather than confrontation, except in cases where we cannot move forward. Then, if the only alternative is violence, we will use violence. Does that sound like a pacifist to you?
I meant that he didn't kill civilians. His
Do you think
approach
Nelson
is
Mandela would
vastly
fuck with the
different than what
Houthis?
Hamas is doing.
Do you think Nelson Mandela would like what the Houthis are doing?
Nelson Mandela literally was part of an organization that blew up a school bus. Nobody here is clean of killing civilians, and that's because killing civilians, from the perspective of it, like an asymmetrical conflict, deters people from supporting like whatever regime or anything that you're fighting against. That's the whole idea. It's not random. It's not just because they're evil. It is a strategic choice in this sort of warfare. These guys think that these guys think that Hamas sit around like a fucking philosophy sewing circle and talk about like the relative harms of different tactics. No, they sit down and say, how do we do the most amount of damage to our enemies with the least amount of expenditure? Like it's not a debate. It's not a game to these people.
I don't know. Let's fucking dig him out of his grave and ask him.
That's kind of weird because
they believe that they need to do anything, that if they do not win, they will be exterminated, and they're willing to do anything to prevent that from happening.
I mean, you said he was doing peaceful means.
Do
of
I think Nelson
resistance,
Mandela would be in
like
favor of kidnapping 10 civilians? No, of course not.
Yes, he would. 100%.
All right, well, while you're busy putting words in a dead man's mouth.
100% he would. What are you talking about? Nelson Mandela bombed the fucking church and shit. What are you talking about? Not Nelson Mandela directly in prison, but
fuck with civilians, bro.
He just let that slip there.
Peaceful as possible because he knew that if he killed and targeted civilians, it would make reunification impossible.
You're right.
That's
Israel's doing it just because Palestinians are not resisting.
Less than 100 civilians died in 20-year period. I mean, what do you want more than that? Hamas killed 1,000 or 900. So sorry.
800.
But I am so 800. You're right. You know what?
Well,
That's better.
It's seemingly
That's
you're always
better.
bringing up numbers. Now, what you again fail to recognize is, of course, the length. And not only that, but also the resistance against apartheid South Africa included military resistance on top of that. But that's not even my point here, okay?
Huh?
My point is that the apartheid in South Africa and the resistance against it was a far shorter period with far less casualties on the South African side as opposed to Israel's complete...
Yeah, actually, the standard of life for South Africans was higher under the apartheid, even for the Bantus.
Cleansing.
That's why this is kind of a weird thing to bring into this conversation, because like the legacy of apartheid is a lot more mixed in a purely utilitarian sense, which is all these guys care about.
Campaign that is that has started now, but even before its ethnic cleansing campaign,
Don't compare Hamas to Nelson Mandela.
Because the situation is far worse, Ethan. Because Israel has killed every Nelson Mandela. Israel would have probably killed Nelson Mandela.
Israel has killed every Nelson Mandela. You should put that on a shirt.
No, if they had the opportunity to do
I'm
so.
sure they would have done everything bad that's ever happened in the world.
Wait, do you know why I said that? No, don't look at your laptop. Do you know why I said that?
Let me guess. You, I don't. Tell me.
No, go ahead. Just throw up a guess.
All right, listen. It's 5 o'clock. I'm not doing this. Okay. You
Oh,
can
you don't
tell
wanna
me
do
or you
this,
cannot.
okay.
You want? I'll stand here if you want to tell me. I'm not going to sit here and play rhetorical games.
Israel was aligned with South Africa, the apartheid government.
Yeah, I know.
Yes.
Clear bonds with them. It's horrible.
Yeah.
What's that have to do with anything? Fuckhead.
Yeah.
When did I defend that?
Well, they're both apartheids, so.
Yeah, and when did I deny that? All right, listen. It's 5 o'clock. Like I said.
Yeah. Again, they don't even disagree on this.
I have a family to go to. I have 3 kids and a wife, and I know that you have a fucking cool ass race car bed to sleep in.
Again, this point here, Ethan made it before, where like Ethan has an actual family and is like an adult and has something essential for which to defend from like the kind of harassment of sending CPS, and Hasan is just like an overgrown man-child who is like, this is what he should have focused on this debate, because it's a winning argument.
And I hope you enjoy that.
But he's only mentioned
Okay, man.
twice.
Thank you. Have a good one. I hope this was productive. Dan, he needs you more than you need him. Stop babying this man, please. He needs you more than you need him. Stop babying him.
Well, I know that's true, but I don't baby him.
Come on. Okay. All right.
You want to target the crew more?
I'm not targeting the crew. These were my coworkers. I have a tremendous amount of respect for the crew. They are
Bad
what
not called
makes the show
AB a
great.
house slave. Bad Empanada called AB a house slave.
Yeah, he's wrong. What the fuck do you want?
Okay, well, you watch his videos
Why are
a
you
lot.
bringing up Bad Empanada? Do you think I agree with everything he says? No, of course
You
not.
endorse him.
Ethan,
All right, we
I
gotta
endorse
go.
his
You promote
YouTube
him all the
video
time, it's a
essays that
fact.
I agree with, that I think are very well thought out.
All right,
I don't
listen,
endorse
I endorse his YouTube video essays. Great.
Being a coward and watch some fair
opinions
criticism.
overall.
Please stop being a
He's a
coward
new
and just watch
Karl
some
Marx.
criticism. It will prove
Yeah.
that you're
No,
not
this was
afraid.
pretty good. This was pretty productive. You know, having this conversation, having this back.
Yeah, you should do this every week and just get pettier and pettier. It'll be funny.
What do you think?
I actually do. I think you exposed yourself deeply a few times here, and I think we'll have to wait and see, obviously, how this pans out.
Yeah.
But I do think it was productive to show just kind of the blatant, overt, anti-Semitism.
Maybe I will watch the context puke.
Yes, please, and then we can talk
maybe
about it.
I will watch the context puke live, as a matter of
Yes,
fact,
please
not in
do.
a cowardly way. I like that this is what it's come to, where having a face-to-face conversation is less is somehow less fucking is more cowardly than like actually watching a YouTube video that you made. No, dude. What's cowardly is you fucking constantly crying and refusing to actually look for context and putting together a.
H3 literally responds to every argument that people make against him directly. Like they're both cowards in different ways, but whereas Hasan literally has minions that he sends to go. Again, he tanked. He took Ian and had him sacrifice at the fucking altar like Isaac, Creator Clash 3, just so that he could make a shitty video nobody liked against Ethan.
Putting together shit that you saw on
rather than just confronting himself like he's finally doing now.
And tear it up and show how out of context it was. I'd love that.
Don't worry. Maybe I'll actually do that to fundraise for the charities that you are actively targeting.
How about you fundraise for this event that got destroyed because of you, Ian's event? That he chose you over the last guy who was defending it, which was Ethan.
Trying to undermine and celebrate with Creator Clash 3, which is,
I don't know if you know this, but last year they lost $250,000. To be charitable, you have to give money to charity.
I wish that most of the debate was actually about this, because this is not the politics, it's just the drama. But they're only going to talk about it here at the end. That sucks.
Everybody that has even lightly fucking criticized you or stayed out of.
Are you surprised that I didn't like Ian's video?
What? No, dude.
Dude, if you want to own me, listen, Hasan. If you want to own me by donating to charity, I think that's
fantastic. You're blowing a fucking charity event. Exactly. Is actually you're trying to undermine a charity event.
No, he's not. No, he's not. The only person who has undermined the charity event is Ian, at your advice, because he listened to you. And because he's retarded and runs it stupidly, which is what I covered on the video on Wednesday. So H3's not allowed to respond to having CPS called on him because it might be like the butterfly wing domino effect that destroys a charity event that's already failed one year.
You have to give money to be charity. It's like a slush fund for them.
Yeah.
God, it's so gross, man.
I mean, what happened last year? How much did they do charity last year?
I don't know.
They lost $250,000.
Yeah,
will you debate me again, Ethan, if you keep chirping?
And you know why they lost $250K? So that they could throw Kala for this guy, for Hasan.
Sure.
Yeah, of course. But if you, I think it would be good if you watch context puke, and then we can discuss it.
Maybe I'll do that to fundraise for Creator Clash.
Yes, I think it's awesome. If you want to own me by donating to charity, I think that's sick as fuck.
Yeah, maybe you should do that too. Donate to.
He did. That's so funny that he would say that. The last two Creator Clashes, the only person who supported, the only prominent guy who supported it was Ethan. And Ethan donated to both of them. Everybody had turned on them. Everybody was calling them scammers. Everybody was saying that Ian was a cuck, but Ethan stood by them and was the biggest guy to donate money. It only changed now because you induced him to turn on his only friend.
I need some pro-Palestine charities. I feel so fucking owned.
Let's own each other and donate to charity.
All right.
I know you guys. I know you guys hate each other, but the views were crazy.
It was. I never looked.
Saying, think about it.
What was the view that I never looked?
They're pretty good on both ends. Like 100K.
Whose was higher?
Don't ask that question.
Hasan's was higher.
Hasan's was higher. Yeah. Not by much, but it was higher.
That's not good. We got to do something.
I mean, I had 120,000. I don't know what you guys had over there. I wasn't looking, but
we got up to about 100K. So
we're gonna have to do. These people are clearly have some kind of brain disease, and we need to do something about it.
Mm-hmm. No, for sure.
Call for genocide.
Please keep up the energy as though you feel that there is a genocide going on, because your output is what matters here, and that is what I was trying to get across to you and get across to your audience. If you think that
I acknowledge that I acknowledge that I could talk about it more, and I should make more of an effort to talk about it.
Okay, thank you. Instead of going after,
you should try not to be a fucking raging anti-Semite for a day.
What?
If you can try not to be a raging anti-Semite for a day, then we can shake hands.
Ethan, I don't think you actually believe that I'm anti-Semitic. I think you're.
You should watch back the first part of this interview.
What?
You should watch back the first part of this interview.
I don't think that makes you look good.
Okay, well, I guess we'll wait and see. Unfortunately, I think your people are going to think it makes you look good, and then everybody else is going to think it might look good. Like, who's a fuck?
I think neither of you look good. I think Ethan spent way too much time on a couple issues that are complete non-tent, like bullshit, like the swastika sword. And Hasan, for some reason, the thing that he's weakest on, which is denying that the rapes happened, he decided to go back to 4 times and then talk about Anne Frank hypotheticals. I think the only winner here is the audience.
At the end of the day,
I'm sure.
It's not a swastika. It's just the swastika sword. It's not a swastika. It's just the sword that I call the swastika sword. Got it. All right, have a good night.
Like a dog to his vomit.
I gotta go.
Right, you too, buddy.
You take care, bud.
All right.
Old friends, together at last.
Bye, Hasan. Give Kaya our love. Give Kaya our love. Yeah, we also love Kaya.
Oh my God, what a fucking train wreck. I was hoping that.
All right. Well, there it is. It's all of it. I'm gonna put it in one big VOD and upload it, and hopefully it'll be done uploading by midnight, so this will have gotten out within 12 hours. But yeah, I hope these guys keep doing this. They just destroy each other. They really should make a new show where they just debate this shit every week. Because eventually they would both finally realize that the reason they hate each other has nothing to do with politics. It's just pure ego. And then that's when the real arguments begin. That's when they will just start calling each other pedophiles over and over again, which is, what you want. Sorry I didn't play Oblivion. I really thought this debate was going to be 10 minutes. I thought that either Hasan would not show up or he'd show up and then they'd scream at each other and he'd leave. I'm too sectorized. I'm too used to the other side of this political spectrum, the way they do this stuff like this, where it's just a lot more direct and there's no bullshit. Well, there is bullshit. It's just different, I guess. But I will keep playing Oblivion on Monday.